First Crush, Book 2 in the Garden series, a sweet small-town romance by Heather Tullis. Chapter 1. I'm thinking pink and blue for your colors. We could do a June wedding with pink roses and delphiniums for the flowers, Maddie said when she met Piper on the street outside of Danzy's dental office, where Piper worked. She'd been thinking about this on and off for a couple of days. Piper was the first one of her close friends to get engaged, and she knew Piper would feel overwhelmed. It was practically her duty to help plan the wedding, right? Pink and blue? Skepticism hovered in Piper's blue eyes. She was bundled in a thick green coat that set off her red hair and peaches and cream complexion. I don't think they have pink roses in a shade that will work with that dark blue delphinium. Delphiniums come in paler blue and even white, Maddie insisted, and it would be perfect for an early summer wedding. Except that we're not getting married until September or maybe October. November isn't out of the question either. They continued down the street toward the community garden, or at least what would be the community garden when spring came around and they could plow and plant the space. Now the February cold blew across their faces and down the necks of their coats. The barren winter landscape didn't help the day feel warmer. But at least the snow had melted and they still had another hour or two of sunlight. Maddie could hardly believe it was all coming together. When Piper had brought up the idea the previous fall, Maddie had known she wanted to be part of it. It hadn't been easy for Piper to acquire the land, even though it had been abandoned for years. Reese's company had owned the property, and he had jumped right in to help Piper get approval. Maddie suspected it had more to do with spending time with Piper than the garden, at least in the beginning.
Nearly.
That was just as well, since it was doubtful they could have gotten to this point without his help. Maddie pulled her coat tighter against the scarf she had wound around her neck before leaving the school across the street where she taught. It had been an unusually cold and snowy winter. The extended forecast said somewhat milder weather was on the way, though, and any minute a delivery truck would pull up with the greenhouse that had been financed by several generous donors in the community. I guess September is okay, she conceded after a moment, but I know how much you like spring flowers. I like summer and fall ones, too. I know I have exquisite taste, but I can't believe you're that excited to wear a bridesmaid's dress. Piper grinned, as she always did when she talked about the forthcoming nuptials. It hadn't been easy for her and Reese to get past the bumps and bruises of their past, but they had made it. I do so love taffeta. Maddie had been very vocal with her friends about a puce gown in that fabric she'd worn for a cousin's wedding a couple of years earlier. Darn it, I was thinking no taffeta. What do you think of gingham check? Piper's lips twitched. Maddie's right cheek twitched at the thought. Gingham was on her never-wear list. She wasn't a pioneer, and, so as far as she was concerned, there was no reason for her to have any contact with gingham. You don't mind if I pick out the bridesmaid dresses for you, do you? Give me a color and theme. It's one part of the planning that I'm more than happy to take off your hands. Lisa knew this would be the best Christmas ever. Piper laughed. Don't worry, you and Adeline will get plenty of say in the final choice. Just because it's my wedding doesn't mean you have to look terrible. You are an angel among bridezillas. I have a mother of the groomzilla, so one of us has to be reasonable, Piper muttered. I thought things were going well with her. They came to a stop on the sidewalk beside the empty lot. Maddie waved to Adeline, their other best friend, who was walking in their direction from the city building. She cut right through the empty garden site on her way toward them. She's been nice, most of the time, but she has it in her head that we need a huge formal wedding with like 1,000 of her closest friends attending. No doubt she'll want the bride's and groom's families seated separately. My family and friends will fill part of a row, and hers will fill the rest of the mausoleum of a church that she's trying to push on us for the ceremony. Do you and Reese have other places in mind? I'm sure Adeline could make a few suggestions for smaller venues. Adeline knew all of the appropriate spaces in town. If we don't get something reserved soon, it'll end up being held at City Hall. Adeline chuckled a little as she joined them. You must be talking about your wedding plans. I saw Reese's mom at the Women in Business meeting today. She had this idea of white on white with a horse and carriage to deliver you to the church, Cinderella style. When Maddie shot her a disbelieving look, Adeline crossed her chest with her fingertip. I'm not exaggerating. And you smiled and nodded, of course, because you never rocked the boat, Piper said. No, I didn't smile and nod this time. I mentioned that I didn't think that was really your style, and that whatever you chose, it wouldn't fit the image she had in mind. Then I said that if she trusted you and Reese, she might be surprised by the tasteful, lovely wedding you plan. So please don't contradict me by coming to the city to have it performed. Seriously, your mother-in-law would never trust any of us again. So true. Don't worry, on my list of favorite places to be married, City Hall is somewhat lower than the cathedral. Piper glanced up as a big rig pulled into the one empty spot by the sidewalk. Ben and Jason walked over from the opposite direction where they had parked in the city lot. Looks like most of us are here. No one said Ben was coming, Maddie muttered under her breath. Ben was her brother Jason's best friend, had been for as long as Maddie could remember. Sure, he had movie star good looks, a face as chiseled as a young Brad Pitt, and the most perfect honey blonde hair imaginable. That didn't mean she had to like him. At least that's what she told herself when seeing him like this made the breath catch in her throat. The fact that she'd had a totally unrequited crush on him since second grade didn't help her convince herself that she disliked him. Adeline shot her a knowing look, but said nothing, a forbearance that Maddie deeply appreciated. Maddie didn't dislike Ben. She disliked the fact that she felt invisible when he was around. Even with as much time as they spent around each other, he'd never even glanced at her in a romantic way. Was she not good enough to draw a nice guy's attention? Her ex-boyfriend, Chaz, had twisted the knife a little more when he'd walked out, saying she was too boring to waste his time with. Her, boring? And what he really meant was that he hadn't liked that her social life had been more than watching lame reruns with him every night after work. She had needed to get out and living a little. Piper looked back at the street, which was getting busier now that rush hour was approaching. You have to expect Ben to come if he's not at work and Jason is involved. When have they ever been separated? Where is Reese anyway? He was supposed to be here by now. Adeline, as always, had the sensible answer. He probably got caught up in a phone call. You know how the board of directors can be. Piper frowned distractedly. It's picking someone new for the board that's the issue. You wouldn't believe what a hassle it's been. I have a delivery, the freight driver said, getting out of his truck. One of you Piper Daniels? That's me. You found the right place. Piper accepted the papers and looked at them, making sure they sent the correct item, while the driver opened the back of his truck to unload the boxed greenhouse parts. A car honked as it drove past, and Maddie glanced over to see Reese pull into the alley between the future garden and Dequan's Chinese restaurant next door. The wall beyond him had been painted the previous fall by the owners of the Chinese place, so it no longer had gang markers all over it. But Maddie didn't expect that to last for much longer. As soon as the temperatures rose above the teens during the day, the kids would be out in force again. Unless they could head off the graffiti before it started. She wasn't sure how to do that, though. The guys all converged in time to help the delivery man unload the boxes of panels, poles, hinges, and whatever else made up a great greenhouse. Maddie's fingers itched to start putting it together. The parts were stacked in front of the empty apartment building next door, except for the bottom rails, which they would lay down first. The weather warmed as they worked, attaching the base to the bolts that had been cemented into the foundation. Ben had to drill a hole in one of the rails where the bolt's placement hadn't been as precise as they would have liked, but otherwise, everything fit perfectly. They were soon able to get to work on the walls. Maddie tried not to show how utterly freezing she was as they assembled pieces in the failing light. She reminded herself that her kids were excited about the greenhouse, and they were going to have a terrific spring quarter learning in it. I hear you have big plans for the greenhouse, Ben said to Maddie when she handed him a window panel. My class is already chomping at the bit to get out here and dig in the dirt. Maddie had been talking it up to her third grade class since before Christmas, as they discussed how the carbon cycle and photosynthesis worked. The seedlings they planted right after Christmas break were nearly ready for transplanting. There were 2 other third grade teachers who planned to use the greenhouse for classes as well. They had been working to put together discussions on nutrition, the scientific method, writing assignments, and myriad other topics to go with the greenhouse, some of which they would co-teach, but most they would teach independently. Sounds like fun, but what about the rest of your subjects? Ben seemed skeptical. You'd be surprised how willing the kids are to learn when you combine gardening with it. The voice came from behind them, and Maddie looked up to see Comfrey standing in what you could now tell would be the doorway. Her blonde hair held streaks of blue and pink. Her wool coat was hand-spun and crafted of multicolored threads, and her warm woolen scarf was rich and warm-looking. Her gray eyes were so huge they seemed to fill the remaining space on her face. A smooth grin slid onto Ben's perfect mouth. I'm sure you're right. I don't think we've met, though I saw you on cleanup day. Ben extended a hand to Comfrey, who smiled and accepted the handshake. Her lips quirked a little in admiration. Call me Comfrey. You're Officer Belliston, right? When he looked surprised, she explained. I asked around. Maddie tried not to let the flirting bother her, even as her jaw clenched. She had absolutely no claim on the man, and she couldn't blame Comfrey for enjoying the sight of him. Call me Ben, at least when I'm here. Ben. The flirty lilt in Comfrey's smile dialed up a notch. It's good to officially meet you. Maddie turned away to pick up another window panel for Ben to slide into the metal wall studs. She would not be jealous. There was no reason for jealousy. They had never gone out, and it wasn't like she was in love with him or anything. It was just a crush. Still, she found herself feeling a little resentful that it was so easy for Comfrey, and that Ben practically forgot about Maddie's existence when the other woman appeared. How stupid was she for even thinking about it? Comfrey was a lot of help, and not at all afraid to get dirty. By the time the sun slid behind Daquan's Chinese restaurant, they had finished installing the sip walls and the roof joists, though there would still be a few hours of work to do the next day. The website said it would go together quickly, but she hadn't expected it to be so fast. Maddie was pleased with their work, even if she was heartily sick of listening to Comfrey laugh at Ben's comments, as if he were the most interesting person around. So what if his jokes were actually funny, and the way he popped off in conversation often made her laugh? She didn't care that he'd put all of his attention on Comfrey. It hardly bothered her. Why would it? So meet back here tomorrow morning? Maddie asked when they had finished stowing the rest of the supplies in the abandoned apartment building next door. It was helpful that Reese knew practically everyone and was able to get permission. I'm in, Reese said as he put the key back in his pocket. Me too, Jason agreed. I have the day off, so count on me. I'll call dispatch now and have them send extra patrols past here tonight to keep an eye on everything to ward off vandalism, Ben said. That's a good idea. Half-finished buildings do draw a lot of curious people, Comfrey said. This site will generate a lot of interest in the community. Wait and see. Thanks, I'd appreciate it, Maddie said to everyone. The garden was Piper's big dream, and she'd been working most closely with Comfrey to set up the main plans, but the greenhouse was for the school, so it had been mostly up to Maddie and the other third-grade teachers. She'd conferred with the gardening board, which was basically everyone in attendance at the moment, on the location and made plans. She and the other teachers had applied for a grant and raised extra cash to cover the difference, and now it was coming together. A couple of the teachers will join us tomorrow morning. It's supposed to be a little warmer, so hopefully we won't all freeze. Hot cocoa and coffee for those who want it at my house. I'll order in some pizza, Reese said. There was a cheer of yes and count me in from the group. I have a class, Comfrey said wistfully. Maddie tried not to feel pleasure at that, but gave up after a few seconds. I really need to get a life.
Nearly 2 hours later, Ben walked into the 3-bedroom fixer-upper Jason had talked him into buying a couple months before. He had started with pulling up old carpet and patching holes in the walls in the living room and two of the bedrooms. One bedroom was nearly ready for paint and carpet. He glanced at the paint chips on the living room wall. Yep, the darker blue looked better in every light. He'd have to pick some up tomorrow. He dropped his keys on the somewhat battered end table he'd scrounged from a street corner on garbage day and towed off his shoes. He had enjoyed spending the afternoon helping to set up the greenhouse. It was spacious, and he could already imagine the kids lining up to put seeds into the garden beds, their hands covered in compost, and smiles on their faces. Talking about it had definitely put a smile on Maddie's face. He unloaded his pockets, removing his wallet, a gum wrapper, and the paper with Comfrey's phone number. He set the wallet beside the keys for easy retrieval the next day. The phone number was another issue. He hadn't asked her for it, and she hadn't said anything specific, simply pressed it into his hand before she took off, and he went with the rest of the group to Reese's house. She was cute, though a little eccentric. Not the kind of woman he usually dated, but maybe it was time he expanded his dating pool. Who knew? Maybe she would surprise him. If nothing else, it would be an interesting change to his regular stuck-in-a-rut life. He tossed the number in the garbage. Now was not the time to start dating someone new. Ben rubbed his face. It was nearly 11, but he didn't need to be anywhere until they met up to work on the greenhouse again in the morning. His phone rang, and he thought about ignoring it, but glanced at the screen instead. The number belonged to the state of Kansas, so he picked up. It had to be work. "Hello, this is Officer Ben Belliston." "Hello, Mr. Belliston. My name is Amy Glider, and I'm a caseworker with Child Protective Services. I'm in Lansing with your niece, Felicia." He leaned back against the counter, wondering what was going on. "Yeah, is she okay? She's fine, but her mom, well, she's not fine. Felicia needs somewhere else to stay. She said her dad is your brother?" "Yeah, he's in prison, and will be for a while yet. Are you calling to place her with me?" That thought was more than a little terrifying. What would he do with a little girl? "Did you check with Melissa's parents?" Amy's voice stayed perfectly even. "I do need someone for Felicia to live with. You are single, right? No roommates?" "That's right. What about Melissa's parents?" Or, he cut himself off. "They don't feel like they can take Felicia at this time. If you can't either, I can put her in shelter care tonight while we find another placement, perhaps with your parents." "Not my parents," he said a little too fast. Realizing he'd been a bit abrupt, he added, "Dad is an alcoholic and not a nice one. Geesh." He ran his hand through his hair. Raise a kid? What did he know about that? "Bring her here. We'll figure something out." Ben felt something twist in his chest as he retraced his steps. "What happened to Melissa?" "We'll discuss it when I get there. I should be about half an hour." "Great." He gave her his home address and ended the call, and then looked at the mess around him. Not that it was dirty, just cluttered with tools and building supplies. The front part of the house was nearly finished, and he could give Felicia the room that was done, or almost done. He could have it ready to go in a few days. He felt completely out of sorts and uncertain about where to start first, but after a moment, decided to pick up the tools and get some sleeping arrangements in order. He wasn't about to risk losing his niece to the system. It had been bad enough knowing she was living with her druggy mom without being able to prove what was going on. His younger brother, Brandon, had been in prison for 2 years and wouldn't see a chance of parole for quite a few more. Meanwhile, Felicia had been living with her mom, who had limited the visits with Brandon's family since her husband was sentenced. It had been nearly a year since Ben had seen her. She had to be, 7, 8? As he cleared away the tools, stashing them in the third bedroom, which held his weight set, Ben wondered how traumatized Felicia would be. What had happened to Melissa, and how could he calm and support his niece? It was nearly 45 minutes before he heard a knock at his door. Ben hurried over, opening it to find a young woman, maybe 23 or 24, holding a black garbage bag in one hand and Felicia's hand in the other. Cold air blew in as he ushered them through the door. A strong odor of cigarette smoke and mustiness came with them, no doubt from the bag the woman carried. "Hey there, sweet pea," he greeted Felicia. "I've missed you." She threw herself at his legs, sobbing. He picked her up. When did she get so big? Holding her close. Uncle Ben, my mommy is dead. She's never coming back. Whoa, that was unexpected. He'd assumed that she'd been arrested. I'm so sorry to hear that. I can see it makes you sad. He rubbed her hair and snuggled her against his chest, at a loss for what to say or do. The brunette, who must have been Amy Glider, set down the bag, which he presumed held Felicia's personal affects. Maybe we should get her settled in for the night. Yeah, I don't have an extra bed, so she'll sleep on the sofa tonight. We'll see about a bed tomorrow. Ben carried Felicia to the sofa and calmed her, rocking her back and forth for several minutes while Felicia got the tears out of her system, at least for the moment. What? He didn't know what to ask, not wanting to upset Felicia further. He decided to ask her directly for information instead of talking over her. Hey, Sweet Pea, tell me what happened. He'd taken seminars on how to talk to kids, so he'd use his police training and hope he didn't screw it up too much. Felicia wiped at her face. I came home from school and she was sleeping, so I played for a while, ate dinner, and then I watched TV. I fell asleep. When I woke up, she was still laying there. She hadn't moved at all. Sometimes she sleeps weird hours. Yeah, sometimes people do. What happened next? I started to worry, so I tried to wake her up. I tried and tried, but she wouldn't, so I called 911. I remember you teaching me how. Her eyes were red-rimmed and swollen from crying, and her nose was running. Ugh, no tissues in sight. He gave her a squeeze. Good job. I'm so glad you remembered. But it was too late. They couldn't help her. Miss Glider, could you grab a tissue from the bathroom there? He pointed it out, and the caseworker headed over. Ben wondered how long Melissa had been dead. Had she already been gone when Felicia came home, or if she had called 911 hours earlier, would they have been able to do something for her mom? That was a question he couldn't ask while she was in the room. The caseworker may not know anyway. He'd have to check into it after the autopsy. How did they know how to find me? They asked about my grandma and grandpa, so I told them some stuff, but I couldn't remember their names. I told them you were a cop, so they made some calls and got your number. Ben took the tissue with thanks and passed it to Felicia, who cleaned up her face with it. That was very smart of you. You did exactly the right thing. He pressed the hair back from her face. You look tired. Do you want to settle down here for some sleep? Do you have some pajamas? In my bag. They found some pajamas, and she headed to the bathroom to change. Ben was glad for a few minutes to talk to the caseworker alone. Did they estimate a time of death while you were there? She was already getting stiff, but considering Felicia got home 4 or 5 hours ago, that's hardly surprising. We'll have to wait for official word. I talked to Melissa's parents, briefly. They haven't been involved in their daughter's life for a few years, at least, and don't want custody. You sounded kind of iffy about keeping Felicia. Is there someone else in the family, or should we start checking into open spots in foster homes? It had been a while since Ben had heard anything about Melissa's family. I think Melissa has a sister, but I don't know anything about her, and as far as I know, they haven't been in contact for years. He sucked in a breath, knowing this decision would change his life. I don't want Felicia in foster care. Amy's brows lifted. That means you'll be keeping her, at least until your brother is out of prison. That was enough to make any man kneel down and beg for mercy, but since it would make no difference, Ben nodded. He would make it work, somehow. Give me a day or two to figure out how to juggle things. If we talk on Monday, that will give me time to make some kind of arrangements for daycare. We'll see how things go. She half chuckled. You'd need more like a month to figure that out, but the weekend works for me. I'll get you paperwork so you can change her to the local school. I'll have to do an official home study and run the background check, but since you get them regularly for your job, a call to your police chief should suffice for the short term. Amy stood as Felicia emerged from the bathroom, wearing a Little Mermaid nightgown that was at least a size too small for her. Looks like we have a shopping trip ahead of us, Ben said, wondering what the heck that was going to be like. Felicia smiled a little. I get new clothes? We'll see how many. Come on to bed, Munchkin. Ben caught her up in another hug and settled her in with a stuffed bear he'd won at the fair that summer. She'd forgotten her own stuffed animals at the apartment. After saying goodbye to Amy, he carried the rest of her clothes into the laundry room. They might be clean already, but the stench of smoke and who knew what else hit him when he opened the bag, so he sorted it all out and started a load of laundry. Thank heavens he didn't work in the morning. He walked back through the house on the way to his room and saw Felicia lying on the sofa, fast asleep. The thought of being fully responsible for her was freaky enough to give anyone nightmares. Once again, he wondered what he would do with a little girl. Chapter 3. Ben retreated to his room and tried to sleep, but he couldn't settle down. After half an hour, he sent his supervisor an email, explaining what had happened and asking for a few days off so he could get things figured out. He tried sleeping again, but still couldn't relax, even though he was tired. Giving up on sleep, he went into the room that would become Felicia's and sanded the spackle he'd put on the walls a couple days earlier. He spread a little more on the last couple of uneven spots so it would be ready to paint the next day. He told himself it would all be fine, that it would work out, but the longer he worked and thought about it, the more he realized that he was in over his head. What made him think he was qualified to raise a child? His house was a wreck, his job was not flexible, and he didn't exactly have someone he could count on to back him up. Uncle Ben? Felicia's voice disturbed his thoughts as he was spackling. It's the middle of the night. Her voice was small and worried. He looked over at her in the too short nightgown, her hair a rumpled mess. Yes, it is. Do you need a drink? How come you're up at night? She leaned against the doorframe, her eyes drooping. I was having trouble sleeping. He spread spackle on the last spot that he'd marked and smoothed it out, and then scraped off his tool and sealed the spackle container. Looks like you were having trouble sleeping too. My mom's dead. Feeling useless, Ben crouched beside her and pulled her against him. Yeah, she is. I know it's hard. I had bad dreams. Yeah? You want to tell me about them? She shook her head. I can't remember. They made me feel funny, though. That can happen. Come on, how about if you snuggle in my bed while I take my shower and get ready for the night? Maybe when I get back from the bathroom, you'll feel better. He picked her up. She was so tiny for her age, and carried her to the room he was using. It still had holes in the walls, but he'd installed a new pull-down shade and ripped out the carpet to show off the hardwood floors beneath. It worked for now. She happily snuggled in his blankets while he gathered things for his shower. When he came back to the room 10 minutes later, she was fast asleep. Felicia looked so tiny and vulnerable in his big bed that he didn't have the heart to disturb her. Instead, he settled in beside her for what was left of the night, which is why she woke him up when she started tossing and turning from nightmares. Twice, after Ben's less than restful night, Jason called early in the morning. What do you mean Felicia is living with you now? Apparently, he'd picked up the text message Ben sent before going to bed the previous night. Ben had slid out of bed as he answered the phone and shut his bedroom door before responding. Brandon's wife, Melissa, overdosed. She was already dead when her daughter found her, so she's staying with me now, maybe permanently. He should have been too tired to think, but as soon as he was up and moving around, his to-do list started to crowd out the sleep in his head. He and Jason talked about his plans, and Jason said they were welcome to join the group to finish assembling the greenhouse. Yeah, I'd love to, but we have a lot of other things going on, like getting her decent bedroom furniture and, shopping for new clothes for her. I have a funny feeling that most of what she has is too small. Maybe we'll have time to swing by and check in on you. When they hung up a moment later, Felicia was standing behind Ben. What can't we come to? She asked. My friends are putting together the greenhouse for the elementary school in town today. My friend, Miss McCormick, teaches 3rd grade and her class is going to use it. Her brother said we could help out if we had time, but I told him we're busy. His mind switched to breakfast. Wheaties, pancakes, or eggs and toast? Felicia's eyes widened. I'm in 3rd grade. Maybe she'll be my teacher. I want to go help. I like plants and growing things. He couldn't have her there when they were lifting large, heavy pieces above her head. What if she bumped someone's ladder? He decided telling her that would only result in protestations, so he took a different tack. We have some errands to run, but maybe we can stop by to see how things are coming along when we finish, okay? She slid her toes across the bare wooden floor, looking down. She frowned a little. Okay, how could two little syllables make his heart hurt so much? Ben forced a smile. So, eggs and toast or Wheaties for breakfast today? Pancakes would take too much time. Wheaties, I like them crunchy. Me too. It's no good once they get mushy, is it? He snatched her up and sat her on one of the stools at the kitchen counter. The dining table was covered in her cleaned clothes, and poured them each a bowl. Ben finished his quickly, while Felicia dithered over hers, picking at the flakes, asking for sugar to sweeten them, and generally procrastinating while they went soggy. He rotated the laundry and folded the 2 clean loads that had already been washed and dried. "What do you think about this shirt?" he asked, holding up one with a big spaghetti stain on the front. "Ready to turn it into rags?" She frowned. "You said that about half my clothes." They had spent the past 15 minutes sorting through the clothes he'd washed the previous night. Only a few of them. Most of the others were too small for her, so the stack of what they would keep was pretty meager. "I guess that means we'll have to buy some extras." She straightened when she heard that. "I get new clothes?" As if she hadn't gotten an affirmative answer on that the previous night. "You bet. We'll go to the store to start picking things out as soon as you finish eating." Ben picked out 2 more pairs of pants that were ripped beyond winter wearing and added them to the stack of rags. Didn't Melissa ever buy this girl clothes? "When can we see my grandma and grandpa Belliston?" she asked after she sprinkled more sugar on her flakes. We'll have to see how it goes. The next few days will be really busy." He didn't know what else to say about that. He rarely saw his dad, and only slightly more often his mom, though they spoke on the phone. "I want to see them. It's been a long time." "I'm sure it has." He'd have to figure that out. Despite Felicia's excitement about buying new things, she still dawdled over her cereal and changing into clean clothes. Ben had showered and changed, cleaned up from breakfast, and answered his email before she was dressed with her hair combed. Shopping with an 8-year-old proved more interesting and challenging than he'd expected. "Which one do you like best?" Ben asked as they looked at 3 shirts at Walmart. She pursed her lips and considered carefully. "I like the color on that one, but I like the stripes on that one, and I love My Little Pony." Her face scrunched up with uncertainty. "I can't decide." "Is there one you like less than the others?" He had already bought her a new coat, sweater, boots, hat, and gloves. She had 3 new pair of pants, a cute pair of shoes, socks, underwear, and 2 other shirts. This was it. Then they could break for a meal and pick up paint for her room. She shot him a worried look and shook her head. She bit her fingernail. "Maybe you should choose." Ben had noticed she deferred to him several times that day. He wasn't sure if she was uncertain which she preferred or if she was afraid he might get angry with her if she chose wrong. He looked at the clothes. They were only $5 or $6 each. He sighed dramatically. "I can't decide either. I guess we'll have to get them all." Her eyes widened. "Really?" "Yup." He stood and put all of them in the cart. "Are you hungry?" "So hungry." She rubbed her belly. It wasn't a surprise, considering she hadn't finished her bowl of soggy flakes. "All right, let's eat, and then we can pick paint for your room." Her eyes widened. "My room? I get my own room?" "That's right, you'll have one of your own, as soon as I finish it up." He ignored the little voice that said his life would never be the same again. What if he wasn't up to taking care of her? He couldn't accept that possibility, so he pushed it from his mind. They passed the paint department, and he saw the display of paint colors. Somehow he didn't think the dark blue he'd planned to buy would make her little princess-loving heart go pitter-pat. After lunch, they went to Sears to look at beds and ended up with a simple, white, tubular bed frame and mattress to fit it, a plastic mattress cover, a mattress pad, sheets, 2 throw pillows, paint in Pepto-Bismol pink, and a set of plastic hangers. When he thought they might be done, they walked past the children's aisle, and he saw her eyeing some hair clips and realized he needed to do something about her hair. Oh man, was he going to have to learn how to braid or use a curling iron? He was doomed. When all was said and done, every spare nook and cranny of his truck, cab, and bed were filled with her stuff. Their stomachs were full of McDonald's fries, and he was ready to drop from exhaustion. It was a good thing she wouldn't need new things again for a few months at least. You said we could see the place where they grow things. Right, of course. What he really wanted to do was collapse. Though Felicia had been excited about her new purchases, the day hadn't been all sunshine and rainbows as she burst into tears a few times. Despite the tears, she had gone along with what he wanted without an argument. It had been a long time since his freshman-level psychology class, but he didn't think her reaction was a sign of a kid who had been happy and secure. But maybe she had been fine, and she just wasn't sure how to deal with him. He was little better than a stranger in a lot of ways, after all. Still, he made a mental note to discuss it with the caseworker. Despite Felicia's excitement about buying new things, she still dawdled over her cereal and changing into clean clothes. Ben had showered and changed, cleaned up from breakfast, and answered his email before she was dressed with her hair combed. Shopping with an 8-year-old proved more interesting and challenging than he'd expected. "Which one do you like best?" Ben asked as they looked at 3 shirts at Walmart. She pursed her lips and considered carefully. "I like the color on that one, but I like the stripes on that one, and I love My Little Pony." Her face scrunched up with uncertainty. "I can't decide. Is there one you like less than the others?" He had already bought her a new coat, sweater, boots, hat, and gloves. She had 3 new pair of pants, a cute pair of shoes, socks, underwear, and 2 other shirts. This was it. Then they could break for a meal and pick up paint for her room. She shot him a worried look and shook her head. She bit her fingernail. "Maybe you should choose." Ben had noticed she deferred to him several times that day. He wasn't sure if she was uncertain which she preferred, or if she was afraid he might get angry with her if she chose wrong. He looked at the clothes. They were only $5 or $6 each. He sighed dramatically. "I can't decide either. I guess we'll have to get them all." Her eyes widened. "Really?" "Yup." He stood and put all of them in the cart. "Are you hungry?" So hungry. She rubbed her belly. It wasn't a surprise, considering she hadn't finished her bowl of soggy flakes. "All right, let's eat, and then we can pick paint for your room." Her eyes widened. "My room? I get my own room?" "That's right. You'll have one of your own, as soon as I finish it up." He ignored the little voice that said his life would never be the same again. What if he wasn't up to taking care of her? He couldn't accept that possibility, so he pushed it from his mind. They passed the paint department, and he saw the display of paint colors. Somehow he didn't think the dark blue he'd planned to buy would make her little princess-loving heart go pitter-pat. After lunch, they went to Sears to look at beds and ended up with a simple, white, tubular bed frame and mattress to fit it. A plastic mattress cover, a mattress pad, sheets, 2 throw pillows, paint in Pepto-Bismol pink, and a set of plastic hangers. When he thought they might be done, they walked past the children's aisle, and he saw her eyeing some hair clips and realized he needed to do something about her hair. Oh man, was he going to have to learn how to braid or use a curling iron? He was doomed. When all was said and done, every spare nook and cranny of his truck, cab, and bed were filled with her stuff. Their stomachs were full of McDonald's fries, and he was ready to drop from exhaustion. It was a good thing she wouldn't need new things again for a few months at least. "You said we could see the place where they grow things." Right, of course. What he really wanted to do was collapse. Though Felicia had been excited about her new purchases, the day hadn't been all sunshine and rainbows as she burst into tears a few times. Despite the tears, she had gone along with what he wanted without an argument. It had been a long time since his freshman-level psychology class, but he didn't think her reaction was a sign of a kid who had been happy and secure. But maybe she had been fine, and she just wasn't sure how to deal with him. He was little better than a stranger in a lot of ways, after all. Still, he made a mental note to discuss it with the caseworker. Since he had promised her that they could check out the greenhouse, he turned the car east on Walnut Avenue instead of going through to his neighborhood to the south. He was more than a little curious about how it was coming along. He wished he could have been there to help finish putting it together. They pulled up to the no longer empty lot and found the greenhouse essentially finished. It sat at the front of the large property that would host the first Crystal Creek Community Garden that summer. At 14 foot by 24 foot, the elementary school greenhouse was big enough for each of the third graders to have space in the garden beds, and the insulated north-facing panels on the back side would help keep the temperature more constant than glass alone would have done. Wow, that's so cool! Felicia enthused as soon as she caught sight of the greenhouse. Her fingers splayed on the car window as she peered out. Can we go inside? Since there were still people moving around inside, Ben pulled into a parking spot on the street, and they got out to take a closer look. The other 6 people who had been there the night before, Piper's brother Spencer, and a couple of the other teachers were putting together shelves in the greenhouse when they walked in. "Hi, you made it in time to see the final product," Maddie said when Ben walked in. "And who's your new friend?" Felicia leaned her head out from behind him and then hid again. Had she always been this leery of strangers? Ben smiled to cover his concern. "This is my niece, Felicia. She's staying with me. She's in 3rd grade." Maddie brightened in a way she hadn't for Ben. "Are you excited to see the greenhouse before anyone else in the school? They will be so jealous when they find out you got to see it all first. All of the 3rd grade classes will be using the greenhouse this spring." Felicia looked at her for 2 heartbeats before saying, "My mom died." Ben froze, not expecting that. She hadn't mentioned her mom once since they had woken up that morning. It seemed everyone else froze as well for a moment, except Spencer, who kept working, focused on his own little world. In this case, assembling some kind of shelf on the far side of the greenhouse. Maddie recovered first. "I heard. I'm so sorry about that." She passed the screwdriver she'd been using to her brother and walked over, crouching beside Felicia so their faces were on the same level. "Does it make you sad?" "Yes. I would be sad too. It looks like your Uncle Ben is taking good care of you, though. Is that a new coat?" Felicia fingered the coat lapel, obviously feeling nervous. "Yes, we went shopping. I have a whole bunch of new clothes." "Is this where people grow things?" Ben felt like he was getting whiplash from the subject changes. He watched Maddie, wondering how she would handle it. He shouldn't have worried, because she took it all in stride. "Yes, we're going to grow a lot of cool things. And you got new clothes? That's so cool." She stood and offered Felicia her hand. "Do you want to see everything?" Felicia looked at Ben as if for permission, and when he smiled and nodded, she slid her hand into Maddie's. The 2 of them walked around. Maddie introduced Felicia to everyone else and talked about what they were going to do in the greenhouse. It was cold inside, but noticeably less cold than it had been outside. Ben wondered how long that would last after the sunset. Having glass only on the south wall would definitely help. He watched Maddie and Felicia for a moment before strolling over to take Maddie's spot by Jason. Comfrey gave him a finger wiggle from the other side of the greenhouse, but didn't leave the shelf she was building. He was tempted to go over and flirt, but he was tired from almost no sleep and a long day of shopping. Chapter 4. Ben hadn't expected the message waiting on his cell phone when he got back to his car. It was from the coroner's office. The voicemail had been converted to text, but it was barely comprehensible. He waited until he got home, and Felicia was focused on the new things they'd bought before listening to the message. "Hello, this is Gary Mortensen from the state coroner's office. I have Melissa Belliston here. Could you give me a call, please? At your earliest convenience." He added his phone number. Why would the coroner be calling him? Ben had a bad feeling about this, but called the number. "Hi, this is Ben Belliston. Can I help you?" "Good. Look, we'll be processing Melissa's remains on Monday morning, and then you'll need to have her transported by a mortuary." I think you're confused. I'm not her next of kin. Did you check with her family?" "I'm sure I can track down their number." Her parents lived in Wichita, didn't they? That was the last he'd heard. The caseworker would have the number, since she talked to them, right? "Yes, I checked with them." Gary's voice sounded grim. "They declined to have anything to do with the burial. They asked that whoever was taking over the daughter's care handle everything. The reports say that you've taken custody. You don't have to do it. The state will manage it if no one else will. Holy crap. He took a second to digest that. What kind of parents wouldn't even see to it that their child was buried properly? In other words, they didn't want anything to do with her when she was alive, and they don't want anything to do with her in death either. Ben would never understand such heartlessness. He understood why Melissa's family had felt it necessary to distance themselves when she was messed up and caused problems for them and everyone around her, but to refuse to have anything to do with her funeral was unfathomable. The officer over the case said you'd taken custody of the deceased's daughter, so I figured there must be some relationship. Ben checked to make sure his niece was still playing in the other room. Yes, Melissa was married to my brother, but he's been in prison for a couple years. He did not want to be stuck handling funeral arrangements, and what about paying for the funeral? But Felicia needed the closure of a funeral. He rubbed the back of his neck and made a decision. When you're finished with her, contact Andrew Clark over at Hudson Funeral Home and have him pick her up. He would need to get back into Melissa's apartment. If her family refused to have anything to do with her, he would probably be stuck dealing with everything there too. Clearing it out was the only way he could make sure Felicia got the mementos and toys she'd left behind. Besides, there was a small possibility that she had some kind of life insurance, which would come in handy to pay for the funeral. Great, I'll do that. Thanks. Gary ended the call. Ben dialed the detective in charge of Melissa's case and left a message asking to be notified when the apartment was clear and he could enter it. Then, he left a message with a few other officers who had time off in the next few days to see if he could swap with them. If he had to make funeral plans and clear out the apartment, he would need free time while Felicia was in school. He wouldn't drag her through the apartment and to the funeral home if he could help it. He took a few deep breaths to deal with the frustration and decided to put it away for now. He had sanding and painting to do in Felicia's room, and fuming over Melissa wouldn't make it go away. What's this I hear about Melissa dying? Bad news traveled fast, and though it had been less than 24 hours, Ben's mom seemed a little irked that she had to call him to get more information. Or maybe it was that he hadn't called to tell her himself. Maybe he should have made that a priority. Yes, last night. Sorry, I've been swamped with trying to get Felicia settled. She had almost nothing to wear that was in decent condition, and the bedroom still needed paint. Ben dipped the paint roller into the tray again to continue covering Felicia's wall. The fumes stunk, and periodically the glimmer of light on wet paint showed he hadn't gotten the wall as flat as he'd thought. Oh well, too late now. It's been a full day. You should have called me. His mother continued. You have Felicia? Melissa's parents didn't take her? I haven't seen her for so long. Ben focused on the wall, knowing where this was going, and not happy about it. Yes, they didn't want to take her. His stomach still churned when he thought about being fully responsible for her. He never planned to do the wife and kid thing. If his parents' relationship wasn't a bad enough example, his failed relationships in the past had cemented the plan. But honey, what are you doing with her when you're at work? She's too young to leave at home alone. She should come here. And there it was. He gritted his teeth and totally avoided answering her last suggestion because that was never going to happen. I know I can't have her here alone after school, Mom. I'll have her in daycare. She's fine. More than fine. Ben rubbed his face, knowing it was a lie. Felicia was a mess right now, but it would be fine. He didn't know how, but he would work it out. Well, that's silly. How can you put her in daycare when I'm home all day and can care for her? I'll handle everything. In fact, we can raise her here. It will be awfully hard for you to find a woman if you're stuck with a child. Ben counted to 5 in his head. 10 was too long, but 5 didn't quite do it. I'm fine with Felicia. I don't want any woman who wouldn't accept a child I was raising, and I love having her with me. Okay, he wasn't thrilled. He was terrified, but it would get better, right? Oh, nonsense. Not to mention that as long as Dad is still drinking, there's no way I'm letting her stay there, she huffed. That's unkind. He's been better than you remember. He would never hurt her. She's his only grandchild. which would not be the case if you would let me set you up with some of the nice girls who come into work. Ben had to set down the paint roller so he could focus on his self-control. His mother was totally deluded about her husband, but she didn't deserve to be yelled at. Dad's an alcoholic, and he gets mean when he's drunk. Felicia is not staying there with you for hours while I'm working. What happens if you can't take her to daycare? What if something happens at the facility? Then I'll figure something out. He paused for a few heartbeats, hope springing inside him. How would you feel about watching her over here instead, once in a while? I would be a lot more comfortable here. Plus, your dad will be offended if he never gets to spend time with her. That meant no then. He'd leave the door open in case something came up and he could get his mom to change her mind. Worst case scenario, if Felicia got sick, he'd use some of that sick leave he'd been accruing for the past 8 years and never used. Maddie's offer nagged at him, but he did his best to ignore it. Your father deserves to spend time with his granddaughter too, you know. He didn't respond. She tried a different tack. What do you think about family dinner, maybe Sunday evening? You could bring her over. I don't know. You haven't been here for months. How do you know what it's like here if you don't ever visit? Ben considered. He knew it would be taking a risk, but if he was there, he could take Felicia home if things got out of hand. Felicia had asked about his parents. He missed his mom, even if she was clueless about her husband. He had a standing invitation for Sunday dinner with Jason's family, but they would understand if he needed to have dinner with his parents. We would love that. Good. I can't wait to see her. I know she'd like to see you too. She asked about you this morning. Tell Dad to stay sober for the night, would you? If he doesn't, we'll cut the night short. He had learned years earlier that he had to set the rules for their relationship. It had been hard at first, so hard, but it simplified things when he set his boundaries up front. Sometimes it meant that he left early, but it allowed him to have some kind of relationship with his mother while still keeping his sanity, most of the time. I wish you wouldn't be so hard on him. He picked up the paint roller again and got back to work. There was so much to be done. Does 5 o'clock work for you? She let out a low hum of discontent with his non-answer. That's fine. Don't bring anything. Just show up. Thanks, Mom. It was good to talk to you. He tried not to feel guilty that he hadn't even tried to contact her about Felicia before she heard about it somewhere else, but he couldn't completely shrug it off. Who was that? Felicia asked as she came into the room. Grandma Belliston. She invited us over for dinner tomorrow night. She brightened. Oh, good. I missed her. I know you have, sweet pea. You want to work on that postcard for your dad? It was nearly bedtime, but he figured she should drop her dad a note about her change of address to make sure Brandon knew his daughter was all right. I'll get the paper. Maybe Brandon would get out of prison early and be able to take responsibility for his daughter. On the other hand, by the time he got established in a new place and job and was stable enough to take Felicia in again, she would be in high school. Ben didn't want to think of how changing homes again could mess her up, and decided not to think about it right now. Felicia returned with the extra-large postcards he'd bought for writing his brother, and they sat to paste on a little picture of her and write out a message. When Ben had Felicia tucked into bed on the sofa, he pulled out another card and wrote a quick message from himself, explaining a few extra details his brother ought to know. Chapter 5. Ben parked in front of his parents' home with trepidation. The last time he had come for Sunday dinner, things had not gone very well. He really hoped his dad behaved, and this could be a good experience for Felicia. Normally, he would have turned down the dinner offer, but he figured this would be easier than fighting it and eventually giving in anyway. Everyone was happy. Well, at least everyone else was happy. He looked at Felicia, sitting beside him in the truck. Nerves filled her eyes, and her fingers fidgeted on her lap. He wasn't sure what her experience had been last time she'd seen her grandparents, but he was determined to make this one pleasant. Grandma is so excited to see you. It's been quite a while since her schedule worked out with your mom's. Honestly, Melissa hadn't wanted the family involved, and even though he'd made efforts to see Felicia, He had only been able to see her a couple times since Brandon went to prison. His mother didn't push nearly as often, so he didn't think she'd seen Felicia at all in that time. Dad doesn't like Grandpa very much. Ben wasn't sure what to say. He shared Brandon's opinion in this case, but was surprised she remembered how Brandon had felt. He took her hand and nudged her chin with one finger, waiting until she met his gaze. Look, if someone says something that makes you nervous or does something that scares you, we'll leave right away, okay? But I know they're really excited to see you. Grandma called twice already because she is so happy. There was no point talking about his dad, since he had long since given up on understanding the man. Felicia bit her lip. Okay, but she didn't look convinced. Can you be brave for me? For a little while? Yes? Her tiny voice was far from convincing. He wanted to turn around and go to the McCormicks right now, but made himself follow through here. He needed to make this easier for her, though. Okay, how about if we have a secret sign? She perked up at that suggestion. A secret sign? Like what? He tapped his chin, considering. Can you wink? She blinked both eyes. No, just one eye. Can you close just your right eye? She winked at him. Perfect. If you want to go early, you give me a wink, okay, and we can leave. She bit her lip. You promise? Yup. It wouldn't be an issue, because he would get her out of there on his own if things got out of hand, but giving her a little control over the situation might help her feel more confident. He got out and came around to help her to the ground. Do you know your other grandparents? She shook her head. Mom never took me to see them. It didn't surprise him. The house was small with a creaking porch and desperately in need of a paint job. He smelled the cigarette smoke and a tinge of beer before the front door even opened. Yeah, things have changed, Mom. Right. He opened the door and called in to announce them. Hello, I bring a special delivery. Felicia slid her hand in his, and he gave it a squeeze. His mother rushed over. It's so good to see you again. She swept Felicia into a big hug. I've missed you so much. She settled the far too big girl on her hip. We're going to have so much fun. It's good to see you too, Ben. He leaned in and kissed his mother's cheek. Good to see you too. Felicia shot him a worried look, obviously unsettled by his mother's excited greeting, but she didn't wink, so he figured she was handling it okay at the moment. Still, Mom, she's not a baby anymore. She can probably walk into the kitchen under her own steam. He kept his voice light, not wanting to offend her. Oh, of course. She set Felicia down. You're too grown up for that now, but I'm excited to have you here. Come on back. Ben smiled at Felicia, hoping to reassure her. She slid her hand into his again, and they walked together into the kitchen and dining area. His father shuffled in from the bedroom on the left, looking reasonable, well put together. His clothes were clean and tucked in properly, even if they'd seen better days. There's my girl. His arrival in the room was enough to get Ben's defenses locking into place, but he struggled to be friendly for Felicia and for his mom. Hi, Dad. You probably barely remember Felicia. It's good to see you. He reached out and patted her on the head like a dog. He reeked of alcohol. Was it seeping out of his clothes from a previous wearing, or was he already half drunk? Felicia shot him another nervous look and slid closer to Ben. Well, you're a tiny little thing, Ben's father pointed out. Don't you eat, girl? She's not that much shorter than other kids her age. Ben didn't actually know if this was true, but he wouldn't let her be bullied by his father. You always do have particular opinions. His father frowned as he moved past to the kitchen. Isn't that food ready? You've been in here half the day. This isn't Thanksgiving. It's been a long time since Felicia ate with us. I wanted to make it a nice meal. It'll be ready in 10 minutes. She spoke submissively, as he had conditioned her to do. Ben tightened his hands into fists. He'd begged his mom to leave his dad so many times, but she wouldn't. It had taken him years into his adult life to accept that she had to make that decision for herself. In the meantime, he'd made it clear that if she ever wanted to leave her husband, Ben would help, even though he had long since given up hoping that she would take him up on it. He selected the chair closest to the door and felt the gun in his boot press against his leg. Not that he ever intended to use it here, but he rarely went without it these days, unless he was going to be in a school. Felicia slid up on the seat beside him. Ben decided the best thing to do was to ignore his father. So, Mom, how are things going with the annual St. Patrick's Day rummage sale? Ben decided someone needed to start a conversation, and this should be safe enough. She didn't meet his gaze as she added butter to the potatoes. Oh, I'm not doing that this year. Your father's health hasn't been good, so I don't like to leave him alone in the evenings. Tell me what's going on with you guys. Felicia, I hear you got new clothes and a bed. Yes, we had fun shopping. She was a girl of few words. Ben filled in the conversation. We bought her a new bed with a pink and green Little Mermaid bedspread and pink paint for her bedroom walls. I get to go to a new school, Felicia said. The new one has a greenhouse. That sounds like fun, her grandma said. You can't tell now, of course, but I have a lot of flowers in the yard. I like to garden too. Her husband muttered something about them being a nuisance. She continued anyway. Soon we'll have daffodils. What's your favorite kind of flower, Felicia? Forget-me-nots. Mom used to have some in her window. They're pretty. Ben's father sat in front of the television and turned it on, tuning out the conversation. Felicia bit her lip nervously, but Ben was relieved until he saw the 2 cans of unopened beer on the table beside him. He knew they wouldn't stay unopened for long. He kept one eye on his father and the other on his mother as they continued to have a safe, casual conversation. He set the table and cajoled a smile or two out of both females. In 10 minutes, they sat to eat as his mother had predicted. The turkey breast was moist, the mashed potatoes were fluffy and delicious, and the homemade rolls were perfect. His father had nothing good to say about any of it. Ben struggled to ignore him as he grew more obnoxious. I think everything is perfect. Thanks for cooking for us, he told his mother. You call these potatoes? His father threw his loaded fork across the room so it hit the wall. White potatoes splattered everywhere. The beer he'd drunk before dinner had taken full hold of him. Felicia shrunk away. Ben stood. They'd reached his limit. The food is delicious, Mom. I'm sorry we have to leave now. Call me and we can meet somewhere, sometime. He scooped Felicia from her seat. Come on, kiddo. Say goodnight to Grandma and Grandpa. Good night. Her voice was soft and anxious. His father's slurred words followed them out of the room. You can't leave like this, you ungrateful boy. Ben didn't bother to respond, just swept himself and Felicia out of the house while she gripped his neck so tight he wondered if he would be able to breathe. When they were almost to the truck, he apologized to Felicia. Sorry, that was a mistake. I should have known he wouldn't behave. We won't go back. You told Grandma we would, she said. Nope, I said we'd meet somewhere. Maybe she'll come visit at our house next time, without Grandpa. Come on, the McCormicks said we could join them at their place if we wanted. She buried her face in his neck. I was scared. You didn't wink at me. You said you'd keep me safe, and you did. Her arms loosened a little, so it was less tight, but still begged for support. It was strange that the simple declaration could choke him up. He was glad he hadn't waited another second. He wanted her to know he'd be there for her and keep her safe. Honey, his mother came running down the walk toward them. He didn't mean it. He never does. Ben set Felicia on the passenger side of the truck bench and handed her the seat belt. Look, I tried, but I'm not putting her through that. I asked that he not drink tonight so we could have a nice conversation and she would have a pleasant experience here, but he couldn't help himself, even for one night. That has nothing to do with me. Sometimes he had to remind himself of that fact, over and over. He hoped he would learn to believe it as well as know it. Felicia's seatbelt clicked in place. I love you, Mom. He gave her a quick hug and let her give Felicia a hug as well. Call me. We'll see you again before too long. She nodded and turned back to the house, though she wasn't happy. Ben got into the truck and pulled onto the street. Miss McCormick invited us for dinner? Felicia asked. Her parents did, but she'll be there too. They're so nice. They're like family to me, only not scary. You met Miss McCormick's brother yesterday too. You remember Jason, right? She nodded. He was nice. Good. The rest of the family is just like him. He was glad to have somewhere safe and happy to take her. Somewhere where people were generally happy and parents loved their kids and treated them well. Families could love each other, even if it hadn't been that way for him or Felicia. If it hadn't been for the McCormicks, Ben figured he would have turned into a more troubled teen and gone off the deep end instead of finding his footing. In contrast to his parents' place, the McCormick's home was a two-story home with gray stucco and white trim. Inside the house would be warm and inviting, with comfortable furniture and plenty of laughter. He'd always been welcome there, even when he was his most troubled. It gave him warm, peaceful feelings just pulling into the drive. "It's pretty," Felicia offered, though she looked nervous. "Yes, it is. It's pretty on the inside, too." He noticed Jason's truck and Maddie's red Mini Cooper. "Miss McCormick is here already." "Good." They walked up to the front walk, hand in hand again, but didn't have to knock. Maddie opened the door while they were ascending the stairs. "We're so happy you could join us. Come in!" Felicia released Ben and latched onto Maddie instead. He felt a moment's disappointment that he was so easy to replace, but was also grateful she felt comfortable enough with Maddie that she didn't feel the need to cling to him. Maybe she was better adjusted than he thought. The McCormicks were not a quiet bunch, but the noise was all happy work and banter as they prepared dinner. Jason and his father sat in front of the basketball game, cheering K-State. Ben decided to pay his respects to Mrs. McCormick first. "We're so glad you could come," Maddie's mom said, pulling him into a hug. "It's good to be here. We've eaten already, but I decided we could use a change of scenery before going home." He gave her a quick squeeze back. No one hugged like Eve McCormick. "How have you been lately?" "Oh, busy. There are always 10 things that need to be done." She turned her attention downward. "You must be Felicia. Maddie has been telling me all about you." Eve offered her hand for a shake, and Felicia shyly put hers in the larger one. "You have your uncle's eyes. Welcome to our home." "Thanks." Felicia got swept into setting the table and picking out the perfect Valentine's table decoration before Ben popped into the living room where Jason and his dad were cheering to see how the game was going. The food he sampled was every bit as good as his mom's, but the company was far more pleasant. Felicia visibly relaxed over the course of the meal, though she never entirely let her guard down. When everyone was done eating, they worked together to clean up and then retreated to the family room where Jason and his dad returned to the game. But they all talked about their lives in general. When Ben finally took Felicia home to bed for the night, he was glad the evening had ended so much better than it had begun. If only he could get his mother into a better situation. Chapter 6. Sunday night after they returned from the McCormick's home, Ben sent Felicia to take a shower and get ready for bed. He finished putting away the tools he'd used to assemble her bed earlier and flipped the bedboard and mattress in place. New room, new bed, new sheets. He'd have to polish up the hardwood floor later and buy an area rug, but for now, it was all hers. He had the room nearly ready to go when Felicia returned. She smiled, one of the first real smiles he'd seen since Ms. Glider had dropped her off Friday night. Her eyes widened as she took it all in, as if she couldn't believe it. "This is my room?" "It is." He wondered if she was having a hard time forming that as a truth in her head. She had shared with her mom and apparently didn't own much of anything herself. She helped him spread the sheets on the bed and tuck them in the bottom and lower sides with the new blanket. Standing back, he approved. Yep, it was a little girl's paradise. It still smelled of fresh paint, but that would fade. He hauled the toolboxes to his workout room, which was getting full, ceding the space to her completely. When he returned, she was lovingly hanging her new clothes in the closet. He'd placed a bar at the right height for her to easily reach on her own, and she was carefully spreading her meager wardrobe across the space. He could see he would need to buy a few more things to fill in some gaps. Then again, maybe there were still some clothes waiting for her at Melissa's. "Look there, you're nearly ready to go." He set his hand on her shoulder. Felicia shrunk away from his touch and sucked in a pained breath. He pulled his hand back as he crouched to her level, studying her face. When he found discomfort but not fear, he asked, "Are you okay, honey? Did I hurt you, or did that scare you?" She didn't speak for a moment, studying him back. "It hurts there a little." Ben pulled the sleeve of her nightgown up to expose her shoulder and was sickened to see bruises there. Hey, sweet pea, how did this happen? She didn't say anything. Was it your mom or a friend of hers? Maybe someone at school? He wanted to make it safe for her to answer. While he didn't want to pressure her, he had to have an answer. It's okay. You're not in trouble. Tell me what happened. Mom got mad. Sometimes when she got mad, she was like Grandpa, and she threw things or hit me. She stared at the floor looking scared. That's because I was bad. I try not to be. I'll try really hard not to be bad for you. Ben clenched his jaw and forced himself to remain calm. Showing how angry it made him that she had been abused by her mom wouldn't help. No, it wasn't your fault. If your mom was mean and hit you, that was her own fault. Even if you were being naughty, you didn't deserve to be hurt. I'm sorry I took you to Grandpa's house. It must have scared you. It made him angry that he gave in to his mom and put Felicia into a situation like that again, even if she hadn't been hurt. She bit her lip, and her voice was tiny, as if she was afraid he'd be mad if he heard her. It was scary there. He was mean to Grandma. Yes, he was. But we won't go back there again, okay? We can see Grandma here, or maybe we can meet her at McDonald's sometimes. She's nice, and she never ever hit me or anyone else. He studied her while she stood in front of him, looking down at her feet. I'll never hurt you or let someone else hurt you like that, okay? You can stay here with me, and even if you yelled at me, I would never hurt you. Her eyes lifted to look into his. Really? Her words were guarded, hesitant. Really? He brushed at the hair falling in front of her face. Do you have bruised spots anywhere else? She didn't shake her head, so he waited patiently as she seemed to be considering her answer. Finally, she lifted the long skirt of her new Elsa nightgown to show off her lower legs from a couple inches above the knees and down, which had several other bruises in different stages of healing. Rage boiled inside him, but he held the feelings tight inside him. Are there other spots too? You don't have to show me right now. She nodded. This was not your fault. You are not a bad girl. Ben wasn't sure if she believed him, but he intended to tell her often enough that she believed it. He wondered how he could tell her the rest. Felicia, I need to have one of my friends come over here to take a picture of your bruises. When someone hurts you like this, I need to have pictures so we can make sure that no one can hurt you again. He thought quickly through his options and decided who he would call. I have a friend named Lisa. She's a police officer like me, and she's really nice. I need to call her and have her come over. She'll take a few pictures and talk to you for a few minutes, and that's all. You won't have to go anywhere, and I'll be here the whole time. He put his hand out, open, palm up, asking for her permission, though really, he had no choice. He had to do this. Her hand slid into his, and he knew he had her answer. He gave her hand a squeeze, pulled out his cell phone, and called Lisa. Better to get this out of the way. While they waited, he assembled the nightstand they had bought and set it next to her bed. Felicia shrunk against him again when the doorbell rang. It was already past her bedtime, but he hoped this would be the first step in her putting her past behind her, or as far behind her as that kind of experience could realistically go. Lisa was kind and gentle. Her soft voice put Felicia at ease. She coaxed out some information about how Felicia received the bruises and generally made the process easier for everyone. When he finally put Felicia to bed an hour later, he was physically sickened by the systematic bruising they'd found anywhere her clothes would cover. He'd done his best not to show it. He didn't want her to feel ashamed, but he wished he'd known. He'd have gotten her out of that place long ago. He hadn't realized how much Brandon had tempered Melissa's behavior until Felicia described what happened once he'd been incarcerated. It was another late night, as Ben worked off much of his frustration before he could settle down to sleep. Chapter 7. Monday morning. As Ben brushed Felicia's hair and hassled with an elastic band, he asked her for a list of anything special she wanted from the apartment when he cleaned it out. I don't know. Oh, my penguin, Mr. Snuggles, and my coloring books. Her brows narrowed over her face, and she shrugged. A picture of my mom and dad? She said it like she wasn't sure if he would be mad that she wanted it. He reminded himself that kids of abusers still loved their parents. He had for most of his childhood, and it didn't hurt to get her pictures. I'll see what I can do. Since the caseworker had emailed him a printable PDF of the forms giving him temporary custody, they drove to her old school, where he withdrew her and collected her records. Then, they returned to Crystal Creek to enroll her in the local elementary school. It was amazing. The two schools were totally different shapes and sizes, but when he walked inside, the smells were identical. Both had the ubiquitous elementary school brown carpet and brick walls, handmade crafts, and posters about the Scholastic Book Fair, though he thought they might refer to different dates. When they walked through the office, a middle-aged woman with brown hair sat in the desk in the corner, and a couple more doors and a hallway veered off to the right. "How can I help you?" the woman asked. She helped them through most of the paperwork, but called in the vice principal to finish up. "We could put her in Miss McCormick's class or Miss Rivers' class," the vice principal said as she looked over the paperwork. "Miss McCormick's would be terrific. Felicia already knows her, and she has a gentle touch." Ben would feel better knowing Felicia was spending the day with Maddie. "What do you think of that, Felicia?" the VP asked. "Would you like to be in Miss McCormick's class?" Felicia nodded. "She's nice. They're going to grow things." "Yes, they are. It sounds like it'll be a lot of fun." She looked up at Ben. "I'll take her to class now. School gets out at 2:50. "Thanks. I'll be waiting right out front, Felicia, okay?" "Okay." Her voice was low and anxious, but he could tell she was trying to be brave. He crouched beside her. "This nice lady will take you to Miss McCormick's classroom. She'll take good care of you and introduce you to your class. Everything will be fine." She nodded, and he decided there was nothing else he could do. He watched the vice principal lead Felicia to her classroom. "It's hard to watch them deal with new things sometimes, isn't it?" the secretary asked. "Yeah, but I'm sure it'll be fine." He said it as much for himself as for her. They had gotten to school before lunch, magically enough, so Felicia would eat with her class. He needed to grab a bite himself before returning to Lansing to speak with the detective there. Ben felt lucky. The detective was able to meet with him within 10 minutes of his arrival at the station, and wondered if it had been professional courtesy. He knew how busy the detectives in his department were. "I'm glad to meet you. Really glad. Terrible thing that happened. You have the little girl living with you?" "Yes. I'm not sure if Lisa has shared the information from the report she filed last night." "Yes." Detective Carlson, a giant of a man, several inches taller than Ben and twice as wide, shook his head. "Come into my office." It could barely be called an office. A closet barely large enough for a desk, a chair, and a set of filing cabinets was more like it, but it wasn't that different from the detectives' offices in Ben's department. "Take a seat." He asked Ben a number of questions about what he knew regarding Melissa's drug habit and history, and filled Ben in on what they knew from Friday night, or at least the parts they weren't holding back for the time being. "We're still waiting for the coroner to give us his findings, and it could be a while if he ordered a drug test. Your niece hasn't dropped any other clues about what happened that night. As far as I can tell, she doesn't know anything. I've tried talking to her about it a few times, but it sounded like everything happened before she came home, hopefully long before then." He stood to leave. "Thanks for talking to me." Not that Ben felt very enlightened compared to what he'd known before, but if anything he said helped, he'd be glad. He didn't know if he would ever stop being angry with Melissa for abusing Felicia, but hopefully they'd find answers for his niece. Ben left the police department and drove across town to Melissa's apartment. He found the landlord sitting back at his computer, possibly playing solitaire if the mouse movements were any clue. It took only a few minutes to convince the man to let Ben clean up things in the apartment. "If you take care of it, that'll be less hassle for me, plus the liability of what happens to her stuff." The 60-something man led Ben to the apartment and unlocked the door. The police department had finished in there Saturday night, so Ben was clear to get started on it. The place was a wreck. Ben would need to come back in the morning, trash bags in hand. Thinking of the amount of work filled him with dread. He was glad it was a small apartment, and they didn't seem to own much. He saw a few things out that had belonged to Brandon, along with a few family pictures, nearly buried behind a pile of things on a shelf. Melissa was not an organized druggie. If she took speed, she wasn't expending the extra energy by cleaning the apartment. There were papers and clothes everywhere. The food in the fridge was mostly spoiled, and dishes were piled on the countertop and table. Crusted on cereal and toast crumbs were scattered all over. He took the key from the landlord and promised to return it when he had finished clearing out the personal belongings. Ben checked his watch. It was almost 1:30, and he wasn't finished with his errands. He made a list on his phone of the cleaning items he would need to bring back with him before he locked the door. He was not looking forward to the next day. He glanced around and picked up a stuffed cat and the penguin Felicia had mentioned that morning, along with a picture of her with her parents that had been taken shortly before Brandon went to prison. He would worry about the rest later. As he walked back down the sidewalk to his truck, he pulled out his phone to send Jason a text. Got Felicia enrolled and settled, talked to the detective over Melissa's case, and got permission to clean out the apartment, now to make arrangements at the funeral home. Tomorrow is going to be a blast. A moment later, his phone chimed. "You need a hand? I could break away from work for part of the day. We're slow right now. I want to say no, but yeah, I could totally use some help. I'll be here all day." He texted the address and time he'd be there to Jason. Good friends were so incredible. Ben parked in one of the slots in the empty parking lot of the funeral home and stared at the building for a long moment. This was where Melissa would be brought, if she wasn't here already. He tried, for Felicia's sake, to remember Melissa the way she'd been when she and Brandon had first gotten together. Bright, hopeful, and excited about the long future ahead of her. She'd made a good girlfriend for his brother, and for a while, a decent wife. After Brandon went through a long period without a job, he started dealing drugs, and she started using. Maybe she started using first, and that led to him selling? Ben wasn't sure. Felicia had only been one when things started to fall apart. It didn't happen quickly like the wild tumble of legs and arms of someone thrown from a winter sled, but a slow slide that only someone from the outside could see, someone with perspective. He needed to hold on to those early memories, as much as it hurt to compare them to the present. He needed it so he could give her a funeral that would honor the girl she once was, because Felicia needed to see it. He needed to hold on to them, because there would be times throughout her life when Felicia would need to hear the words and know that despite the way she'd treated her daughter later, Melissa had eagerly anticipated her birth and loved her as a baby more than anything. Well, almost anything. Remembering that girl was the only way he would get through this week when he was still boiling with anger at the way Melissa had treated Felicia the past couple of years. He sucked in a deep breath, pushed out of the truck, and headed for the beautifully etched French doors. The carpet was dark blue, the walls a soft gray with an even lighter gray trim. The door to the funeral director's office sat to the right with the door open. "Hey, I hope now's a good time." Ben greeted Andrew Clark. "No problem. Thanks for coming in today." Andrew was middle-aged with dark, thinning hair and wore a dark suit with a red bow tie. Ben knew him only peripherally from a few times when he'd come to claim a body after an accident, but he had always been impressed with his professionalism. Ben had done a little research into funeral options, but hadn't decided whether to cremate or bury Melissa. He supposed that was part of why he was there. They looked at coffins and urns, and Andrew ran him through the costs associated with the different options. Burials were expensive, and with his other expenses in buying and fixing up the house, and now with daycare expenses, cash wasn't something he had in huge supply. He dug through several drawers while he was at the apartment earlier, but he hadn't seen anything that looked remotely like a life insurance policy. He told Andrew he would get back with him the next day with specifics, but to go ahead and place a short death announcement in the newspaper. Ben's mind was reeling when he left the mortuary, and he wanted to get with Jason to talk it over. He needed a sounding board, and he wasn't going to find it with his parents. If they held a full funeral, would there be many people there? Melissa had been the life of the party 8 or 9 years ago, but was she still? The weather would be cold, but not unbearable. He barely knew Melissa anymore. How did he get roped into this again? He spent a little time checking into daycare providers in the area, but thanks to a call from her caseworker, checking in and setting up a house visit on Wednesday, he didn't have time to visit anywhere before it was time to pick up Felicia from school. When she came out the front doors, he was waiting for her. "Can we go out for ice cream today?" Felicia asked when she was buckled into his truck. "No, but I will let you help me clean the kitchen." She frowned, but when they both had a piece of string cheese and some crackers in their stomachs, she got to work helping to put the room in order. He checked the cupboards and realized he needed to buy some food too. Chapter 8. Felicia waved goodbye to Ben in his truck and walked up to school the next morning, clean, in brand new clothes, and mostly happy about the new day, though she was still quieter than he thought she should have been. Also, she'd woken again the night before, crying about her mom. He could see that it would be a hard adjustment and hoped he had the humor and strength to get through it. Ben went straight to the apartment and walked through the mess first before he steeled himself to get started. He started 3 piles: garbage, keep to sort through later, and donate to charity. Nearly all of the clothes were dirty, but he would run them through the washer at his place before dropping them at the local charity for their secondhand store. Most of the furniture was worn beyond donation, and he started a pile to haul to the dump later. He hadn't been there 15 minutes when Jason and Reese showed up. "We're here all day. Where do you want us to start?" Reese asked. Ben stared at them for a moment. He barely even knew Reese, but he knew the man ran a large company and probably had more on his desk than he could finish in a 60-hour week, even without spending a day helping. Still, he wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. "Wow, thanks. Pretty much we need to clear it all out. If it's worth saving, but not Felicia's or something she might want to keep as a memento, put it over there. I've run across a few things that belong to my brother, so I'll have to look through the donation pile before we bag it up." He pointed at the donation pile he was amassing. Maybe the charity would pick the stuff up if he had a big load. "If it's something I might want to look at, or clearly Felicia's, put it over there." He pointed to a second pile. "Garbage either goes out to my truck or in one of the other garbage bags. Oh, and we should keep anything that looks like it's a bill or bank statement so I can alert creditors or whatever." He was not looking forward to dealing with that. Could he let someone else handle it? Reese and Jason jumped right into work, lightening the mood by arguing about sports and discussing things at their jobs that the others might find interesting. They ordered a pizza for lunch, but got right back to work. By 2:20, when Ben needed to leave to pick up Felicia from school, they were all sweaty and dirty, but the apartment had been thoroughly sorted. His truck bed was full of things destined for the dump, and Jason's truck had a full load for donation. Reese had piled bagged clothes for donation into the back seat of his car, planning to take them to the cleaners and then donate them when finished. That was one hassle Ben was happy to let someone else deal with. He would still need to clean the clothes they had found for Felicia as it was. Ben would need to take another load to the dump and a fair pile to his place the next day, but the landlord would be able to send in someone to deep clean and repaint by the next night. Sorting through the papers and mementos would be a pain. He'd figure that out later. "We make a pretty good team," Jason said, as Ben locked the door behind them. "Seriously, you guys saved my sanity. Thanks so much." It reminded him that there are all kinds of family, not only the biological kind. Thank goodness. "No problem. What are you going to do about the funeral?" Reese asked. "Funerals are expensive. I can really only afford cremation. I'm not sure how to explain it to Felicia. The funeral director said he'd hold off until tomorrow night so I can see if there's any kind of life insurance that will cover everything. Unfortunately, if we didn't find it today, I doubt I will. This would have been a nightmare without the extra hands. Seriously, thanks so much." "I don't envy you those 2 big bags of papers," Reese said, indicating the bags he'd stuffed in the corner of the room, along with Felicia's belongings. "I'll get through them." Ben checked his watch. "I better get this load to the dump before school gets out. Thanks again, guys." Jason and Reese said goodbye, and all three men got into their own vehicles. Ben ended up having to wait behind someone else to dump his truck and was 15 minutes late picking up Felicia. She was seated at her desk, working on a math sheet when he walked into Maddie's classroom. "Hey there, sweet pea." Ben scooped her up in a tight hug. "How was your day?" "You were late," Felicia said. "Yeah, I'm sorry, but guess what I found at your apartment?" "Mr. Snuggles?" she asked. "Yes, that's why I was a couple minutes late. He's waiting in the truck for you. See, he had a great reason to break his word about being here when you got out," Maddie's voice added. Ben winced slightly at the censure in her words. He had promised to be here when Felicia got out of school. He looked up at Maddie. "Thanks for waiting with her. I appreciate it. It's been a very full day. What fun stuff do you have on the docket this afternoon?" "Well," he looked down at Felicia. "What do you think we should do? Do you have homework?" "Yes," Felicia frowned. "She gave me assessments." "Assessments," Maddie corrected, to get a better feel for her reading level and math skills. "If you can make sure she does it tonight, but don't help her with it, and send it back tomorrow, I'll be able to make sure we keep her on track. We already did part of it today." "No problem. We can do a little homework, can't we, kiddo?" He set her on her feet again. "So, how was your day?" Ben asked Maddie. "It was pretty great." Her face softened as she watched Felicia melt into his embrace. Felicia had a tough day, but all things considered, she did pretty well. "Good." He grabbed Felicia's hand. "You ready to go back to my place?" She nodded seriously, and then tipped her head and asked, "Can we get a dog?" He grinned at the question. "No. A dog would make me feel better. You have a big yard and they're very good friends." Felicia gave him her best sad eyes. He was not moved, even though she was adorable, and right now he wanted to give her everything she'd ever wanted and couldn't have before. "Sorry, I'm not home enough for a dog." It was an excuse, and he knew it. A dog was one more layer of responsibility he wasn't ready for. Taking her on had been overwhelming enough. "But now I'll be there, so the dog won't get so lonely, and it can sleep with me." He grinned down at her. "Nice try." He tweaked her nose and set her back on the floor. "Grab your stuff, kiddo." "What are your plans tonight?" Maddie asked. "We have a small load of things to bring back to my place, and then there's sorting through the bags of paperwork to track the bills and see if there's any insurance, taking care of Felicia, and hopefully getting some sleep." He just about was tapped out, energy-wise. "Sounds like a plan." Her voice was a little tight, but she added, "Let me know if I can help." "I appreciate it." He wasn't sure if the offer was sincere or simply one of those things that people said but didn't really mean, but he wouldn't take it too seriously. He didn't like asking people for help, and their personality conflicts in the past made him even more wary of asking her for help. "Can we stop for hamburgers and fries?" Felicia asked. "And I want a shake, chocolate with strawberries." "For an after-school snack? What do you eat for dinner? 2 large pizzas by yourself?" He took her hand and led her from the room. "No, that would be dinner." "Oh, I see. How about if we start with a snack and we'll talk about dinner later?" They'd had burgers and fries while shopping on Saturday, and he figured actual meals would probably need to be in the plans from now on. Growing girls needed nutrition. That meant he would have to learn to cook more than mac and cheese or a perfectly grilled steak. Yikes. When they got to the truck, Ben settled his niece beside him. Then he turned off the passenger airbag, just in case, and they headed back to her old apartment for her things. Ben got the lowdown on school and the tough time Felicia had during one of her classes. He talked about a goofy story Jason had told them that day, and before he knew it, they were back at Melissa's apartment. Felicia turned and looked at her apartment. She didn't say anything, but he could see the wheels turning in her head. "Hey, are you okay being here?" he asked her. "You don't have to go inside. I know it was scary here last week." Felicia didn't answer for a long moment, but he let her form her words. "It's okay. I want to see it." "Okay, but if you change your mind, you can come outside again. I just have a few things to grab from here." Ben let them into the apartment and picked up the bags of paperwork first. He watched Felicia as she walked through the apartment, touching the end table, which was one of the few usable items that hadn't fit into Jason's truck. She took a few other steps and stopped in front of a wall that had some marks on it. Felicia pointed to one. "This is how tall I was when Dad was here with us." He marked it. Ben dropped the bags and went to join her. "What about the other ones?" "My birthday marks. Mom lived here a long time." "Yeah, she did." Ben thought about her expression. "The landlord will paint over them. What do you say we measure them and mark them on the door jamb of your new room, so you have a little reminder that your dad wanted to see you growing? We can keep measuring you on your birthday for him to look at when he gets out of prison." She nodded. "Yes. Okay, let me get my tape measure." He grabbed the bags of paperwork again and took them out to the truck, finding the tape measure from the toolkit behind the seat and a notebook from the cab. Felicia walked through the apartment, touching walls and doors, silent and contemplative, her face full of questions. Ben wanted to ask her, but he didn't want to intrude on her privacy, not right now. He finished carrying her belongings to the truck and returned to see her sitting on the living room carpet. It was threadbare and stained, dirty brown in the worn areas, but only tan in the spots that had been under furniture. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Does dying hurt?" He supposed he should have anticipated a question like that. He wanted to be honest, but he didn't want to upset her. "Sometimes, but I don't know what happened to your mom yet. I don't think it hurt her, though. It sounds to me like she didn't have any pain." "Good." She nodded and looked once more at the kitchen area. "We can go now." Ben held out his hand and helped her up. He hoped the visit had been good, helped her settle. She seemed calm. When they were on the road home, he asked, "What were you thinking of back there?" "Christmas and birthdays and seeing Dad. I'm glad we sent him a letter so he'll know where to find me. I miss him." "I miss him too, sweet pea." He didn't miss the man that she knew, who was always in trouble and felt like the world owed him something. He missed the younger man, before the drugs took over, who had found moments to be carefree and joyful, who had hidden from their father's wrath with Ben and raced him to the creek. The Brandon she knew was a stranger to Ben. They unloaded the truck when they got home, and he checked his watch, wondering when Jason would arrive with dinner. The doorbell rang, and he sent up a prayer of gratitude. "I'll get it!" Felicia ran to the door, her red curls streaming behind her, and started to turn the deadbolt. "Wait! Do you answer the door to strangers?" Clearly, it was time to train her on the rules. Felicia shot Ben a confused look. He sucked in a breath. He would have to walk her through this. "Ask who it is." "Who is it?" she called out. "Jason, I have Chinese food." "All right." Her hands gripped the lock again to unlatch it, but Ben stopped her again. "Hold on, what if he had said he was the mailman?" "Mailmen are nice," Felicia said. "They bring you letters." "Yes, but how would you know it was the mailman?" She looked very confused. "Because he said so." He crossed his arms over his chest. "Does everyone tell the truth all the time?" She paused to consider that while Jason bellowed through the door. "Hello, food. Anyone want to let me in?" "Just a minute," Ben called out. Making Jason wait was an added bonus. In a softer voice, he asked, "How would you check to see if it's really the mailman?" She touched her fingertip to her lips pensively. "Well, I could look through that hole." She pointed to the spy hole that was far too high for her to reach. "Or I could have you look." "You could." He crouched down so he was at her level. "Okay, here's the rule. You never open the door to someone you don't know, okay? Not unless you ask me first." "What if you're not here? Then you don't open the door." Not that he intended that to be an issue in the near future. She was too young to leave home alone. Her brow furrowed. "Do you understand? It's to keep you safe because I'm worried about you and don't want you to get kidnapped or something." She looked a little grumpy about the rule, but nodded. "Now, can I let him in?" "Yes, you may." She flipped the lock and opened the door. "Come in." Jason shook 2 white bags of carryout. "Daquan's food deserves better than a wait at the door. What took so long?" "I was teaching her stranger danger and about not answering to just anyone. I'm not so sure it took. She let you in." Jason pulled a face as he walked past Ben. "I'm not the strange one in this house, but I guess you have to start somewhere. Now, let's eat. I'm starving." "It's this way." Felicia pointed to the dining table and pushed her school papers to the side to make room for the food. When Ben glanced around, he saw the space was taken over by her clothes, coat, and backpack, paperwork from her apartment, and the bags of unopened items he'd brought home as well. He wondered if his place would ever be under control again, or if little girl chaos would reign supreme from now on. Seeing her eyes brighten when Jason opened the food cartons, he decided he could probably live with that. After they ate and Ben had sent Felicia for her evening bath, he and Jason dug through the papers they had brought back from the apartment. He noted information about creditors and banks, utilities, and other miscellaneous bills. He would have to contact them to let them know that she was dead. There was an overdraft notice from the bank, so that was no help, and her credit cards, 5 of them, held large balances. He could already see the headaches in his future. Could he leave this for some government shill to deal with instead? As tempting as it seemed, Brandon's wife deserved better. Nothing about a life insurance policy, Jason said when Ben returned from checking on Felicia. Bills and more bills. I knew it was a long shot. More like impossible, but he could dream, right? I'll have to contact an attorney and find out what to do to get all of this cleared and everyone notified. All of that might have to wait for the death certificate, though. I'm sorry it got stuck on your plate. I could have pushed it back on her parents, but they'll just put their heads in the sand. At least this way I'll know that it's out of the way and won't come back to bite us later. What did you decide to do about the funeral? Ben rubbed his hand over his face. They're expensive. I know. She has no money. Nope. So that leaves it on me. I can't afford a regular burial, so I guess we'll do cremation and then some kind of memorial, enough to give Felicia a good experience, but without the big price tag. Do you think that's too cold-blooded? I mean, I keep fighting inside between being furious about Melissa abusing Felicia, but wanting her to feel like her mom's remains were treated with respect. You're doing better than I would be if you can put Felicia's needs first. I'd say let the woman rot, but you're right. Felicia needs something. I don't think going inexpensive is unreasonable. Have you thought to ask Felicia what she might like at the memorial service? What? No, I don't want to freak her out by talking about it. She's only a kid. Jason rolled his eyes. She knows it's coming, and she may know of a place that her mom loved that would make a good place for the memorial. Or, if she ever attended church, there may be a favorite flower or song that will remind her of her mom. You don't have to get into the nitty-gritty. Just see if she has any ideas. You might be surprised. Ben wondered why he hadn't thought of it. He called Felicia in to ask her a few questions. When she went to bed a few minutes later, he had a few notes for the funeral plans. When Jason finally left for the night, they had it mapped out, simple but respectful. That was the best he could do. 9 Wednesday was full of final funeral plans, hauling off the rest of Melissa's things, and checking out daycare centers. Either Ben didn't want her staying there, they couldn't accommodate his odd work schedule, or the price was out of his budget. He would have to keep looking. When he finally finished visiting the last place on his list, he was already more than 20 minutes late to get Felicia. He found her in Maddie's room, working at her desk. Maddie sat at her own desk, tapping on her keyboard, a frown on her lips. Her brown hair was back in a ponytail high enough on her head that the ends brushed her shoulders in a cascade of waves. If his teachers had ever been as pretty as her, he would have had a very hard time focusing in school. He knocked on the open door as he went in. "Hey, sorry I'm running late." "No problem," Maddie said, looking up, her smile the bright one that made her lovely features glow. "She's been finishing up some homework. Did you have a successful day? Uncle Ben." Felicia looked up at the sound of his voice and ran over to him. "Hey there, sweet pea." He hauled her into his arms for a tight hug. "The apartment's finished, the funeral details are finalized, and I need to find a new daycare list because the ones I checked today won't work." He looked back at Maddie. "I hope things went okay in class. We'll have to talk about things sometime." "I have a free period when the kids have PE. Let's set something up when you have a day off next week. That'll give me a little time to get a feel for things on this side. Unless it's urgent?" "Nope, next week will be fine." He wanted to give her a little background on Felicia in case something came up. Will you need someone to hang out with her since you haven't found daycare yet? Maddie asked. Probably on Friday. I'll let you know for sure. See you later, she said to Felicia and waved them off. He felt guilty. Not only didn't he get there on time, but he had no idea what to do about his childcare dilemma. All right, let's get home and get to work. Can we stop for ice cream? Felicia asked. He chuckled. She never gave up. How about we have apple slices and some milk for our snack today? Maybe we should save the ice cream for a special occasion. She frowned but didn't argue. For that, he was grateful. On the way home, he detoured to the grocery store. He didn't usually carry more than the absolute basics: boxed pasta, cereal, eggs, milk, juice, and canned chili. He decided a little more variety might be in order. An hour later, he loaded the back of the truck with bags of random groceries that had looked good when he bought them, but he wasn't sure how to use half of it. What exactly was bok choy anyway, and how should he cook it? Felicia had thought it adorable and insisted they buy it. Good thing there was the internet. Amy Glider arrived as they were unloading the bags of groceries. She pulled Felicia aside to her room to talk to her. After that, they did a walkthrough of the house and spoke with Ben about his childcare plans. I've looked at several places, but none of them will work. I've been really busy dealing with the funeral and apartment. I'll check out some more daycares tomorrow. In the meantime, I do have a friend who said she'd help out. She's Felicia's school teacher, actually. Amy seemed happy with that in the short term and said she'd check in with him later. Ben was relieved to have that over, for now. With a bowl of apple slices and some string cheese, Felicia dutifully sat at the table to finish her homework while Ben researched the ins and outs of dinner preparation. The dinner of mac and cheese with roasted bok choy on the side was a success, more or less. The vegetable was only a little burned, and the pasta wasn't too soupy to eat. It could have been worse. It looked like meal planning would be in his future. Uncle Ben, Felicia said at bedtime, freshly scrubbed from a bubble bath and in her new pajamas. Do people live happily ever after? What? Ben sat on the edge of her bed, holding the book of fairy tales she'd picked out on their shopping spree on Saturday. These are only stories. I know, but if Cinderella and everyone in the book gets to live happily ever after, do people get that too? Her eyelids were droopy with sleep and her voice had gone soft. I don't know about ever after. Everyone has moments that aren't happy, but yeah, some people live pretty happy lives. That's what people try to do anyway. How come you don't have a princess? Felicia yawned widely. There's a question he'd never been asked. I'm not a prince. You know what I mean. I guess I haven't found the right girl. He wondered if he could even handle being in a relationship on top of taking care of Felicia. Right now, he couldn't even imagine it. But I have you, so I don't need a second princess. Get some sleep, sweet pea. He kissed her forehead and tucked her in before switching off the light and leaving her to sleep. Ben closed her door most of the way and sat heavily in the easy chair next to the first big bag of papers they'd found at Melissa's place. It had been a long day, but he wasn't done yet. Her words echoed in his mind. How come you don't have a princess? Loneliness struck him, but he refused to dwell on it. He had papers to sort. He would have time for a personal life, a social life, again when things calmed down. Until then, he had more important things to worry about. Eat romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon. 10. When Ben said the funeral would be small, Maddie hadn't any idea how small he really meant. There had been a notice in the newspaper on Facebook, and he said the funeral director had placed a few signs around the town where she'd lived, but basically the only people who showed up to the small chapel where Melissa had occasionally worshipped were Ben's friends, his parents, Felicia, and a dozen or so people who were friends with Melissa. It was so sad. Maddie couldn't imagine having so few people care about you when you died. How could anyone live nearly 30 years and have so little to show for it? Felicia was a trooper. It didn't seem to matter what came her way. She plowed through. She barely cried at the funeral, though there were a few tears, and she didn't appear weirded out by the urn of ashes. Either Ben had done a great job of explaining everything in advance, or they would need to watch for an explosion later. After a small luncheon at Reese's house, Everyone went back to their regular lives, but Maddie didn't have to go back to school that day, and she wanted to help if she could. "Hey, what's the plan with the ashes?" she asked Ben when most of the others had left. "I don't know. I guess we'll take them home for now. I'm trying to decide between spreading them somewhere important to her and buying a box at the cemetery so we can get a plaque and have somewhere for Felicia to visit if she wants to. You don't have to decide today." She set her hand on his shoulder for a moment, feeling the muscles bunch and release under her hand. She felt a flutter run through her system at his nearness. She pulled back, hoping he hadn't noticed. "Do you need someone to watch her for a few hours so you can take care of anything?" "No, but thanks. Taking time off work this week has helped me get most of the mess under control." He seemed distracted, hardly noticing she was there, even as he answered her questions. Felicia ran up to him, and he swung her into his arms. "We're going to go home and take it easy, maybe play some chutes and ladders," he finished. "Yes, I love chutes and ladders. It's my favorite." Felicia hugged him around the neck. Maddie hoped she managed not to show that she felt left out. What right did she have? "Good, I'll see you in school tomorrow, okay?" "Okay, bye." Felicia leaned forward to wrap her arm around Maddie's neck in a hug. "Thank you, Miss McCormick." Maddie absorbed the brightness Felicia sometimes spilled on everyone around her. "Oh, Maddie?" Ben all but shuffled his feet as he spoke to her. "I know I said I wouldn't need any help, but any chance you could watch her for a while before school, just for a day or two? I'm sorry, I haven't been able to find anywhere. I can drop her at your place on my way to work tomorrow. I know the kids aren't allowed in the school until nearly 8, and I go on shift at 7. I'll be a few minutes late picking her up, but it shouldn't be much after school gets out. 15 to 20 minutes? Of course, no problem." Relief filled his eyes, and the line between his brows softened again. "I really appreciate it. What about Saturday? I feel bad because I work all day." "It's fine. I'm totally good having her hang out with me all day." It would be a little inconvenient to have her all day, but Felicia would play independently most of the time. She felt bad leaving them, but at the same time decided she needed some space and perspective, especially when Comfrey approached right then and set her hand on Ben's bicep. She leaned in and said something that made them both chuckle. It physically hurt to watch them interact, knowing she would never make him see her as a woman. She was the babysitter, the story of her life. Still, a word with Piper reassured her that the others would look out for Ben and Felicia before Maddie was able to leave them. She supposed she might as well go home and work on her lesson plans for the next week. The greenhouse was put together now, and she was nearly ready to plant. They only needed to fill the garden beds. At least, the thermostat in the greenhouse said it was warm enough. She drove by it on her way home, as she often did, so she could feel the thrill of knowing they would be working there soon. This time, she didn't feel the excitement she usually did. Horrified, she pulled over and ran to the greenhouse, appalled by what she saw. Someone had vandalized it, and it hadn't been set up for a week yet. Ugly black paint and uglier words marred the polycarbonate panels that allowed in heat and light on the south side, but blocked much of the cold. She nearly swore as she took pictures and called to make a police report. Not that they were likely to find the culprit, but she had to try. Maddie sent Piper and Adeline a text about what happened to the greenhouse, and they typed back their dismay. Could she remove the paint without damaging the window panels? She would have to contact the manufacturer to find out. It was nearly dark when she finished with Officer Jackson, and it was too cold to scrub the words off the windows that night. She would bring cardboard, she decided, to cover the words until she had a chance to remove them. The inside temperature of the greenhouse was perfect, and she wouldn't let some punks keep her kids from having an amazing experience growing plants. Ben was really grateful for Maddie's willingness to help out with Felicia while he was at work. He couldn't rely on her for too long. It wouldn't be fair to her, but it was easing the stress for the moment. He was also grateful to be working mostly day shift at the moment. The caseworker was right, though. He would have to make other arrangements, and soon. Maddie and Felicia were working side by side in the classroom when he stopped by after his shift. Felicia had already finished her assigned schoolwork, so when they arrived home, he went over her notes from school and reviewed her spelling words, then sat her down with a book while he did something about dinner. Another night of pasta from a box. He decided to mix it up by sautéing some broccoli and adding it to the cheesy pasta. Who said this dad thing was hard? The phone rang, and he was pleased to see the caller ID indicated it was from the prison, which meant Brandon. They hadn't spoken in several months. "Hey, it's good to hear from you, Brandon." Felicia's head perked up, and she looked his way. "Yeah, it's been a while since I had money on my card." Ben wouldn't apologize for that, since last time he'd put money on Brandon's calling card, he'd used it to call other people, and not even a few minutes for Ben. He'd had a wife to put money on the calling card, and Felicia indicated she hadn't heard from him in a very long time. Then again, maybe her concept of time was the problem here. "I know Felicia is anxious to talk to you. It's been a while, I hear." Felicia hurried over and tugged on his arm that held the cell phone. "It has. I'm excited to talk to her." Ben passed her the phone and finished making dinner while he listened to her conversation. She didn't talk much, but she did volunteer a few details about her life and respond to questions. When she was done, after only a few minutes, she passed the phone back to Ben. "Hey, thanks for taking in my girl," Brandon said. "She's quiet, much quieter than I remember." Ben stepped into his bedroom and closed the door. He told Brandon about the abuse and that he worried it would take a while for Felicia to heal. "We have an evaluation with a therapist next week. I'll take good care of her for you." "I know you will." "Thanks. Man, I'm going to miss almost her whole childhood." "Toe the line, do what you're supposed to do, and you could get early parole. It wouldn't hurt to think about college classes. I know you can take some there." "Me? College? That's your thing." It wasn't really Ben's thing. He went only because having a criminal justice degree was a bonus for his job. It hadn't been easy. "You're smart. You can totally handle it, and it'll be good for you. Think about it. You'll need a job when you get out of there, and some school will give you more options." It was up to Brandon to make his own decisions, but for Felicia's benefit, Ben really hoped his brother did something to give himself an edge when he was released. He thought about what he'd learned that afternoon. "Hey, the autopsy came back on Melissa today." Finally. "Drug overdose?" "Yeah, she was long gone before Felicia got home from school. I'm sure there will be more information when the rest of the tests come back, but that's the official cause of death. Keep me posted, will you? I feel so useless here. A girl needs her dad. Stupid government dictators." Ben refrained from reminding him that if he hadn't been dealing drugs, he wouldn't be in prison and Melissa wouldn't have been using. "Take care of yourself, and I'll take care of Felicia. Call again soon. I know she misses you." "Sure," he said. "Anyway, tell Mom hi for me. Give the old man a kick for me." Right now, Ben would like to do that, but it wasn't going to happen. "Love you, bro." "Right back at ya." They said goodbye and hung up. When Ben came back into the living room, Felicia was looking at her book again. She wore a pensive expression and turned her face toward him. "Will my dad be in jail for the rest of his life?" Ben's heart broke to see the sadness on her face. He sat beside her and pulled her onto his lap so he could help her feel secure. "His sentence is for several more years until you're 16. It's possible he could get out before then, but probably not." He didn't want to talk about early paroles or how it could be affected by good behavior or bad behavior. That was a much longer discussion for when she was older. She bit her lip. "How long are you going to keep me?" He hadn't even thought she might not realize it would be permanent. "Until you grow up and go to college. If the caseworker didn't decide to take her away first." "When will that be?" "When you're 18 or 19. She thought about that. "But if my dad comes back sooner, could I live with him? I remember him. He was nice." Ben pulled her into a hug. "I'm so glad he was nice to you. You know what? If he gets out before you are all grown up and ready to be on your own, then we can reevaluate. Pretty much, you're stuck with me, kid." That gave him a small shock. He'd known this would be for the long haul, but for the past week he had been thinking about getting through the week and eventually the school year. Being responsible for her for the next 10 years was intimidating. He gave her a little squeeze around the shoulders. Can you handle that? She nodded and leaned against his chest. I miss him sometimes. Me too. Watching Brandon's descent into drugs and theft had been heartbreaking, but he hadn't been able to change Brandon's mind about his choices. He wished it could all be different. Can I go back to reading? Of course. He let her off his lap. She returned to her book, but he didn't think she was reading this time, either. She picked at her food, eating less than half before asking to get down. He wanted to make her eat more, but let it go. When he told her it was time to clean up, she cried and argued. When he put her to bed, she dawdled until his patience was near its breaking point. Finally, when he told her to drop it and go to bed, she started to cry and curled up in a ball. Ben stood there for a moment, wondering if he had overreacted and been too harsh with her. He took a moment to relax his muscles so he could handle her calmly, and then picked her up, cuddling her against his chest. Come on, kiddo, let's get you to bed. He carried her into her room and sat on the edge of her bed. It's hard being away from your dad, isn't it? No, he's never there. Even when he was home, he was never around. I don't miss him. She cried harder against his shirt, and Ben slid back on the bed so he could lean against the headboard. It was not comfortable. There's a lot going on now. You miss your mom. No, I don't miss her. Her voice cracked several times as she spoke. I hate her. I didn't want to see her again anyway. He was totally lost. What should he say? How could he help her? He had no clue, so he waited her out. He remembered all of the nights of lying in bed, listening to his father hurt his mom and praying he wouldn't change his focus and come into the room to take out more of his rage. He remembered seeing his mother the next morning with a black eye or moving gingerly. She never complained, always made excuses, but it hadn't taken a genius to realize his father was a mean drunk and his mom wasn't responsible. It took a few more years before he stopped caring what his father wanted or said. He still had nightmares about being dragged from his room and beaten, though. That was something he doubted would ever go away. When Felicia settled down and eventually started breathing long and deep, he tucked her under the covers, left the nightlight on, and retreated to his room. Maybe Brandon's call was good. Maybe it would help her out. Ben hoped it didn't open the floodgate instead.
E11. Maddie let Felicia help her smooth the cool compost into the raised garden bed the next afternoon. The greenhouse was still quite cool at the moment, too cold to germinate anything, but that was why her class had started the seeds indoors a few weeks earlier. In a matter of days, they'd be transplanting everything to the greenhouse. This feels good between my fingers, Felicia said. Squishy. Yep, that's how you know you have some good compost. Actually, Maddie hadn't known much at all about growing things before she started this project. She'd been reading several books that Comfrey had suggested, along with dozens of articles online. She hoped she would be able to grow things with her class. It would be such a letdown, both for her and the students, if everything they worked on died. She pushed that thought away. She would not let her insecurities take over. She had heard amazing things about curriculum in gardens. Some teachers used it to help in practically every subject. She wasn't sure how it would work, but the information she'd been finding was interesting, so she was hopeful. They worked together mostly in silence for several minutes before Felicia spoke. Why does Uncle Ben have to work today? Because he took off work earlier in the week. Maddie hummed a little as she stood and reached for the next bag of compost. It's not teachers where almost everyone works weekdays. Police officers have to work every day and sometimes evenings, like tonight and sometimes all night long. She wondered how he would handle that. He hadn't expected to be switched to the evening shift this morning, but Felicia practically took care of herself, so Maddie would make it work tonight. Besides, she hoped a little one-on-one time would help Maddie get a handle on what made Felicia tick. Felicia's forehead furrowed, and her soft voice sounded sadder than anything. But it's Saturday. He shouldn't work on the weekends. That's family time. My mom said so. Maddie wondered what Melissa's excuse had been about the weekdays then. The next second, she castigated herself. She had no idea what kind of mother Melissa was. Just because Ben seemed to have a rather low opinion of her didn't mean she was a bad mom. Your mom was obviously really smart. Families should spend time together when they can. But police officers have to work every day because people have problems every day, not only on school days. I know. She didn't look happy about it, though. How have things been with your uncle? Do you like it there? Maddie wanted to ask about life with her mom, but didn't want to ask the wrong thing. The funeral was only 2 days ago, and she didn't want to make Maddie even sadder. Felicia's head tipped to the side, and she took a moment before responding. I like it there. He bought paint for my bedroom. He let me help him paint the closet. Really? What color? Pink. It's pretty. He let me pick it out, and a new blanket for my bed. It's pretty too. It has Ariel on it. This was the most Maddie had heard Felicia speak yet, and she wondered if that was because of the one-on-one or if it was because Felicia was starting to get comfortable with her. I'm glad he let you pick some pretty things for your room. Sometimes guys won't do that, but Ben seems pretty flexible. She hadn't realized he had any room to be flexible. He had seemed stuck in a rut before. It had taken forever for Jason to convince him to buy his house. He's really nice to me. Her lips pressed together pensively. Do you think he'll change his mind? Maddie didn't understand. About the pink paint? He might not like it very much. Guys sometimes don't. But no, I don't think he'll change his mind. It's your room. No, about me. About keeping me. He says I can stay there forever, but Mom said no one else wanted me. Her voice had gone so quiet, Maddie could barely hear her, as if saying it louder would get her in trouble. Maddie was glad in that moment that Melissa was dead, or she would be having a chat with her fists. She wasn't a physical person usually, but anyone who would say something like that to a child. She sucked in a breath and let it go. For now. Your Uncle Ben does want you. He brought you home with him because he loves you so much. Felicia looked up at her with wet, worried eyes. One tear streaked down the cheek that had been faced away from Maddie. When had she started crying? Are you sure? I'm trying to be good so he won't get rid of me. I don't want to live with strangers who don't like me, but last night I was crying, and he wasn't very happy with me. Maddie pulled Felicia into her arms and rocked her back and forth. First, your Uncle Ben loves you. There's nothing you can do that will make him not love you or want to be with you. Second, even strangers would love you because you are a special little girl. I think you're terrific, and I'm so glad that you're in my class. Mommy said I was a bad girl and no one would want me. Your mom was totally wrong. I'd take you in a heartbeat. Maddie meant it. She wished she could help Felicia see how amazing she was. Feeling at a loss, she held on to her and continued reassuring her. What happened last night that made it such a bad night? Felicia shrugged. I was sad. I talked to my dad and it made me sad. I don't know why. Then Uncle Ben told me to go to bed and that made me sad too. So I cried. I cried and cried. I don't know why. What did he do when you cried? Maddie wondered how he would handle it. She didn't think Ben had a short fuse, but handling a crying child was out of his scope. First he got mad and spoke loud. Then he picked me up and took me to my room. He sat on the bed and let me cry on his lap. Maddie put her hand on her chest, willing it to loosen the tightness that had formed there. He was such a good guy, one of the best she knew. Well, that was really nice, wasn't it? He must really love you. She wondered if anyone had ever done that for him. How many nights, when he was growing up, had he wished there had been someone there to put their arms around him and hold him while his dad raged? How had he turned into such an amazing person with all of that in his background? The first day of class in the garden, Maddie was nervous. The seedlings were still a tad young to transplant, but she decided to do it anyway. There were other seeds that they didn't start in the classroom that they could plant as well. Warm weather in late February always made her yearn for spring and watermelon and fresh tomatoes. Piper said her obsession with fresh tomatoes was unhealthy. Adeline said it could be cured, but Maddie knew it couldn't and didn't want to anyway. She looked at the row of excited, expectant faces lined up inside her classroom door. Felicia was smack in the middle and as excited as the rest of them. maybe more because she felt like she had a secret since she had helped with the beds over the weekend. All right, does everyone have their buddy? Remember, when we go to the greenhouse, we have to always have our buddy with us. Yes, Miss McCormick. Several of the kids chorused, while others around them whispered and poked each other. Maddie put her hand to her ear. I don't think I heard that. Yes, Miss McCormick. This time it was most of the kids. Great, everyone grab your assigned seedlings and let's go. She looked at the two mothers who had agreed to go with her today, so she wouldn't be worrying about getting all 20 kids to the greenhouse alone. It might have been only across the street from school property, but there were days that even 100 yards was too far to keep these kids in line, especially when they were excited about something. They marched along, side by side, reminding her a little of the school kids from Pete's Dragon, only far less in sync, and noisier, and not lined up very well. Okay, maybe they weren't anything like the students in Pete's Dragon. As they exited the school, she sang songs with them, keeping them on task, she hoped. They crossed the street safely, the cool spring air coiling around them and blowing into open jackets. They hardly seemed to notice the cold before they reached the garden, and she pulled out her key. All 3 third-grade teachers had one. They opened the door and could see that one of the other classes had already been there to plant their seeds and seedlings. They had rows of somewhat aligned plants in their assigned boxes, and Maddie was excited to see how hers all looked as the kids got to work. She carefully coaxed one of the seedlings out of the cup it had been planted in and showed the students how to transplant it into the garden bed. Then she assigned them each spaces, and she and the 2 helpers oversaw the work. There were a few broken stems, but for the most part, the kids handled the planting with few problems, and they were enthusiastic about the work. Miss McCormick, why is there cardboard there? One of the kids pointed at the pieces she had placed in front of the obscenities late the previous week. It's because someone wrote dirty words on the greenhouse, Jared said with glee. My brother says that stuff all the time, but only when my mom's not there. Jared shot a furtive look at her when he said this. Maddie pretended not to notice. She had hoped the kids wouldn't notice the cardboard, but suppose that was too much to ask. We'll clean it off this weekend. Sometimes people aren't very respectful of things that belong to other people. I heard the crew who used this garden area thinks you aren't very nice and took stuff that belongs to them, Lauren said. They're not very happy. You shouldn't mess with gangbangers. Maddie noticed the mothers looking at each other nervously. We didn't take anything. The land didn't belong to them. It belonged to Stone Enterprises, and now it belongs to my friend Reese. He said we can be here and that it's okay. As she dug a small hole, she directed another child to gently plant the seedling. It was also slightly crushed during the transition. Oh well, that was why she had a backup supply of the plants at her place. That, and she was hoping to start a garden of her own when it got warmer. She would have to sneak out here with replacement plants for the ones that didn't make it through the first few days. She walked down the length of their garden area, watching the children and congratulating them when they did a good job planting. She stopped behind Felicia, who had 4 perfectly aligned Brussels sprout plants and another line of dirt beside it that was marked carrots, Felicia's favorite. She was patting the last one in place and smiling. And then you water them carefully, and they keep growing and make food, Felicia said to her neighbor. That's right, there are a couple of other things, but basically, that's what you do. Maddie supported Felicia's announcement. Good soil, sunlight, and water, and the next thing you know, dinner. Felicia shot her a brilliant smile, and Maddie felt her heart melt a little more for the girl. It was no wonder Ben had brought her into his home. Who could resist that face? She double-checked that all the garden beds had been planted and marked appropriately. As she did, she kept an eye on the street. Ben had said he'd stop by if he had a moment in the neighborhood. It didn't matter that she told herself not to be an idiot. She still watched for him. She saw 2 men in gang colors coming their way and glanced over several times, watching them for nearly a block before they reached the greenhouse. Her mental antenna started quivering before they reached Dequan's. They were eyeing the greenhouse and talking, their faces dark and brooding. They stopped outside the greenhouse and stared inside. One of Maddie's kids made an uh-oh sound, and a couple of others acted nervous. She tried to act unconcerned, but they were making her nervous too. "Don't worry about them," Maddie said, acting braver than she felt. "I'm sure we'll have a lot of people stop by to see what's going on in the greenhouse. Most people have never grown their own food before." Somehow, she didn't think that was the issue this time. She smiled at her class and prayed the men would move on. "Everyone double-check that your plants are marked and then pick up your tools." Reese had provided 24 hand spades as well as a few other tools for the kids' use. Maddie was well aware that the men were still there, but hoped they would get bored and move on. No such luck. The taller man, Hispanic and wearing a red and black do-rag and a mean attitude, opened the door and settled his gaze on Maddie. "You all aren't welcome here." Her stomach trembled and she had to ball her hands into fists to keep them from shaking. He was a scary-looking guy and had at least 6 inches on her. "Sorry, but the person who owns this property says differently. You're going to regret it." His eyes flicked to the kids in the greenhouse, and Maddie wondered whether she should take the kids and run out the back way, or if showing her fear would make it impossible to stand her ground later. Maybe he was bluffing? He sneered, but his companion muttered something Maddie didn't understand. Both retreated to the sidewalk. She was trying to catch her breath when she noticed a police car parked across the street. Ben stepped out of it, and she felt relief shoot through her. He sauntered over to the 2 overgrown bullies and talked with them for a moment, calling them by name, Enrique and Julio, before they continued on down the street. "That's my uncle, Ben," Felicia said with alacrity. "He scared off the bad guys." "Those dudes don't scare so easily," Jared whispered loudly. As she saw the tall guy glance back over his shoulder at her, Maddie was afraid Jared might be right. Ben came to the door and greeted the kids with a bright grin. "Hey, everyone, how are you doing today? It looks like you've been hard at work in here." Felicia threw herself at him. "Uncle Ben, those men are scary." His brows slid together as he lifted her up for a quick hug. "Well, they won't bother you again when you're here. Yay, this is going to be so much fun." He met Maddie's gaze and she could see the concern in them. "We'll talk later." "Yes, thanks." "Are you about finished here?" he asked everyone after a moment. Maddie looked at all of the kids. There were still a couple of plants left to put in the ground, and the mothers helped get that done so they could leave. She couldn't get away quickly enough. Maybe she would have to make arrangements to have the police patrolling the area when she brought the kids next time. She would not back down, but she wasn't about to put the kids in danger either. She wasn't sure what to do.
"Did you bring someone in?" Lisa asked when Ben joined her in the employee lounge at the police station. "Yeah, public intox, in a school zone even. It's been a busy week for those." He only had 15 minutes left on the clock before his shift ended, and way more reports to write than time to do them in. He was still unsettled by the encounter he'd had with the gang members at the greenhouse earlier. They had never gone after little kids before, but with the garden and greenhouse there, they would have to find somewhere else to grow and deal their drugs. They were obviously not happy. You'd think they'd learn to keep the drinking at home. Lisa knocked back the end of her coffee and tossed the paper cup into the nearby garbage can. "How's your niece doing? I've been thinking about her a lot since I was at your place. She seems to be doing pretty well. It's still early, though. Give me a month, and then we'll see how she really is." There had been a couple of minor signs besides the blow-up the other night that things were not going to be easy, but he doubted he knew the extent of it yet. "She seems to be talking a little more than when she first moved in. It's been an interesting experience. I'm still trying to figure out this whole childcare situation. Do you know someone who's willing to babysit, even for an evening shift? Double points if they can watch her overnight. Not overnight, but until bedtime at least. Yeah, I do, actually. My husband's sister, Sheila. She works at the styrofoam plant on night shift, but she gets off at 6. She's got a couple kids of her own, and a roommate who works during the day but covers her kids at night while she's working. How does she work all night and then watch the kids during the day? She's amazing. Plus, she's never needed more than 3 or 4 hours of sleep, which she gets in the evening when both women are home. It's worked out well for them, as they both have a kid or two. Her ex saddled her with all kinds of debt, so she's swimming in it, trying to get it cleared away. She keeps joking about winning the lottery so she can get clear of the debt. Anyway, Sheila said she's looking for another kid or two to watch. It's not a registered daycare, but if you're interested, it's an option. She passed over one of her cards with Sheila's name, address, and phone number scribbled on the back. You should at least talk to her. I'll do that. It was a pretty good endorsement that Lisa was recommending her, though Ben planned to do some checking on the situation himself. It would be a major relief to have someone who could help out with Felicia. If Felicia could be even half as comfortable there as she was with Maddie, it would be perfect. Ben found Felicia writing spelling words on the dry erase board after school. Hi, Uncle Ben. I'm practicing my spelling words. They look good. Go ahead and keep practicing for a few minutes while I talk to your teacher, okay? Felicia nodded and returned to what she was doing. Ben crossed the room and took a nearby adult-sized chair and set it near Maddie's desk where she was working. He didn't want to worry Felicia, so he kept his voice low. Those are some seriously bad guys who were at the garden today. They're drug dealers, and they're probably the ones who were growing the marijuana in the empty lot last summer. Maddie set down the pen she'd been grading with a few minutes earlier. No wonder they're mad about our project. What can I do about it now, though? I can't give up on the garden because some punks don't like it. He frowned, wishing he had a good answer for her. The men were more than just punks. He wanted her to take them seriously, but no way did he want anyone to get hurt. Make sure there are plenty of parents to help you, and that I know when you're going, so we can send some units past the garden regularly. Tell the other 2 teachers as well. Don't wander around the neighborhood alone either. Maddie looked nervous and pinched her generous lips between her thumb and forefinger. The action was distracting, drawing his attention to her mouth instead of their conversation. He'd never really noticed it before, but she had great lips. Their gazes met and held for a moment before he yanked his attention away. How will we have a garden there this summer if the local drug dealers are making threats? She asked. We'll figure something out. If nothing else, I bet we could get someone to donate fencing supplies to keep out the riffraff. Her lips pursed. I'm not sure that's exactly what we're going for, though. He forced his gaze to stay on her eyes. They were as blue as the Caribbean, and every bit as warm. What do you mean? She fiddled with the pen in her fingers, a sure sign that she was uneasy about it. We want to have a lot of people through there, all of the time. We want it to be a quiet refuge from the craziness of life. If we have to fence it in and only open it during certain hours, that won't improve people's quality of life very much, especially if their schedules make it so they can only come early or late in the day. It was time she got serious. You want to improve the quality of life for the whole neighborhood, which is great, but at what cost? He asked. She shook her head. We'll have to have a board meeting soon to figure this out. We won't let those jerks ruin our garden. He wanted to talk her out of it, but didn't want to cause a fight. Maybe with a little police presence, those thugs would back off and leave things alone. Maybe they just wanted to throw their weight around, but would find somewhere else to do their dirty work. It wasn't like they'd be able to plant more marijuana in that lot this summer, even if they scared the locals away. He hoped they could be convinced to leave the garden alone, but he wasn't all that hopeful. We'll see how it goes. Make sure you keep me in the loop when you plan to go out there, and the other teachers as well. We want to keep the kids safe. He knew she couldn't refuse when it was about the kids. She nodded pensively. Great. Thanks for watching Felicia for me. Thankfully, I have a couple days off, and one of the other officers gave me a good possibility for daycare. I'll contact her tomorrow as soon as Felicia's in school. Great. Maddie rubbed 2 fingers along her forehead, nervously. What will you do with her when you work night shift? Having you pick her up at my place at 11 the other night was fine, but it's probably not a great long-term strategy. I haven't figured that out yet. I'm not sure about late evenings either. I'll have to see what I think of this lady who might watch her. Maddie nodded. He wanted to say something else, to make the little furrow between her brows go away, because he knew the gang members were bothering her. But he didn't have the words. He was great at making a joke of a situation or lightening the mood, but comforting someone was something else entirely. He realized they hadn't bickered for several days and wondered what had changed. Come on, Felicia, let's go. Okay. Felicia set the marker back in the metal rest below the board. Look how good I done. Can we get pizza for dinner? Look how good I did, he corrected her. Technically, it should be how well she did. Maddie muttered low enough only he could understand it. Ben shot her an amused look. So true. It's a good thing you're the teacher and not me. You keep telling yourself that, but parents are important teachers. They're more important than we are. I wish more of them realized it. I'm not a parent, he shot back. You want to bet? He blinked in surprise and realized that, yeah, he was. It was a weird realization. Pizza, Uncle Ben, Felicia reminded him as she shrugged into her coat. Maybe next week. Tonight, Tuna Helper is our best friend. He looked back at Maddie. Thanks again. Felicia made gagging noises about the Tuna Helper, but she liked it last time he made it, so he didn't take it seriously. So, green beans, peas, or corn to go with the pasta? He asked after they had gotten into the car. Peas. I love peas. She tapped her chin. Or carrots. We have some in the freezer. They're my favorite. Carrots it is. He knew they would taste better if he took fresh ones and steamed them, and better for her. But he wasn't Maddie, and he was doing well, even remembering to add veggies to dinner. He wondered how he had blocked out how amazing her eyes were, or her lips. He had to stop letting himself notice things like that about her several years ago. She was Jason's sister. Can we watch a movie tonight? Felicia broke into his thoughts. Maybe, but first we have to get your laundry folded and put away. Oh man. But when they got home, she helped with the laundry without further protest. He hadn't found many more decent clothes in the apartment when he cleaned it out, but they hadn't dug to the bottom of the laundry basket again until last night, so it was time to take stock again. He liked the fresh scent of the fabric softener and the softness of clean clothes in his hands, even though he tended to put off washing and folding as long as possible. When they hung up the few things that hadn't been either too worn or too small for her in her closet, he managed to hold back a curse. They needed to do more shopping. How many pair of pants did she need? What about socks and underwear? Had he bought enough to begin with? He was totally out of his element. We have to go back to the store, I guess. Uncle Ben, I get more clothes? Felicia asked with joy on her face. Just a few more things, he hoped. Could he get away with only spring and summer items now? He supposed not. There was still a lot of cold weather ahead of them. He pulled out his phone and sent a desperate text to Maddie. She worked with kids. She would know some of this stuff, right? SOS. How many outfits does a girl need? It only took a few minutes for her to reply. A girl can never have too many clothes, but 7 or 8 outfits, at minimum, more if you're one of those who does all their laundry in a streak and then forgets it for a week. It was like she could see his laundry habits. It looked like laundry day would not be once every week or 10 days anymore. He told himself to get over it and texted back a thank you. Then he looked at the pitiful rack of clothes that actually fit Felicia. Yep, kiddo, there is definitely more shopping in our future. He hoped he survived it. 13. Ben called ahead to make sure it was okay to stop by, but when he knocked on Sheila's door on Tuesday, he was already impressed. Not with the building, which was a rundown brown brick 5-story walk-up, and no nicer than any other building in the well-worn neighborhood. Despite the fact that the building was falling apart, the apartment door was freshly painted and displayed a seasonal wreath, and their hallway was considerably cleaner than any of the others he'd passed on his way up the stairs. He considered that a good sign. The ladies who lived here cared about their space, at least. Sheila was about 25 or 26, with strawberry blonde hair and light freckles. She wasn't beautiful, but clean-faced and bright-eyed in a non-frantic way that you didn't find in someone who used drugs. Two young children played with cars on the carpet, following a track made with blue masking tape on the floor. They were clean and happy. "Hello, are you Ben?" the woman asked. "Yes," he offered his hand. "Ben Belliston. You must be Sheila. It's good to meet you. Lisa highly recommended you." She smiled and led him into her place. "Same for you, which is why I agreed to meet with you. She said you have a daughter?" Ben looked around. The place wasn't perfect, and it wasn't fancy, but it was clean other than a few toys, and the kids showed curiosity, but not fear at his arrival. "She's my niece, but I have custody. So you have the two kids?" "One is Andrea's. That boy is mine, along with a girl, Chelsea, who is in second grade." "So you have to pick up kids from school anyway?" That was nice to know, and would make things a little easier. "I didn't tell you much about my niece, but she's in third grade here at Crystal Creek Elementary. I work with Lisa, so you know what my work schedule is like." "Yes, it's insanity. Andrea and I could cover from 7 in the morning until about 8 at night. I prefer not to have kids here regularly any later than that, since it makes bedtime rougher for our kids. But I could do it occasionally." She motioned for him to take a seat. "Tell me a little about your niece. What's her name?" Ben filled her in on the pertinent details, glossing over things she didn't need to know, and only hinting at a few things that he might tell her when it was more relevant. "I have a couple of days off, but I'll need help on some school days and some weekends." "Well, I don't usually work weekends, but might be able to accommodate you if you're in a bind. I should be able to help you out most of the time. We don't exactly travel a lot." She quoted an hourly rate, which was slightly less than some of the commercial daycares he'd checked out, and the situation seemed calmer and happier here. He didn't think Felicia would do well in chaos. "That sounds good." He considered the situation. The apartment was clean and organized, the kids seemed happy enough, and he got good vibes off of Sheila. Plus, he felt like this could be very win-win for them both. There would be more continuity for Felicia, who would deal with a variety of childcare workers in a commercial center. "I'd like to bring her by this afternoon to let her get a feel for the situation, and so I can see how she deals with the other kids and to meet your roommate. Do you mind?" "I think that's a great idea. It usually takes me a little longer to gather all of the kids after school than you'd think. I pick kids up for two neighbors who can't leave for afternoon pickups, so give me a little while after school ends to get everyone home and settled." "No problem. Thanks." He shook her hand, feeling very good about this place and this woman. "Guess what I did today?" Ben asked after he picked up Felicia from Maddie's classroom. "You cleaned the house?" "No." "You made chocolate cake because you know it's my most favorite?" "It was?" "Nope, but we may have to do something about that." "Yay! Then what did you do today?" He opened his truck door and settled her inside so they were nearly on the same level. The sound of vehicles and kids calling back and forth punctured the air every few seconds. "I think I found you a good place to go after school or when I work at night." She looked confused. "But I stay with Miss McCormick." He hoped this went okay. He didn't want to upset her with more changes, but they had said it was temporary with Maddie. "Yes, you have been, but we knew you wouldn't be hanging out with her permanently. I've been looking at a bunch of places, and this is the best one. I thought maybe we could get some ice cream now, and then go over to meet everyone so you can see what you think." Considering how many times she had asked for ice cream, he hoped it would soften the delivery. She stared at him, her face scrunched up for a moment. "I get to say if I don't like it?" "Of course. So if I hate it, you'll let me keep going to Miss McCormick's instead?" He could already follow where her mind was going and wanted to stop her before she set her mind on not liking anyone he chose. "Miss McCormick is really nice, isn't she?" "Yes, but she has other things to worry about besides school, so even though she likes having you there, sometimes she needs to be able to do stuff at home and with her friends. She can't watch you all of the time. If you don't like going to Sheila's, that's fine, but you will have to go somewhere else before long. So give her a chance, okay? And see if you can be happy there. Sometimes you'll have to be there a lot, and sometimes not much at all. It depends on my work schedule. She was pensive for a moment. Okay, I'll try. Disappointment oozed from every word. He felt like he was letting her down, but he didn't have a choice. Come on, remember, I promised ice cream. Oh yeah. Felicia brightened again, and Ben reminded her to put on her seatbelt before closing her into the cab. The ice cream excitement only lasted until 10 minutes after they received the cones. By the time they ran some errands and stood outside Sheila's door at 4:30, Felicia wasn't so thrilled anymore. Sheila answered after the first knock, and they were greeted by the happy noises of the toddlers playing in the corner. A little blonde girl sat at the kitchen table working on something, and a boy who might have been a year or two younger was flipping through a book on the sofa. Hi, Ben, and you must be Felicia. Sheila greeted her with a handshake. It's good to meet you. You didn't mention there were 4 kids here after school, Ben said after greeting her. She pointed out one of them. He lives a couple doors down. He comes over periodically when his mom and dad's work schedules overlap, but not very often. They'll be by for him in a few minutes. I do have a couple of others who are here from time to time as well. Felicia knew the other girl from the hallways at school, and they sat down to talk while Sheila brought them some apple slices. Ben took a seat and watched the kids interact with each other and Sheila. He asked Sheila a few questions about her work and roommate. He got enough information on the roommate to be able to have a background check performed, and was happy when Andrea showed up before he left. He was anxious to meet her. It's good to meet you. Andrea kicked off the tennis shoes she wore with her diner uniform and released her dark brown hair from the ponytail she had put it in for work. Her dark skin practically glowed with her personality. Sheila said you work with Lisa. You work 8-hour shifts around the clock too? Unfortunately. Sheila said your home schedules overlap on both ends? Yeah, half an hour or so in the morning and most of the evening. We're both CPR and first aid certified. We have a group with other single moms and their kids that we get together with one evening a week too. She appeared tired, but still had patience with the kids and seemed to be in control of the situation. A toddler ran to her, and she scooped him up, setting him on her hip. This is my Bobby. He's the reason I live and breathe. Ben liked her immediately. It's a good way to be if you're a mom. He glanced over at Felicia, who seemed to be fine talking with the other girl. I have another day off work, so I'll run those background checks, talk to Felicia, and call you tomorrow. Great. Sheila saw them to the door and said goodbye. What do you think? Ben asked Felicia as they came out onto the street a minute later. It seems okay. She looked like she didn't want to admit it. They're not as nice as Miss McCormick, but still nice, and I like Chelsea. Relief flowed through him. Maybe the girls could be friends. He knew it could help make her much happier at school, even if they were in different classes. All right, I'll check a couple of things, and then if everything is good, could you give it a try with Sheila for a while? Felicia bit her lip, pensive. I could try it for a while. He picked her up and spun her around, making her laugh out loud. It's going to be great. Well, tomorrow I don't work, so I'll be taking you to school, and I'll pick you up after school. The day after that, I'll help out when you go to the greenhouse in the afternoon. How does that sound? He set her back on the ground. Good. She slid her hand into his. It sounds really good. It sounds really good to me, too. He gave her hand squeeze, and he helped her into his truck. Maybe this would work out after all.
14. Maddie thought about Ben's request for her to be careful. She knew there were some less savory elements in the area, but it wasn't like this was New York's inner city. Still, she paid extra attention to who was around when she drove to and from school, and who was out and about on the street at recess, making sure no one was paying too much attention to her. After a day or two of watching her back, she was nearly ready to ignore Ben's warning. Nearly. She had told the other teachers about his request, and she knew there had been a few more patrols down the street when they were out at the greenhouse, but everything seemed fine. Thursday after school, she heard a curse coming from across the hall. A moment later, Lacey Rivers, the teacher she'd heard swearing, came into her room. I had people set up to help me in the greenhouse for the next 2 weeks, and every one of them called to back out since yesterday. Two also said they didn't want their kids going over there, even though they were fine with it before. Really? Why? Maddie was totally flummoxed. Most of the parents had been enthusiastic about the garden when they first heard about it. I wondered the same thing. I finally asked the last 3-in-1 volunteered that the word has gone out in the neighborhood that there's going to be trouble in the garden, and specifically trouble for any parents who helped out. Maddie wanted to swear as well, but she managed to refrain. The kids loved being in the greenhouse so much and were learning a lot because of the experience. She and the rest of the garden board had been working for months to make this happen. Have you gotten calls to cancel from parents too? A couple, but I haven't checked either one all day. Maddie pulled her phone out of her desk drawer and flipped through her voicemail messages. Then she checked her email. The more she checked, the more discouraged she became. I have one left for tomorrow. Everyone else backed out. So much for their run-in with the gangbangers not being a big deal. What are we going to do? Maddie pressed her lips together. She didn't have a lot of options, but she wasn't about to back down. Well, Ben Belliston is joining us tomorrow. He's the police officer who convinced the guys to leave us alone on Monday. I guess we need to have a confab and figure out how to handle this. Maybe Comfrey would have some ideas. She seemed to have it all together. Maddie often wondered what kind of ghetto she'd grown up in, because she did so much work in the women's shelter and similar locations and fit right in. Yeah, otherwise, all of that money and time we've put into this will be wasted. Lacey stalked back out again, leaving Maddie alone. Maddie picked up her phone and called Ben. Hey, we've had some parents back out of helping us in the garden tomorrow. Are you still willing to help supervise? You don't work tomorrow, right? That will give me one helper at least. Sure, I have tomorrow off. No problem. She was relieved that at least she could count on him. Great, it might not hurt to drive your police car over when you come. Have you gotten more threats? His voice suddenly became more sharp and concerned. Not directly, but apparently the word is going around. She explained what Lacey had told her and how she would deal with it for the short term. But I'll have to meet with the rest of the board. We need to see if we can find a way to diffuse the situation. I mentioned it to the chief this morning. He agrees with making sure we have more patrols in your area. It would help if you and the other teachers could cluster your times together into an afternoon so we're not trying to keep track of a crazy schedule. Maddie nodded, considering their options. And I'll talk to them about that. Maybe we can set up a regular schedule until we clear this up. I'll also check to see if I can find 1 or 2 guys who might be willing to hang out and help on their off days. If we have a patrol car parked by the greenhouse and one of us inside with you every time you go in, that should help keep things from getting out of control. He said this as though he was invincible, which worried her. You might need to watch your back too, you know. Just because you're packing heat, it doesn't mean you won't end up as a target. Maddie, I always have to watch my back. That's part of my everyday life. She knew it, but she tried not to dwell on the dangers of his job, even in a town that was usually pretty quiet. I know, but I don't want to make it any worse for you. This is important to Felicia. She loves and needs the greenhouse. Can't you tell how much more open and happy she is than she used to be? We'll make it work. His voice went soft when he talked about his niece. Maddie had seen how careful he was with the girl and how hard he was trying. She doubted the difference in Felicia was the garden. She was sure it was all him. There had been definite glimpses of excitement, but Maddie ached to see the child let loose and allow herself to really enjoy life. I appreciate it. I know this can really make a difference for the kids. He was already giving up a huge chunk of his life to take care of his niece and struggling to keep up. Having him donate extra time on his days off was going above and beyond. But that was the kind of guy he was. It was part of the reason she had been crushing on him for so many years, even if she told herself it was little more than admiration. How has the search gone for a daycare? She knew he had taken Felicia to see one the previous day, but hadn't heard anything since. Great. Their background checks came back clean. It's a little place, but it's tidy, and the kids seemed happy and confident. Felicia would rather stay with you, but she seems okay with it. Maddie smiled, glad Felicia liked her so well. Will they take her overnight? It doesn't sound like that's a great option. I'd really rather have her sleep at home if possible. I just don't see how it'll work. Thankfully, I have a little longer to figure it out. Maddie had an idea, but she didn't think he'd go for it, and she wanted to think about it a little longer. How's the adjusting to fatherhood going? Okay, but I have to take her shopping for clothes again. Seriously, it wiped me out last time. Also, I need to figure out this hair thing. I don't think I realized how easy I had it until now. YouTube, my friend. You'll be surprised how much you can learn there. Great, I'll check it out. His voice sounded pained. This parenting thing is a lot bigger deal than you expected, isn't it? So much. I knew it would be huge, that it would change everything. I just didn't expect it to change, well, everything. I'd welcome your insights on how she's doing. I don't remember her being this quiet before, but I didn't exactly see her often the last while. You're doing fine. Right now, keep loving her and showing her that you care and you'll be there for her. Eventually, she'll settle in. It might not hurt to get her in to see a therapist as well. Let her talk through some of the stuff that she's been dealing with. The caseworker already has me taking care of that. I guess it's not the kind of thing that works in only a couple of visits, though. Yeah, not so much. Darn it. He didn't seem surprised, though. All right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you when I've covered the schedule with the other teachers. Perfect, thanks. Talk to you later. She hung up, but looked at her phone for a few seconds. That was an interesting conversation on so many levels. She would have to think about it. 15. Maddie looked over to where Ben worked between Felicia and one of her friends at one of the greenhouse garden beds. They pulled a few weeds out of the compost. It had been donated from a farm and apparently wasn't as clean as it should have been. He said something she couldn't hear, but several children near him giggled. He had won all of their hearts in no time. Felicia wouldn't leave his side. She was so connected to him. It made Maddie's heart feel good, but Felicia still wasn't talking much, not even one-on-one. After hearing some of the things Melissa had said to Felicia, Maddie wondered what else had been going on in that home. She hadn't been alone with Ben, so she could ask yet. She checked her watch. There was enough time to get everyone back to the classroom and washed up before the buses arrived to pick them up. She directed them to clean up their tools and put them away. And Ben helped her go through the students to make sure everything was squared away. In only a day, Ben had managed to arrange a few coworkers who volunteered to help out on the days he worked, so they would have an officer helping the teachers every time they came to the greenhouse. It wasn't a perfect solution, but it would work. All right, Officer Belliston will head up the group, and I'll bring up the rear. Everyone stay in line as we go across the street, okay? Ben stood at the door and helped shoo the kids into line and then led them onto the sidewalk. He paused when the last one came through and waited while Maddie locked the greenhouse. It was 20 degrees warmer inside than outside, and she shivered as they came out into the wind. Button up those coats, kids. It's freezing out here. Ben buttoned one or two of his buttons, but didn't appear the least chilly. He encouraged the children to follow his example, and most of them complied. She didn't understand how he could walk around without a coat most of the time. She was totally freezing. All right, company ready? March, Ben called to the kids. Several chuckled as they followed him in an exaggerated step across the street and into the school. He signaled for them to be quiet when they entered the school again, motioning with his finger across his lips to signal silence, and tiptoed into the school. It became a game, and there were several giggles, but otherwise the group was nearly silent. Ben led them to the classroom door, directing the kids to all go inside and wash up. A buzz of voices started again as they entered the room, and there was the splash of water and clatter of coat buttons and zippers knocking against the sink as they scrubbed up. Maddie wished he would help her out every day, if he could get this kind of response from the kids. Ben stood at the door to the room when she followed the last child inside. That seemed to be a success today. Things have calmed down in the neighborhood. Maybe they've decided that we're not going away? Maddie suggested, hoping, though she didn't know if she trusted that. Don't jinx it. Her gaze met his and held for a moment. She felt that familiar flutter in her chest, a flutter that was growing ever more common of late. She hardly ever saw him these days without feeling something pass between them. Was he interested in her now, or was she reading things that weren't there? Casey, is that where your feet belong? Ben called out, looking past Maddie. She turned her head and realized he must have been looking at Felicia, who stood next to Casey on the other side of Maddie. Of course he was checking on his niece. Why would he suddenly start paying that kind of attention to her? Why was she wasting her time with this pointless crush, anyway? Well, thank you for your help this afternoon. We all appreciate it. She gestured toward the hall, so he would know she meant the other teachers too. No problem. I enjoy it. I'll hang out in the hall while you bring this motley crew to order. Okay, Ben disappeared, and Maddie got everyone to pack their backpacks and prepare to meet the buses. Everyone was excited and a little wired, as they tended to be when they returned from the garden. That was the main reason she had signed up for the last shift in the greenhouse most of the time. She gave the students end-of-day instructions and took the kids to the buses, filing them all past Ben, who was waiting for Felicia. There was another storm rolling in, and Maddie wondered if it would make the roads too messy for school the next day. She hoped not. She watched the kids load onto the buses and glanced over when Landon, one of the fourth-grade teachers, sidled up beside her. "Looks like you had some fun playing in the dirt today." He indicated her hands. She realized she hadn't washed them when they returned to class. "Yeah, we were cutting it close to get the kids washed up and ready for the buses to arrive." "I bet you clean up nice." He smiled, what was probably supposed to be flirtatiously. "I'd love to see you when you're really cleaned up. I have tickets to dinner theater at New Theater in Kansas City Friday night. The show is The Pirates of Penzance. You interested?" She had wanted to see the show. Very much. The dinner theater was a little more upper class than her usual fare, and the tickets were wildly more expensive than her budget normally allowed, especially since she was saving up to have her roof replaced that summer. She wavered for half a second, mostly out of habit. Then she reminded herself that she had promised she would actually say yes one of these times before he stopped asking. He was a nice guy. Maybe it was time to give it a shot. "Sure, it sounds fun. I've heard a lot of good things about the theater, and that show in particular." "Great." He pulled out his phone and typed something in. "Where do you live? I'll swing by and pick you up." Ben and Felicia passed then, undoubtedly hearing the invitation. "See you later, Miss McCormick," Felicia said with a wave. "See you tomorrow, Felicia. Thanks again, Ben." "Sure, no problem." He shot Landon a dark look and continued toward his truck. Was he jealous? She didn't think so. He'd had more than enough opportunities to ask her out if he were interested. She pushed him out of her mind. Seriously, she needed to get over him and move on. When she smiled at Landon, she promised herself that she would spend Friday evening thinking only of him. 16 Maddie stopped at Adeline's place and honked her horn. Adeline popped her head out the door and waved, reappearing a minute later with a bowl in hand. "What you bringing?" Maddie asked. "Snickers salad. You?" "Chocolate chip cookies. I hope someone else decided to bring a healthy dish." Adeline strapped herself into the car and settled back. "I keep meaning to get back to Jason's to finish picking out the paint and curtains for the rest of the rooms." "Well, now's your chance. I know he's been putting off more work since Bo and Tosca returned to Colorado. I think he misses them. I grabbed another decorating magazine that had some interesting pictures for his place. Also, I grabbed a bridal one. When is Piper going to set a wedding date anyway?" Adeline chuckled. "I've been wondering the same thing. Maybe if we can badger her into picking a dress, she'll feel ready to set a date and we can get this thing rolling." They arrived at Jason's Moments behind Reese, Piper, and Spencer. "So," Adeline said as soon as they got in range of Piper, I was thinking of an August wedding. We could totally fix this yard up for the reception. It has a lot of potential. That way, Jason will actually get the landscaping installed this year instead of putting it off for another year or two. Don't you think you should ask Jason if he wants to host? Reese asked. Nope. Maddie thought Adeline's idea was brilliant. He'll do it if Adeline promises to make him some of her caramel sweet rolls. Actually, he'd probably do it without the promise just because it was Adeline, but there was no use telling her that. Adeline shot her a dirty look. I have a way of getting around Jason. He won't say no. By now he was opening the door. I won't say no to what? My Snickers salad, or my sweet rolls, or the dulcet words that issue from her mouth. Maddie whispered as she walked past. She smirked at him behind Adeline's back. Jason gave her the stink eye in return. Reese chuckled. Adeline suggested that we hold the wedding in August and have the reception in your yard. She's apparently got big plans for your landscape. Really? And who is going to pay for this landscape overhaul so you can be married here? Jason asked. Adeline set the bowl of salad on the table and turned back. Come on, Jason, you know your yard needs some major work. You've done some great things with the house, but you can't expect your neighbors to put up with the eyesore of a yard forever. His lips twitched. Fine, you present me with a plan and we'll talk. He looked over at Reese. August sounds fine to me, if you decide that's what you want to do, just not the last weekend. That's okay, Piper said. We were talking about the 10th. Would that work for you? She said this so casually, Maddie almost didn't register it. Yes, a date, Maddie celebrated. Now we can get to work on it. What will Mrs. Stone say if we host it here? A few days ago, when Mom got pushy about the location, I told her if she didn't give it up, we'd run off to Vegas and get married in the Chapel of Love, Reese said with a wicked smile. She promised as long as we did something tasteful, she'd shut up. Maddie couldn't help laughing. Go, Reese. Okay, come out back now to talk about the setup. We have a few minutes since we have to wait for a few more people. She grabbed Piper by the hand and Adeline and Reese followed at a more sedate pace. How many people do you realistically think you can limit your mom to for the ceremony? Don't make any huge plans without discussing them with me, Jason called after them. I have veto power. That means you, Adeline Shaw. Heats. She simply shot him a cheeky grin and followed Maddie into the yard. They spent about 10 minutes wandering around back while Adeline talked about some of her ideas. Maddie was grateful none of them seemed excessive, which meant she would probably manage to get her vision in place, and Jason wouldn't put up too much of a fuss. The fact that he was dead gone in love with Adeline didn't hurt. What was up with the McCormicks that they had these stupid, pointless crushes? She put that from her mind as she went back inside and came face to face with her own crush. Hey, Ben, Felicia, I'm glad to see you tonight. Hi, Miss McCormick, we made spaghetti. Felicia appeared excited about their accomplishment. Wow, that's very impressive. Is it good? Yes, I tested it because that's what chefs do. They test stuff to make sure it's good before they feed it to other people. She nodded knowingly. You are so right. What a great idea. I think everyone loves spaghetti. We figured you and at least one of the other ladies would bring something sweet, so I thought something foodish would be better, Ben said. She's a growing girl. She needs real food. You know us too well. That thought caused her both a bit of comfort and an ache. How could he know her so well, but not really see her? Should she make the first move, or would it ruin everything? She couldn't decide, which meant no. Everyone else assembled in the kitchen around the bowls and trays of food. 8 adults, a teen, and Felicia would never be able to eat all of the food. Comfrey and Tony joined them a few minutes later with their dishes as well. All in all, it was an eclectic but delicious mix. After getting their food, they gathered around the dining table to eat and discuss garden business. We have a small problem, Adeline said, after they opened the meeting. For some reason, we only have 2 beds sold. But I had at least a dozen people who said they wanted to get one this year, Piper said. I'm sure it's related to our incident earlier this week, Maddie said. She glanced over at Ben for confirmation and he nodded. I'd say yes. What problem? Reese asked. Maddie talked about the gangbangers trying to make her stop using the greenhouse, and how she subsequently had trouble getting parents to help supervise. They tossed around ideas of how to combat the problem, throwing some out immediately, but finding others that might have a shot at working. In the end, Tony and Comfrey agreed to work on ideas for publicity. They discussed how things were going at the school greenhouse and what to do with any plots that didn't get rented for the summer. By the time everyone was done eating and the talk had wound down, Maddie was ready for bed. She had a ton of grades to enter into her spreadsheet, and it had been a full, crazy week. "I better get this one to bed," Ben said, shifting Felicia in his arms. She was half asleep already. "Me too. It's been a killer week." "You need help Monday starting at 1?" he asked. Felicia had already fallen asleep, and he slid her into his arms. "Yes, I'll see you out to the car. It looks like you have your hands full." Maddie collected her empty cookie tray and picked up the bowl that had his spaghetti in it. "See you guys later. Piper, we need to go wedding dress shopping. Much wedding dress shopping." "I'll call. We'll set it up," Adeline said. "I'll be right out." Piper rolled her eyes and smiled. Adeline turned to Comfrey. "You're coming, so if you have any major things that you can't get out of, drop me an email and I'll coordinate it." Comfrey beamed. "I'd love to join you." Maddie pulled the door behind her and followed Ben to his truck. "She looks exhausted. She doesn't sleep very well most nights. We have some things we're working through." "How do you like her therapist?" "One visit in, so far, so good." He seat-belted Felicia into the truck and turned back to Maddie, accepting the nearly empty bowl from her. "Thanks. She really loves being in your class." "I love having her in my class. I appreciate you giving up your afternoons so often to help in the greenhouse. I know you have a lot of work you're trying to get done at home on your days off." "No problem. She likes it there, and I want her to have a safe, positive experience." He fidgeted a little. Her mom used to beat her. I don't know how long it was going on, but Brandon sounded surprised when I told him, so it must be new. We went to my parents' place for Sunday dinner before I found out about the abuse, and my dad wigged over something stupid as he does when he's drunk. That's why we were late for dinner. She was really upset by it, even though I got her out of there fast. That's good to know. I noticed she became really nervous when a couple of the boys in class got into a fight. She should have guessed it might be something like that. "If you think of any other ways to solve our drug dealer problems, let me know. I'm open to a lot of possibilities." She shivered, and he reached out, pulling the edges of her cardigan closer together. Their eyes met and held for a long moment, and she wondered if he was feeling it too, that connection, the electricity that zapped from him to her. How could he not feel it? He stepped back. "Don't freeze, okay? See you tomorrow." His words were casual, as if nothing had happened. Maybe it hadn't for him. Maddie kicked herself for reading things into the situation that weren't there. She said goodnight and got into her car, waiting for Adeline, who stood on the front porch speaking to someone inside. When Adeline joined her in the car, Maddie had made a decision. She would throw herself into her date with Landon the next night because she was done mooning over someone who was never going to see her the way she wanted him to. 17M. Addie fussed over which skirt and blouse combination to wear for nearly an hour. She assumed Landon expected her to dress up, since he had said something about seeing her get all cleaned up. And what was with that anyway? She curled her hair despite the fact that a slight wave would be all that was left within an hour. Then she fussed over the perfect jewelry. When she realized she had changed her earrings 3 times, she stopped herself. Seriously, why was she obsessing so much over a guy she wasn't even sure she liked that way? When Adeline dropped by with a movie and bag of microwave popcorn 20 minutes before Landon was supposed to arrive, Maddie was puzzled. Then she remembered their plans. "You are way too dressed up for a night of Sense and Sensibility and a bag of popcorn." Adeline looked her over from top to bottom. "You really ought to invest in a good curling iron." Her blonde hair was generally worn down and mostly straight as well, but when she decided to curl it, it was amazing. "You know curling irons have never worked as well for me." Maddie stepped back to let Adeline in. "I have a date. Sorry. I totally spaced our plans tonight." No worries. I can stay at my own place and eat pity popcorn and watch a pity movie while you party. Where are you going and who with? You must tell all. Please say it's Ben. You've been spending a lot of time with him lately. Maddie chuckled. Nope, I thought I was starting to get datish signals from him, but alas, no bites. Landon asked me out again. The cute fourth grade teacher? Great, I'm glad you finally said yes, Maddie frowned. Except he doesn't rock my boat. You never know, he might if you give him a chance. Well, I agreed to tonight, Maddie gestured to her ensemble. What do you think? He's taking me to that dinner theater in the city. Nice, and I love the outfit. The necklace could stand to be changed, though. Adeline set the things she'd brought on the worn end table Maddie had inherited from her grandmother and led the way to the bedroom. Honestly, you need to pick up a few new pieces. She opened the closet door and studied the necklaces hanging on the back. If I'd known you had a date, I would have brought over a few. But here, let's mix some things together. She took 2 strands of coordinating pearls in white and green and twisted them together. Then she strung them opposite a string of silver beads and arranged it asymmetrically against the otherwise blah, cream-colored top. You're a wizard. I know. I'll send you an online link to the curling iron you need to buy. You say your hair won't curl, but I promise with the right tools and a little product it will. Adeline picked through some of the other jewelry. You could use a couple of foundation pieces here. No. Maddie shooed her friend out of the closet and shut the door before she got sucked into a lengthy discussion of silver versus gold and what the latest colors were. I'm a school teacher. I can't own super cute, but not nearly strong enough to withstand my students' jewelry. It's asking for trouble. I've seen the teachers at your school. Some of them wear very nice things. Adeline was unoffended by Maddie's pushiness, about as unoffended as Maddie was about Adeline's. You could totally upgrade. You've never met Jared. He's a menace and he broke one of my inexpensive necklaces as it is. Forget it. Now tell me about City Councilman Craig. Doesn't he keep hitting on you? Have you gone on a date with him yet? Matthew's not actually interested in me. He's just making a show. How do you know? If you were at Women in Business, you wouldn't have to ask that question. Why would I be at Women in Business? For that matter, what is he doing at Women in Business? Adeline smiled like she had a secret. He says he wants to be able to connect with all of the business owners in town, but it's really just the one. Too bad they haven't seemed to figure it out. You would make a great matchmaker, except you're dead wrong about me and Landon. Oh, I know he's not the long-haul guy, but I think you need to get out and enjoy yourself once in a while. Chaz may have been a stick in the mud, but you aren't. Get out, enjoy. I'll try. Maddie managed not to grimace when Adeline mentioned her old boyfriend. They had dated for 18 months, but it had been nearly a year since he dumped her, saying they were in a rut. He had been right, but she hadn't been able, or maybe she simply hadn't been interested enough to break herself out of it. She was ready now, though. Really, she was. Good. I'll get out of your way. I hate to be a third wheel when he arrives. The doorbell rang. I think you're too late for that. Maddie went toward the door, but Adeline beat her to it. Hello, I was leaving. You look nice. Adeline winked and walked past. I guess she can stand me up under the circumstances. Thanks. Landon looked more than a little confused. Maddie made excuses for Adeline. Sorry, she's not the shy and retiring type, most of the time. Did you have plans with her? Landon asked. I forgot we talked about movie and a pie night. It was my night to provide the pie, so thankfully she doesn't have to take one home. Movie and a pie night? I know, it sounds weird, but never mind that. Thankfully, being best friends since birth, well, not quite, but close enough, means that I can stand her up once in a while and all will be forgiven. She sucked in a deep breath and let it out. Sorry if I'm babbling. You look really nice. He chuckled. You too. Are you ready to go, or do you need to grab something? Just my coat. Before she knew it, they were seated at the theater and looking at the menus. Maddie was surprised at how pleasant and entertaining the conversation had been. They shared teaching stories and a little about their backgrounds. So, pizza or steak? Pizza and steak. How does one decide? She joked. I would say both, but I doubt you could finish 2 meals. I'm definitely leaning toward steak. Landon took a few more seconds to peruse the menu and nodded. Yes, steak it is. How about you? Steak sounds great to me. She put down the menu. So tell me more about growing up. They talked through dinner. Maddie laughed more than she had in ages. She was almost sorry when the show started. The last time she had seen Pirates of Penzance had been a high school production several years earlier. This was far more impressive. She was enchanted from the start. When they started singing the Paradox song, she glanced over and was pleased to see his lips move with the words. He liked and was familiar with the show too? It made her like him even more. When the show was over, she stood with the rest of the audience, clapping. That was wonderful. He picked up her coat from her chair to help her with it. Wasn't it? I'll definitely have to thank my sister for the tickets. Your sister? Yes, she has season tickets, but her baby was born Monday, and she didn't think she would be up to coming tonight. His lips quirked. He was almost a month early. Well, congratulations on the new nephew. Kids are the best. I have to agree. This is their second son. The older one is a kick. Maddie hooked her hand in the crook of his arm. I can't wait until one of my siblings decides to settle in and get married. I've been hounding Jason about it for years. You could always show him what to do by example. She wondered if he was hinting that he was ready to get serious and settle down, or if it was an off-the-cuff comment, but since he had used a light tone when making the suggestion, she responded in kind. He keeps saying that too, but since single parenting isn't really in my plans, I guess it'll have to wait. So, are you up for ice cream? I could use a little dessert now, since we skipped it earlier. Plus, it'll give me a chance to talk you into a second date. She didn't need time to consider that. I'd love ice cream, and I'd love to go out with you again. He squeezed her hand, and they shared a smile. There might have even been a tiny zip of electricity. She wished she could go back to the first of the year and tell herself to accept the first time he'd asked her out.
18. Ben tried not to feel guilty as he scooped some mac and cheese onto Felicia's plate after work Tuesday. He was trying to feed her decent meals, or at least ones that included more than boxed pasta or frozen pizza. Since he had a rough evening at work and had gotten off late, getting her fed and settled for the night seemed more pressing than a well-rounded meal. He fought the guilt and added one more scoop to her plate before dishing up his own. Even knowing that being at his place was better for her than where she had been before, he wondered sometimes if he was a total failure as a parent. Then she smiled up at him and chattered about her day, actual happy chatter, and he felt a little better. The phone rang and he grabbed it before she could, sliding into his chair at the table. Hello? Hey bro, how are things going? Brandon's voice was a welcome one. Pretty good, just sitting down to eat with our girl here. How are you doing? Same old, same old. One day less, right? I decided to take your advice and I'm working on a college class, geography. It's kinda lame. Well, it's something to do, and hey, if you have some college behind you when you get out, it'll be easier to get settled. Who knows, you might even find a class you like. Did you get our Shamrock card? Yeah, that girl is funny, isn't she? Can I talk to her? Of course. Ben covered the phone. It's your dad. Yay! She took the phone eagerly, cradling it against her cheek. Hi, Dad. How are you? Ben listened to her side of the conversation while he ate. She talked about school and the greenhouse. She mentioned the little girl she knew from daycare and her best friend at school. Then she listened for a little while and responded. Ben wished he had put Brandon on speakerphone so he knew how the conversation was going. He kept himself from leaning in to listen to the conversation. A kid had the right to a little semi-private time on the phone with her dad, didn't she? It wasn't like he was telling her the formula for meth or anything. His side of the call would be overheard. Not surprisingly, the call ended after less than 5 minutes, and Ben nudged Felicia into finishing her now cold macaroni. She ate it automatically, not talking after the phone call. She looked pensive and sad. Penny for your thoughts? She looked at him quizzically. What does that mean? I wonder how you are feeling and what you're thinking about. I'm fine. She finished half her food and pushed the plate away. I need to read for class. She scraped the rest of the food into the trash and then got her book for class and sat to read. He only saw her turn the page once or twice in 20 minutes, so he wasn't sure if she was actually reading or not. When he asked how she was doing, though, she said she was fine, so he let it go. He watched her switch to writing in the notebook her therapist had given her and was glad she was making use of it, though he was curious about what she was writing. He cleaned up from dinner, answered some emails that had come through, and paid bills. When he looked up, he realized it was already time to get Felicia into bed. Bedtime hadn't been too bad so far, so when Ben told Felicia to get ready for bed and she didn't react, he was surprised. "Hey, did you hear me?" "Yes, just a minute, I'm busy." She kept writing in her notebook. "What's that?" "Nothing." She hunched more. Curious, he came over to look over her shoulder. She flipped it closed and all but snarled at him. "That's my personal thoughts. You can't read them. The therapist said so." Whoa, where did that attitude come from? He lifted his palm in peace and kept his voice calm. "Okay, I won't read it. Are you done?" "No, I need to write a lot more." He glanced at his watch. It was well past the time he normally sent her to get ready for bed. She'd been writing for a long time. "Go get ready, and then I'll let you write until 8:30. "No, I have to write first. It's very important." She stabbed at the paper, but didn't even look up at him. She'd been so accommodating before. He had no idea what was going on. He pulled the journal away, leaving it closed. "I need you to get ready now so you have everything set for bed. Once that's done, you can come back and write until 8:30. You usually get ready before now." "But I want to write now." Outrage colored her face and she stamped a foot. "I need to write now." "You need to get ready for bed now." "But you'll look in my journal." "No, I won't. I'll set it here." He put it on the fireplace mantel out of her reach. "Go get ready, and then you can finish in it." She gave him a nasty look and called him a correspondingly nasty word he'd most certainly never uttered in her presence before stomping out of the room. He heard her screaming angrily after her door slammed shut. Holy cow. What happened to his sweet little girl? He pulled out his cell phone and dialed Maddie. Felicia had a tantrum. Kids do. Not Felicia. I haven't had any problems with her at all, if you don't count dragging her feet when I ask her to clean her room. She yelled and called me a bad name. She had the nerve to chuckle. "I guess she's settled into your house then. This is actually a good sign." "It is?" She threw a pen and stomped out of the room like I was a monster or something. All I asked her to do was get ready for bed. What happened earlier in the evening? We talked to Brandon. She was really excited. Then afterward she was quiet, and then wham, complete personality change. "Ah, Brandon. Do you think he said something to upset her?" "Probably not." "Okay, think about the emotions that go through your mind when you talk to him. Think about it for a moment." Ben did, and it made a little more sense. It was convoluted and confusing and not easy to explain. Maddie paused for several seconds, but didn't wait for him to respond before going on. "Imagine if you were her. She probably feels love and happiness and sadness because she misses him, and he makes her think of her mom, which is rough. And she misses him, but she knows he did something bad or he wouldn't be there. And there's probably a part of her that wonders why he did something bad so he would have to go away from her. Considering the way Melissa talked to her sometimes about how no one would want her, Felicia may think that's why her dad went away to jail, so he wouldn't have to be near her. She loves being with you, but might feel disloyal for liking it there too. All of this is hard for a well-adjusted adult to deal with, never mind a little girl. The wonder is that you don't see this kind of behavior more often. Wow, I feel like a complete idiot for not realizing that. It was like a spotlight flashed in his brain, making it all so much clearer. You're not an idiot. You're struggling to cope with everything yourself. It's a lot to deal with. On top of all that, she's testing boundaries right now, and the fact that she's doing it says she feels safe to do so. Just have a calm conversation about it when she gets back in. Keep to the rules you set before, and act like it doesn't faze you. Give her plenty of love, mixed with balanced consequences. She'll adjust. It might not hurt to talk to her therapist if it keeps happening. She can help you with coping strategies. Thank you. I was feeling totally overwhelmed. You're welcome, and you can call me anytime. He said goodnight and returned to what he'd been working on, but he didn't know if it would be that easy. When Felicia didn't return in 5 minutes, he thought it was odd. When she didn't return in 10 minutes, he decided to see what she was up to. Every piece of clothing she owned was on the bedroom floor, and she was sitting in the middle of it playing with her doll. She still wore her school clothes. He was no longer even a tiny bit amused. "Felicia, what are you doing?" Reba needed her hair brushed. It was a mess. "You need to get ready for bed. I'm busy." He was at his wit's end, but he kept his voice low and controlled. "Put it down and get ready for bed. You no longer get to finish writing in your journal tonight." She looked up, pain and anger in her eyes. "But you promised." "I said if you hurried up and got ready for bed, you could write more tonight, but you didn't do that. You made a mess in your room and played with your doll instead. We have bedtime rules, and we have rules about doing what I tell you to. You didn't follow directions, and you were very rude to me earlier. We don't talk about people like that, not to their faces or behind their backs. You need to go to bed now. I'll give you 10 minutes to get into your pajamas, clean up these clothes, and then the light goes out." She crossed her arms over her chest. "I won't get ready for bed, and I like my clothes where they are. Then you'll sleep in your clothes, and I'll take away everything still sitting on the floor." He shut her bedroom door to give her privacy, hoping that meant she would decide to get ready for bed. 10 minutes later, he knocked on her bedroom door. "Who is it?" she asked, as if they weren't the only two people in the house. "It's me. May I come in?" "No, it's my bedroom." "Whoa. Are you ready for bed?" "No, I'll go to bed when I feel like it." He opened the bedroom door and looked at her, still sitting where she had been a few minutes earlier. "Fine. Now you get to earn back your clothes." He grabbed her dirty clothes hamper, which had also been emptied onto the floor, and started scooping up everything on the floor. "What are you doing?" "I told you, I'm taking away your clothes until you earn them back." Her eyes grew wide and tears started to well in her eyes. "No. What will I wear to school tomorrow?" He scooped up a few more things. "Better hurry and hang your clothes up. You don't have to earn back anything you clean up yourself." She jumped up and started grabbing items from the floor, shoving them in drawers and hanging hangers up in the closet, crying and protesting the whole time. He slowed down to allow her to get a few extra, but kept clearing her mess. He dawdled until she snatched up a pair of pajamas before he picked up the last 2 items from the floor. "Look, you found some pajamas so you have something to wear tonight." He glanced at her closet, which had enough pieces to make a passable outfit for school the next day. "And you have something to wear in the morning. Tomorrow after school, we'll talk about what you need to do to earn back the rest of your clothes. I'll give you a minute to change, and then I'll turn out the light." "Wait," she grabbed his arm as he turned to leave the room. "What do I have to do to get them back?" Her face was red and her nose was running. "I think chores around the house would be good. We'll talk about it tomorrow, okay?" Ben snatched a tissue from her nightstand and wiped her face, and then had her blow her nose. He ran a hand down the length of her hair, gently letting her know he wasn't angry with her. Frustrated, yes, but not angry. "It'll be all right." He left the room, shutting the door behind him for privacy. When he checked on her a couple of minutes later, she wore her pajamas, and the dirty clothes from that day were piled precisely where the laundry basket belonged. "Thank you for getting ready for bed and for helping clean up after yourself. I appreciate it." He helped her into bed and tucked her in, kissing her on the forehead. "I love you, sweet pea." She sniffled a little. "I love you too, Uncle Ben. See you in the morning." He collapsed onto the sofa a moment later. He had no idea where the plan with her clothes came from. She always took such good care of them, something she had learned to do in her old place. He figured that was because she had so few, and her mom wasn't really great at washing them. He felt a twinge of guilt about holding her clothes ransom, so he called Maddie again. When he finished telling her everything that had happened, she cheered him. "Good job." That would have been maddening, and it totally could have backfired, but it worked. This time. "Don't say it like that. You think it won't work next time? Different things work with different kids, and they change all the time. It sounds like you handled it well, though. He rubbed his head. This isn't easy. Nope, it's not supposed to be, but keep working at it. I know you'll be fine. As long as she knows that you love her, always, then it'll be okay. She sees the way you treat her, and she feels safe in your home. This is only a stepping stone. So, anything else I should be prepared to deal with? He asked. How long do you have? She asked with a laugh. They spoke for nearly an hour. When he hung up, Ben felt much better about the whole situation. Still, if this is how it was going to be every time his brother called, were the calls good for Felicia or not? He would have to talk to her therapist. 19. IT was gray and rainy when Ben got up for work the next day. A fine mist fell from the sky as he hurried Felicia out to the patrol car, and he hoped the weather would clear up as the day went on. Before they reached Sheila's apartment, though, the rain grew heavy, battering the top of his car and filling the streets. Normally he loved a good storm, especially since it tended to keep troublemakers inside, but he didn't want Felicia to get soaked when they went into Sheila's building. They managed to get inside only half soaked, and he rang the bell at the apartment. Nearly a minute passed while they waited, and he was starting to wonder if he'd missed a text or something, saying they wouldn't be home that day. Felicia squeezed his hand and looked tired. Finally, Sheila came to the door wrapped in a blanket and looking like she had been up most of the night and had dragged herself out of bed. She rubbed her eyes. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize how late it was. I should have sent you a text over an hour ago. We're all sick. Everyone? Ben had been off work for a few days, so Felicia hadn't been there for a while. Yes, everyone. From me all the way down to the baby. It started yesterday and spread like crazy. I don't think it would be a good idea for Felicia to be here. No, you're right. He didn't want her to be exposed to the germs, but he had to be at work in 10 minutes, and Felicia needed somewhere to go. Despite his joke with Jason, it wasn't like he could invite her to do a ride-along for the next hour, and she wasn't allowed into the school yet. I'll find somewhere else for today and tomorrow, and then we'll try again when you're all feeling better. I'm so sorry. Sheila coughed into the blanket, sounding terrible. I understand. Take care. He took Felicia back down to his patrol car. Where am I going? Felicia bit her lip with worry. Jason had started work already, and his parents were out of town visiting their younger daughter, so that left only one option. He hated to have to ask her for help, yet again, but he couldn't help it. Maddie's, I guess. Let's go see if she needs a breakfast pal. They were plenty wet by the time they ran through the storm to her front porch, despite the rain gear. Maddie opened the door, already dressed and ready for work. Her eyebrows dipped in the middle when she looked out at them, but she didn't hesitate to invite them in, despite the fact that they would drip water on everything. Come on in. Did something happen to your childcare? Ben nodded. The whole household is sick. I'm so sorry, but is it okay if Felicia goes into school with you for a couple days? He cringed as he remembered his staff meeting. Oh, and I have a meeting after work, so I won't be home until nearly 6. I almost forgot. I didn't even think about that. Normally he got off work minutes after she finished school, so it wouldn't be a big deal, but having Felicia stay with her today would suck up most of Maddie's day. She reached out and set a hand on his sleeve. It's no problem, really. Set your umbrella over there, Felicia. I'm finishing up my makeup, and then I need some breakfast. Did you eat already? She helped Felicia with her wet jacket and handed it back to her to hang up. She looked at Ben again. Have a terrific day. We'll have fun without you. We may even paint our nails tonight. More grateful than he could say, he feigned great sadness. Ah, man, I'm going to have to miss that. Darn it. Maddie winked and said goodbye, shutting him back out on her covered porch. His heart skipped slightly at the sight of the wink. He pushed it back. He did not have a thing for Maddie McCormick. Maybe it was gratitude because she had saved his bacon several times now. Maybe it was because he wished he could hang out with them today instead of doing his regular job. He knew Maddie was good for Felicia. A little at a time, she was starting to open up to him. It pleased him beyond anything. He focused his attention on his job as he turned on his police radio and checked in for the day. When he got called to a small collision a few blocks away, He flipped on his lights and sirens and headed downtown.
Throughout the day, Maddie studied Felicia on and off, as always. There didn't seem to be any lingering behavior problems after the call and tantrum last night. She was starting to open up to a couple of girls her age, playing with them at recess and talking with them about something for a few minutes. When she'd first arrived, she'd been so quiet. Maddie had worried about her. She seemed to be settling in, though. She hoped that the progress they'd been seeing continued. Maddie had grown fonder of Felicia than she had expected on such short acquaintance. Maybe it was because they spent more one-on-one time together. Maybe it was because she understood her background better than she did with most of the kids. Maybe it was because she worried about Ben and how he was handling the new commitment. It wasn't like she wasn't fully aware the man had avoided making promises or relying on other people over the years. She watched and noticed. Now, that concern extended itself naturally to Felicia. After school, Maddie left Felicia working on homework in the classroom while she saw the other students out to the buses. She was pleased when Landon stopped to talk with her on her way back into the school. "Hey, I was hoping to catch up with you today," Landon said. "Can I come to your room to talk for a second after things calm down a little?" Young children still filled the halls, laughing and calling back and forth to each other as they streamed out to the buses and their parents' cars. Of course, Maddie felt a warm happiness as she thought of their date and hoped there would be another one very soon. So what if he wasn't Ben? They'd had a good time. Felicia was coloring away when Maddie returned, and Maddie took a few minutes to review spelling words and make sure she was all caught up. "Hey, you have a straggler?" Landon said when he entered and saw Felicia a few minutes later. "Oh yeah, this is Felicia. She's hanging out with me for a while until her uncle gets off work." "Felicia, this is Mr. Hill." "Hello, I've seen you in the halls." She shot him a quick smile and returned to her drawing. Landon gestured for Maddie to follow him into the hallway, and she wondered what the big deal was. A frown marred Landon's expression when she joined him. "Do you always help your parents with childcare? That was pretty gutsy for him to ask you to take charge of his kid after school." Landon looked like he was trying to act casual, but not doing a very good job of it. She decided not to mention the time before school as well. "No, I don't do it for everyone. She's living with her uncle, who is my brother's best friend. He's practically family. Usually he's here within 10 minutes, but he has a meeting today, so he's running late. Now, what can I do for you?" "I guess stuff comes up." Landon nodded, apparently reassured she wasn't being taken advantage of. "I thought maybe we could see if we can find a time for our second date." "Sounds good." She pulled her phone out of her pocket to check her calendar, and soon they set something up. "I had a lot of fun with you last time. I'm glad we could get together again." He gave her hand a friendly squeeze. "Same here. I guess I'll see you around." Until Saturday afternoon. Until then, he lifted her hand and kissed her fingertips. Shivers flowed down her spine at the contact. Maybe she had been wrong about them having chemistry after all.
When Ben stopped at Maddie's that evening, he thought again about how willing she had been to watch Felicia, even though it had to be inconvenient, especially when she would have the child with her this late in the evening. He knocked on the door, and it was opened by Felicia wearing a green mud mask and a big smile. "Hi, Uncle Ben." "Hello, sweet pea. You didn't ask who was at the door." He smiled to take any sting out of the reprimand and tapped her lightly on the nose with one fingertip. "Miss McCormick saw you through the window. She said it was okay." "Well, that's fine then." He put his hands on his hips and looked her up and down. "It doesn't look like you're quite ready to go," she giggled. "Miss McCormick is washing her face. She said we could eat with her tonight. We made something in the crock pot this morning." "The crock pot? Yum. What does it have in it?" "Chicken and creamy stuff and green herbs, and we made rice. She said it's super yummy." "Well, I was going to invite Miss McCormick to dinner with us tonight, but if you already made a yummy dinner, maybe we'll have to do that another night." Maddie came back into the room, fresh-faced and gorgeous as ever, even without makeup. "I'll definitely take a rain check on that. Maybe we can do dinner on Friday night?" Sounds perfect. Thank you for everything. I really appreciate you. I know it hasn't been convenient. Hey, me and my girl here, we finished up a bunch of work at school, and then we did pedicures, manicures, and facials. She showed each off as she mentioned them, and he was surprised at how tiny her feet were. They were very pretty, with bright blue, sparkling toenail polish. Her fingernails were far less wild in a soft petal pink. Now that Piper is so busy with Reese, I haven't had a good girls' night to do this kind of thing for a while. He loved that she and Felicia got along so well. Very nice. I'm glad someone can show her all the joys of being a girl. I'd be woefully inadequate there. Maddie nodded. Yes, you would. Come on, dinner's ready. I'm sure you're hungry. I know I am. You didn't have to do this. Of course I didn't, but it's nice to have someone to eat with once in a while. She didn't meet his eye, and he didn't protest again. Ben, do you like my fingers and toes too? Felicia asked. Both were a vibrant green with sparkles. Wow, it's stunning. All of the girls at school will be so jealous, and you helped make dinner too? When she nodded, he shook his head in wonder. You are becoming so domestic. That means you are learning great skills to take care of yourself, he explained, realizing she might not understand the word. She beamed at him, which would have melted a heart of stone. Since his wasn't stone, he felt like a marshmallow. What a difference a couple of weeks and some TLC could make. I missed you today. She threw her arms around his legs. I missed you too, honey. He gave her a good squeeze back before he offered to help Maddie set the table. He helped Felicia wash the mask from her face, and they returned just as Maddie was setting the crock pot next to the pan of rice she had prepared. They had a fun, light conversation over dinner, and Maddie told him all about Felicia's improving school scores, and Felicia talked about what the other kids on the playgrounds were saying. Ben shared a few minor vignettes from his day. It was rather like a family getting together for dinner, or at least how he'd imagined family life was like for other people. Of course, Maddie's family actually did have pleasant family dinners, so she probably thought this was normal. In any case, she managed to make it look normal. Once they had cleaned up after the meal and leftovers were in the fridge, Ben helped Felicia grab her things and sent her to use the bathroom before they left. He turned to Maddie. This has been a great evening. It's very much appreciated after the crazy day I've had. Thank you so much for everything. You're welcome. For dinner and babysitting. Ben shook his head. Not just for that. You've really made an impression on her. The friendship and interest in her, the facials and nails and whatever other female stuff you've been doing with her, they obviously make a difference. I really appreciate you. He brushed some hair back from her cheek, skimming the backs of his fingers there, on the softness that looked too fragile sometimes to be true. He now knew how strong and versatile she really was. Funny how he never thought about it before. Her hand came up and cupped his, holding it against the silk of her cheek. You're very welcome. She's a special girl. I feel privileged that you trust me to watch her. Well, thanks. It wasn't nearly enough, especially when his heart sped up as their gazes lingered. Have you found someone who can watch her when you work the night shift yet? Maddie asked. No, and I have 2 evenings and a night shift next week. He didn't want to ask her to help, but he was nearly out of options. 11 to 7, she basically sleeps that whole time, right? Maddie asked. Almost. She's really fast out of bed to get ready for school and eat most days. I could throw her on my sofa a couple nights if we need to. We can work out something for the swing shift too. His chest tightened and his throat nearly closed off with gratitude. Funny how much easier it was to accept her help now than it had been a few weeks earlier. Thanks. The door from the bathroom opened and Felicia came out, her hands still dripping. I'm ready to go. Maddie dropped his hand and stepped away as if embarrassed. Ben felt the loss deep inside and wondered how that could be. She was just Maddie, but suddenly she was more than that too. Somehow there was a lot more to Maddie than he'd realized. 20. I think the cookies look funny. Shouldn't they be shamrocks on the outside instead of the inside? Felicia asked as she helped Ben set them out on the cookie tray. He was glad that he could buy the pre-made dough with the shamrock inside for the holiday. Making the dough from scratch was not in his repertoire. And while he may have been branching out from using the phone to make dinner or pulling it straight from the freezer, he had been congratulating himself for actually buying cookie sheets the other day. Well, it's harder to keep the dough the right shape if it's cut like a shamrock on the outside. Round is a lot easier. That's why they have the shamrock in the middle. He used a long piece of dental floss to cut off another slice and said a silent thank you for Pinterest, where he'd learned how to cut the cookies by encircling them with thread of floss and pinching it off rather than using a knife to mash the one side. He was becoming a regular Martha Stewart. Not that he'd ever admit it to the guys. Okay, could we make cookies sometime? I made them with Miss McCormick once. She's really good at it. Maybe she could make them with us. That would be fun. He wondered if Maddie was getting sick of them yet. Did you make cookies with your mom? No, Mom didn't cook stuff. She bought cookies instead. Well, sometimes. Felicia shrugged matter-of-factly. Ben's cell phone rang, and he set the latest cookie on the tray and passed the floss to Felicia so she could try. If she messed up, it would still taste the same, right? He didn't recognize the number, but that wasn't much of a surprise. Hello? Is this Ben Belliston? Yes, it is. He wondered how the woman got his number. As a police officer, he preferred to keep it private. This is Belinda Taylor, Melissa's sister. I had to go through all kinds of hoops to get your phone number. I understand you have Felicia. Yes. He had gotten approval for permanent custody only a couple of days earlier. There were still forms to complete, and the court would have to rule on guardianship. But as far as CPS was concerned, Felicia wasn't going anywhere. My husband and I weren't able to make it to the funeral. My mom didn't mention it until the day before. She slid the funeral into the conversation offhand like it was no big deal. I knew Felicia had gone to live with one of Brandon's siblings, but we didn't realize it was a single man and a police officer until a few days ago. With your work schedule, you must have her in daycare all the time. We'd like to raise her instead. He actually laughed for half a second, totally thrown by the request. Mrs. Taylor, when was the last time you saw Felicia? Well, not since she was a baby. Melissa was so difficult to deal with, and she stole things from our house to pay for her habit, so we had to keep her away. We've always worried about little Felicia. He knew Melissa hadn't started using drugs regularly until a few years earlier, after Brandon started dealing, but her relationship with her family had fallen apart before she and Brandon got together. He bit off a reply regarding his thoughts on that matter and stepped into another room so Felicia wouldn't overhear the conversation. I'm sorry, but that was your choice. You had opportunities to see her in the past 9 years, and even more in the past 3 weeks. You chose to have nothing to do with her, and she doesn't even know you, so there's no way I'd pass custody to you. But you're a single man, a stranger. No, ma'am, you're the stranger. I'm her uncle, and I've been part of her life for the past 8 years. I've at least had a relationship with her. I'm sorry your mother didn't tell you about the funeral sooner. I made sure they were notified as soon as we had a date and time set. She's all we have left of Melissa. The woman started to sniffle, and her breath hitched. We could sue for custody. No judge in his right mind would give her to you when you've shown no concern all these years. The woman stretched, looking for another answer. But her birthday is coming up. Could we try taking her for the weekend so we can celebrate with her? You're a stranger to her. Goodbye. He hung up the phone, done with the conversation. When it rang again, right away from the same number, he rejected the call and left his phone in the office while he went back to join Felicia in the kitchen. There was still a shaker full of green and white candies to spread on the cookies, and he didn't need the distraction. Was that a work call? Do you have to go to work? Felicia asked. Nope, I'm staying here with you tonight. He tapped her on the end of the nose. What do you say we decorate these babies? Yes. Felicia took great pains in making sure all of the jimmies were placed perfectly before giving her okay for him to slide the cookies into the oven. Though he tried to keep his cool and focus on his time with Felicia, he struggled to keep his mind off the phone call. Would Melissa's sister and her husband try to get custody of Felicia, or would they forget all about her by tomorrow? like they had more or less forgotten about Melissa. He wasn't sure which he wanted. On the one hand, Felicia ought to have a relationship with her other family, all of them, if she could do so healthily. Then again, what kind of people were they? There was tough love, and then there was totally writing off someone. He had a small pang as he thought of his father, and the distance he'd put between them. But that was different. He'd tried to reconnect, hadn't he? They'd eaten dinner at his house a few weeks earlier. Well, tried to eat dinner was more accurate. Meanwhile, it had taken Belinda and her husband weeks to even contact him after they found out Melissa was dead. He laughed at himself when he realized how he would have welcomed letting them take Felicia that first week. Funny how much things had changed in such a short period of time. How did we get suckered into this again? Jason pulled out his nail gun and drove a couple into the 2x10. A pile of boards sat next to them behind the greenhouse, waiting to be turned into garden frames. Your sister is tenacious. Ben grabbed the next board and lined it up. That she is. I thought we were done with that once she got the greenhouse up and running. It's your fault for not having a job lined up today. She would take advantage of my one clear day this spring. She's already talking about landscaping at my place. Adeline isn't letting it go either. If you get both of them involved, you'll have the whole group of them, which will at least make the work easier on you. How's the house coming? The air compressor kicked on in the back of Ben's truck, which was parked in the alley between the garden and city building. I've been too busy to work on it. Between the garden here and my regular job, I've been working a lot of overtime. One of these days I have to get a life. He set the nails in that board and went around to the far side to finish it off. Jason passed Ben the gun. How are things with Felicia? I took her to a therapist yesterday for an evaluation. Things are fine at home, really. She's such a good kid, hardly gives me a moment's trouble, unless Brandon calls, but it's not normal for her to be so good. Is it? Or were we extra naughty kids? We were pretty bad, but she's Brandon's daughter. You've said enough. The teen years will be a nightmare. Ben grabbed the next board, and they worked through the beds. You ever think of settling down, adding someone else in the house to help out with this parenting thing? Only every hour. Then I remember my parents' marriage and that I never want to get married before my desperation takes hold. Have you ever tried to braid hair? It's kicking my butt. Come on, I've seen girls younger than Felicia master it. It can't be that hard. You'd think. Life has a way of throwing you for a loop and rearranging your priorities. I got a call from Bo yesterday. The army buddy who came with his wife to stay with you last fall? Jason grinned. Yeah, their baby is due soon. He's over the moon excited about it. I can't imagine being in his position. Ben let the silence hang for a moment before venturing to ask. Still having the nightmares? Jason grimaced. Always. I woke with my remote control in my hand at 3 this morning, thinking it was my gun. I don't know if I could get involved seriously. What if I hurt her? Ben shot him a sideways look. Are you still seeing someone about it? No, the army assistance ran out, and I don't have decent insurance. It's getting better, just not as fast as I'd like. Ben had the feeling that it was worse than Jason was admitting. You might find a therapist who'll be a better fit for you. Nah, it wasn't the therapist, it was me. I don't want to talk about it. As Maddie likes to say, therapy only works if you do, and I wasn't. Ben wondered if he would have to press the point eventually. Then he wondered if it would do any good. It wasn't any different than his mom refusing to see to her own safety. He glanced across the street and saw kids playing on the playground at the elementary school. So, do you know anything about this guy Maddie's seeing? Nah, just some dude who's been chasing her all year, if it's the same guy. I guess they had fun. Why? Do you know something about him I should know? I could take out a little vigilante justice on him if he's trouble. Ben chuckled, though he'd almost like to see Jason do it, on principle. If he were trouble, the school would have fired him before now. I heard them talking. I wondered how long they've been going out. Not that it matters. Except, he was starting to wonder if it did matter to him. Jason offered, I can ask around for you if you want to see if anyone knows anything, or even suspects something. He smirked a little. except she would probably pound us both if she knew we were looking into her boyfriend. She can try. I'm tougher than she is, aren't you? I've been watching her in class. She manages 22 kids and barely breaks a sweat. I'm not sure that she isn't tougher than both of us put together. There is that. Plus, she's really bossy. Jason gestured to his nail gun. Case in point. 2 more to go. You want to grab a burger after this? Sounds great. Ben lifted the next board into place with renewed vigor. It had been too long since he had time to talk to Jason without a ton of other people around. He glanced back across the street and saw the teacher Maddie was dating. Maybe it wasn't a big deal. Maybe it didn't matter. He wasn't sure how he felt about her yet anyway. 21 Things at the Garden seemed to have cooled off with the local gang, but Ben continued to volunteer whenever he had the day off. Thursday, between groups at the greenhouse, he walked over to the school to watch the kids playing on the playground equipment. Maddie came out with her students after a few minutes, and he saw Felicia run to the swings with a couple of other girls he recognized from the greenhouse. She laughed and pumped her legs with them, not noticing him at all. It gave him great pleasure to see her fitting in with the other kids. One of the teachers standing with Maddie gestured toward him. Maddie glanced over and smiled. She said something back before approaching him at the fence, looking fresh and lovely in light brown dress pants and a medium blue blouse. How's it going today? Seems to be good. Only your group is left. How are things in your class today? Pretty well, actually. I wanted to get some final wiggles out of the kids before bringing them over. They look forward to the greenhouse so much. She hooked her fingers through the chain-link fence. The teachers all really appreciate you giving up your afternoons to help. It's my pleasure. He watched Felicia and debated whether or not to mention the phone call to Maddie, but no one else knew his girl like Maddie did, and he wanted her opinion on things. I got a call from Felicia's aunt last night. I didn't know Melissa had a sister. Was she at the funeral? Her brows lifted in surprise. I didn't know you were in touch with them. She said she didn't know about the funeral in time. I haven't been in touch with her. As far as I knew, she was as disinterested in Melissa and Felicia as her parents are. I was surprised she even found my number. She called to say she wants custody of Felicia. She thinks I'll make a terrible single dad and little girls need both parents. As a general rule, having both is definitely best. What? He stared at her. She shot him an exasperated look. Hold on, don't jump down my throat yet. As I was saying, generally they do better with both parents. But they're being ridiculous, expecting you to pass her over to strangers. You're doing a fine job. What did you tell them? No, I'm assuming. Of course, there's no way I'd give Felicia up to some strangers. Then she asked if they could have Felicia over for her birthday. I told her no and ended the call. Seriously, does she think Felicia's going to run into their arms all happy because they suddenly decided to make some kind of effort? Maddie didn't say anything for a long moment, staring into the playground. Have you thought about inviting them to join the party? It is in a public place. Join us? Why? Because they're Felicia's family. Because she deserves a chance to have some kind of relationship with them, unless they end up as bad as their first impression. Because it could help give her a sense of love and stability that's hard for you to provide on your own, especially when she's already been through so much. Ben wanted to tell her where to go and stalk back across the street. A couple of weeks earlier he would have. Instead, he made himself stand there and chew on her suggestion for a long moment, forcing himself to put aside his ego and pride. What was best? He wasn't sure if he could face that answer. I don't know if I can accept them and be nice after the way they've acted. All you have to do is be civil. Civil enough that Felicia doesn't realize you don't like them, because then she won't like them, and she deserves a chance to figure out for herself how she feels about them. I doubt what I think about them will change her feelings. Maddie chuckled. This is not the time to be humble, Ben. Prosody. She practically worships you. He lifted his brows at her. It doesn't feel that way when she's refusing to eat her peas and has to be told for the 4th time that weekend to close the bathroom door when she's in there. That's what we call being a parent. You're doing fine. Felicia glanced over and waved in their direction. He waved back. She didn't come over like she once would have, but continued swinging with her friends. It both pleased him that she didn't feel the need to cling and made him sad. Obviously, he was an idiot. It's hard, I know, especially when this woman acted like a jerk, but think about inviting them. It'll be good for Felicia. You can set the rules and parameters and see what happens. Once they realize you're not giving her up, they'll either fade into the background or stay involved, and then you'll know who they really are, on the inside. I'll think about it. But he already knew he would do it, because Maddie was sensible, and eventually he would be able to accept she was right, once he recovered from the gut instinct to hide Felicia and lock the door. I need to round up the kids in a minute here so we can join you at the greenhouse. I'll let you get to it. I'll meet you there. Ben glanced over at her and saw her looking at him. Thanks for talking to me about this. I wasn't sure whether I was totally overreacting or not. Not entirely, but if you want to do a background check before you introduce Felicia to them, it might not be a bad idea. He chuckled. You took that thought right out of my head, didn't you? I try. She winked and turned back to the school. Ben shoved his hands into his pockets as he strolled back across the street to the greenhouse. He'd make the phone call tonight and then see what happened. Ben waited until after dinner that night, and Felicia was in the bath before scrolling back through his calls to find the number for Belinda Taylor. The phone rang 3 times before Belinda picked up. Hello? Hi, this is Ben Belliston. You called me yesterday about Felicia? Oh, I told my husband you would change your mind once you thought about it for a while. He let that comment go and focused on why he called. Look, I'm not handing Felicia over to you, but I do want her to have a chance to get to know you and have a healthy relationship with your family. If you want to join us for her birthday party next Friday, you're welcome. We're going to Chuck E. Cheese in Kansas City for dinner and to play a few games. And afterward, could we take her for an overnight or the weekend? We really want time to get to know her. What planet did this lady live on? No, you're not taking her overnight the first time she's ever met you. Come to the party. We'll meet, we'll talk, and we'll see how it goes from there. If it goes well, we can arrange another visit and eventually see about overnights. But we're her family. Sorry, but being related to Melissa isn't of itself an endorsement. I don't know you, so we'll have to build a relationship of trust before you take her without supervision. That's the way it is. Do you have a pen for the address? He gave it to her, and when she asked again about taking Felicia the following weekend, he cut her off. Dinner Friday at 6:30. If you're serious about having a relationship with her, you'll accept my terms. He hung up the phone. He didn't like being a hard nose, but until he got the report back on them and had a chance to get their measure in person, he wasn't changing his mind.
22. Maddie didn't know what to expect when Landon told her to wear comfortable shoes, but that they'd be inside. He didn't tell her anything else about his plans, so she put on jeans, a light sweater, sneakers, her go-to shoe for school, a gold pendant necklace, and pearl studs. Her intention was to go with something classy but comfortable and easy to move in. When he arrived, she was pleased to see he'd also worn a sweater and jeans. It wasn't a different look for him. It was the kind of thing he wore every day, but somehow it seemed different. Maybe it was just the setting that was different. You look nice. Landon gave her hand a squeeze. Hello. Thanks, it's nothing special. I like you like this too. You're a relaxed, casual kind of person. It makes you comfortable to be around. He gestured to her head. I love your hair like that. Thanks. She touched her hair subconsciously. She had curled thin layers so it looked like a cascade of curls down her back. She hoped the curling iron Adeline recommended would actually make her hair stay curled for a while. The style was too time-consuming for every day, but it would be nice when she had a little extra time. Come on, let's go. He gave her hand a light tug and she grabbed her purse before shutting the door behind them. So, what's the plan? Wait and see. He grinned at her. How are things going in the greenhouse? Any problems since you started having cops help you out? Nope, it's been nice and quiet. She acceded to the change of topic, and they talked about school, family, and a dozen other things while he drove them into Kansas City. They went through downtown and came to a stop outside the National World War I Memorial. She was pleasantly surprised. Oh, fun. I love researching World War I. I haven't been here since last summer. It closes in 4 hours. I have to warn you, there's no way we'll make it through the whole thing before they close. Last time I didn't make it to the upper level at all. Good. Then we'll start there. He took her hand and they went inside. Maddie was pleased that their conversation continued to be easy and pleasant. He was such a nice guy, and she could totally see herself dating him. Then Ben's face flashed through her mind when he'd touched her cheek a few days earlier. She forced it away and focused on her date. Landon deserved her full attention. They hooked a right down the wide hallway after purchasing their tickets and went up to the memory hall, which held large painted maps of the war front. Most of the maps were of France, detailing the troop movements at different times in the war or locations of everything the support personnel had done. On the wall were huge murals, sections of a huge painting, the Panthéon de la Guerre, that had once measured an incredible 400 by 40 foot and had been displayed at the World's Fair. A number of smaller sections were displayed in the center of the room as well. The thing that caught her attention the most, though, was the wall of names of men from Kansas City who had died during the war. 441 of them. They were listed with their ranks in columns in black. She searched the names and came to stop at one a few rows above her head and stared. Lieutenant Miles McCormick, her great-grandfather. She hadn't even realized his name was here, though she remembered her grandfather talking about how his father died in the war when he had been a small boy and how it had changed their whole lives. "What is it?" Landon asked. "This one." She ran a finger over the raised metal. She told him what she knew of the man and asked the museum worker who was stationed at the wall what he knew about the names. Before they moved on, she took a photo of the wall and a close-up of the name. Her parents would no doubt want to see it. Landon took her hand and led her back to the tiny elevator waiting area, pushing the down button. "That's pretty amazing to find someone you're related to there. It makes it a little more real." "Yeah, it does." She smiled back at him, deciding to put the melancholy feeling behind her and move forward. "There's a lot more death and destruction ahead of us." He chuckled and escorted her onto the elevator. A few hours later, after the museum closed and they had gone out for dinner, Landon walked her to the front door. "I'd really like to do this again. I have at least a dozen other sites around here that I'd love to see. It's not as much fun going alone. I have a lot of fun with you." Was that enough to start a relationship, though? She wasn't sure. She didn't want to lead him on, but one more date wouldn't hurt. "We should definitely set something up." "Good." He leaned in and gave her a brief kiss. It was nice. He was a good kisser, and she could definitely handle more of it, but it didn't exactly rock her world. Was she expecting too much? "See you at school Monday?" He released her hand and returned to his car. Maddie said goodbye and went inside. Where was the giddy excitement she'd felt with other guys? Or that she still felt with Ben, even though they weren't dating? B. The wedding dress sets the mood for the whole celebration, Adeline said as she, Maddie, Piper, and Comfrey stood in the dress shop, surrounded by flowing white gowns. It was the first and hopefully only shop they planned to stop at that day. They had a great selection and very reasonably prices, or so Adeline had heard. "I don't want anything too extravagant," Piper demurred when Adeline pulled out a dress encrusted with lace, pearls, and sequins. Adeline looked at the dress for a moment, then nodded. "No, you're right. This is way too much for you. Let's pick out a few different styles for you to try on, though." A brunette in her 30s approached and greeted them. "I'm Jessica. Who's the lucky bride to be?" "That would be Piper," Adeline said, gesturing to her friend. "She has no spending limit." Piper turned, her eyes going wide with shock. "Of course I have a spending limit. I have a budget." Adeline shook her head. "She's marrying Reese Stone, and he said to get whichever dress she liked best, regardless of cost, and he'd pick up the bill. So don't tell her how much they are." The clerk seemed thrilled at the prospect. "Fine, we won't buy anything today. We'll just look. Piper could be stubborn too. Right. Adeline shot a knowing look to Jessica behind Piper's back. Maddie managed not to laugh. Piper would fall in love with something, and Adeline would make sure she got it in the end. It was how she worked. Jessica sat them all in some cushy chairs in a back corner with bottles of chilled water and pulled out 4 dresses, all in different styles. Piper looked at them and objected. "I won't be comfortable in anything that fancy." She pointed to the first one. "No problem. We'll see how you like the cut of the dress and can go from there." Jessica shooed her into the back room to help her try on the dresses. "I think the first one is exactly the right style," Adeline said when Piper was out of hearing. "They're all very formal, which will probably work beautifully for her. I want something a lot less traditional," Comfrey said. She stood and looked through the nearby racks, pulling out one that was ivory, with a looser fit and covered in lace, but no beads or sequins. "Well, you're pretty non-traditional. Are your parents also very attuned to nature?" Maddie wasn't sure how to ask if they were hippie-like too, or more average Joes. Not even a little bit. They're a lot like Reese's mom, actually. Very proper and involved in high society. They aren't overly impressed with my life choices. She wore a rueful smile, but Maddie thought she saw a hint of sadness in her eyes. Maddie was stunned that Comfrey had come from high society. She never would have guessed. "It must have been difficult to choose your own path. Or have you always been a bit of a rebel?" Comfrey brushed back her shoulder-length hair. "I was a good girl, doing exactly what they wanted. I went to the right schools and was involved in the right activities. I was interested in environmental science and horticulture, which wasn't my parents' first choice, but it was acceptable since they expected me to marry, join the garden club, and plan parties my whole life. Seriously, do they think we're still in the 50s? She shook her head. "My senior year of college, I had a professor suggest I take the permaculture class offered by the landscaping department. I was curious about their theories and how it tied environmental science and landscaping together. It changed my whole focus in life. My mom about lost it, but I'm a lot happier now that I'm my own person." "Your traditional, high society parents named you Comfrey?" Adeline asked. Her laugh tinkled through the room. "Nope, I chose that myself. I haven't made it official yet, but I'm thinking about changing it legally. I just need to get up the nerve. My parents will have a fit." "We'll definitely need to hear more about that later," Adeline said. Piper came out from the dressing room in the dress she had objected to. It was gorgeous, with a sweetheart neckline and lace appliques along the bodice and bottom third of the dress. The lace was encrusted with pearls and clear crystal beads that shimmered and flashed with her every move. The fit was perfect, tight on top, emphasizing her small waist and flowing out at the hip into a full skirt. "Wow. Are you sure that's too much embellishment because that dress is amazing on you?" Adeline said. "No, definitely don't want this much bling." Piper studied herself in the mirror. "But you're right about the cut and style." She tried on the other 3 dresses with Adeline's help, while Jessica found other dresses in a similar cut but with fewer decorations. While Piper modeled dress number 8, she glanced back over her shoulder. "Maddie, what's going on with Landon? Didn't you have another date on Saturday?" "Yep, he's a nice guy." Maddie wasn't sure how she felt about it yet. "That sounds unenthusiastic." Adeline watched her. "You're totally not into him." Maddie shrugged, wishing Adeline weren't right. "I could be. We have fun together. Anyway, who says love has to be about tingles and excitement? It's not like that lasts anyway." "There's a difference between expecting tingles and excitement every minute and having none," Jessica said. "So true," Comfrey added. "Are you dating anyone?" Maddie asked Comfrey. Time to change the subject. "Nope, I'm happily unencumbered, thanks. Memories of how things ended with my last boyfriend will suffice for a good long while." Piper looked at the last dress the attendant had brought over and vetoed it right away. "I think this is the dress. It's fancier than I had planned, but not over the top." It had a similar heart-shaped bodice with gathers that ran asymmetrically from right to left. Small sparkling beads were tucked in here and there to add a touch of bling. The skirt wasn't as full as the first dress, but there was still plenty of room for dancing, and a shimmery, gauzy layer of fabric with frequent gathers added definition and detail to the skirt. I agree. Adeline helped her down from the stage. I think this is perfect. Now we can plan the rest of the wedding. Half an hour later, they were gathered around a table at Applebee's, going through bridal magazines and laughing while they waited for their meals. Not that bouquet. Piper referred to a brightly colored fall of daisies in one of the pictures. Comfrey laughed. Definitely not. Try this one. They looked through several photographs and discussed table settings. Piper nixed everything they suggested. One single white rose in the middle and ivory dishes. Come on, Maddie said. The table bouquets will be perfect. Not too tall, so they won't keep people from being able to talk to each other across the table, and they'd work well with the pale peach tablecloths you want. Absolutely, Adeline agreed. Oh, you know what I was thinking as I lay in bed last night dreaming about your wedding? Maddie asked. You were dreaming of my wedding? Piper asked. I can hardly dream of my own when I'm not even dating anyone seriously. It's more fun to dream of something that's actually going to happen this decade. Anyway, I was thinking of doing a wedding dance like you see on YouTube. We could brush off the old "diamonds are a girl's best friend" routine we did for that show in high school. It would be epic. That sounds like fun, Adeline said. Wait. You all danced to Diamonds? Does anyone have video footage? Because this I've got to see, Comfrey said. I am not dancing to that song, Piper said. Why not? Reese would totally get a kick out of it. Maddie was disappointed about being shut down so quickly. It's bad enough people already think I'm marrying him for his money. I can't do a dance that would reinforce that opinion. But it has nothing to do with that, Maddie protested. It's about us and our history. Piper's right. Adeline always had to be the voice of reason. People might misunderstand, only stupid and catty people who don't know her at all, but they'll still think it. Maddie huffed. But she could see Piper's point. Fine, what if we don't do Diamonds, but we pick a different song for a wedding dance? It will be so much fun. Please, I'll totally help you plan it out. You know Reese would get a kick out of it, Comfrey said. He'd love it even more if you picked something with soulful saxophone music. Plus, we'd have a blast. Extra excuses to get together for practices, Adeline said. We have to. Maddie shot Piper her best hopeful grin. Piper looked at the others and her eyes narrowed. Since you are clearly not going to let me out of it, okay. When the other ladies cheered, she held up her hands in the universal sign for quiet. But only if you all step out of your comfort zones too. What do you mean? Comfrey asked. We're willing to dance with you. You and Adeline both need to ask someone out. I don't care who, but someone that you wouldn't ask out otherwise. Someone who actually interests you. Maddie laughed until Piper turned to her. You need to tell Ben you're interested in him. Take a chance. You're dragging your feet with Landon because you've never been able to get over Ben. You're perfect for each other. If you like him as much as I think you do, see if it can go somewhere. If it doesn't work out, you might finally be able to let it go and be happy with someone else. Whoa, Ben Belliston? The guy I've been flirting with? I had no idea there was something going on with you two. Comfrey sat back in her seat. How did I miss that? There hasn't been anything between them. She's just been in love with him for years, Piper said. Not that any of us blame you for flirting with him because he's kinda hot. +%. Now it looks like he might be interested in Maddie as well. At least they're arguing way less than they used to, and he randomly calls her for parenting advice. I think it's time she made a move and let him know how she feels. Sorry, Comfrey said. He's nice and all, but if I'd known, I wouldn't have been such a flirt. It's fine, you couldn't know. But Maddie was glad Comfrey decided to back off. She considered the risks. Would it hurt the dynamics of the group if she made a move? Could she really spend her life not knowing if there was something between them? Would it ruin everything and make things awkward if he didn't feel the same way about her? This is terrifying. What if it changes everything and we don't work out? You need to know, one way or the other, Adeline said. When Comfrey agreed, Maddie gripped her scarf in both fists. Could she do it? I'll think about it. Seriously. Okay, when you've all made your move, I'll plan the dance. Piper looked like she was sure she would win this one. Since Maddie doubted Adeline would actually approach anyone for a date, she decided she was probably safe, but she couldn't forget the challenge or how tempted she was to give in to it.
23. Chuck E. Cheese is a kid's paradise. Ben and Felicia walked inside and went through the turnstiles, getting the stamps on the back of their hands so they could be paired back up before leaving. Maddie and Jason were already waiting when they went inside, and their parents arrived a few minutes later. Ben's dad was having a bad day, so his mom wouldn't be there. Ben had looked up pictures of Melissa's sister and her husband on Facebook the previous night to make sure he would recognize them. His search online for arrests came up empty, and when he called his friend on the force in Topeka, he was told the couple came back clean. That had been a relief. At least they hadn't broken any laws or even had a history of speeding tickets. Despite the photos, he nearly missed them when they came in the door. Apparently, they hadn't updated their pictures recently. Belinda was a small woman, but not soft and compliant looking like his mother. Derek was lean and athletic with a firm mouth. They glanced around when they walked in, and Ben watched them for a minute to see how they interacted before he approached them. He didn't make them wait too long. Their body language was uncertain and anxious. "Hello, you must be Derek and Belinda. I'm Ben Belliston." Belinda gave him a look, like she was sizing him up. "It's good to meet you. Where's my niece?" Ben reminded himself to be courteous and not to react. They were probably nervous about meeting Felicia. "She's excited to meet you, but she's nervous as well, so please be gentle and take your time." He led them back to the group and made introductions all around. Belinda leaned over and gave Felicia a big hug the moment she saw her. "I've been so worried about you. We always wanted to see you, but your mom wouldn't let us. She was so stubborn." Funny, that hadn't been the excuse she'd given Ben over the phone. "We're still waiting for my parents, but let's find a table." Maddie interrupted the conversation. Ben was grateful for the interruption. If he had to pull these people aside and remind them not to speak badly of Melissa, no matter how much she might have deserved it, it would put a definite crimp in the evening. "I didn't realize you had a brother and sister," Belinda said. "I got the feeling it was only you and Brandon." Her mouth wrinkled up, giving her a sour look when she said Brandon's name. "It is me and Brandon. These are my good friends. Jason's family sort of adopted me in second grade. Maddie is his sister, and Felicia's teacher in school." "Oh," Belinda gave her a closer look. "How does Felicia manage in class? Melissa was a poor student. I was the smart one." Maddie's smile grew brittle. "Felicia is very bright and such a hard worker." Ben wondered from the way Maddie's eyes had narrowed if she was tempted to punch Belinda. He didn't think she had punched anyone since grade school, but knew she was still capable. They were shown to a table and seated only a minute or two before the older McCormicks arrived to join them. Eve McCormick was terrific at putting everyone at ease, redirecting the conversation when the Taylors got off topic or overly critical, and making the whole experience much more pleasant. Plus, Felicia loved Maddie's parents. She and Ben had been back for Sunday dinner 3 times since that first uncomfortable night at his parents'. Ben was able to relax after a while, glad Felicia seemed to be having fun. They played whack-a-mole, threw small basketballs into nets, and competed in all of the games down the arcade. Eve sat on the sidelines, chatting with the grumpy Taylors, while her husband joined the others in the games. They returned to their table. Felicia opened birthday presents from everyone. The Taylors bought her a Barbie, which she thanked them for nicely before setting it aside. Ben gave them points for trying. When they finally left the pizza place, Felicia slid her hand into Ben's and looked up at him. "This has been the best birthday ever. I'm so glad." The day had started out a little rough as she mourned that her mom and dad weren't there, but she was coping remarkably well. "Next year, can we have a tea party and dress up?" He wasn't in love with that idea, but figured he could make it work. Probably. Maddie could for sure. "We'll see. That's a long time away. You might change your mind before then." "Okay." The McCormicks said goodbye and headed to their vehicles, but the Taylors walked Ben and Felicia to his truck. "We'd love to see more of you, Felicia. How would you like to stay with us?" Belinda asked. Ben put the kibosh on that right away. The woman never gave up. How about if we ease into this? She doesn't even know you. We can start with phone calls and visits at the park. Then maybe we can progress to overnights later. Belinda was going to protest. Her mouth dropped open to speak when her husband squeezed her arm. His voice was soft when he answered. We'd love to have whatever you'll give us. Things with Melissa were difficult, and we've already missed out on so much time with Felicia. She's my only niece. Ben wondered how long they had been married, and if they were having trouble conceiving, or if they felt it was their duty to raise Felicia, even though it apparently hadn't been their duty to visit her before. They stopped at the truck, and Ben had Felicia say goodbye to her aunt and uncle, and then get into the cab. Once the door was shut, he decided to have a few words with them. Look, I understand that you've missed out on her whole life until now, but she's been through a lot. She doesn't know you. I don't know you. And I'm going to be cautious about introducing her to strangers and letting you have alone time with her until we're both more comfortable with you. I'm sorry if that means we'll be moving slower than you'd like, but you refused to even deal with Melissa before she died. I handled her funeral and settling her estate, such as it was. I had to notify her creditors and handle her bills and pay her funeral expenses. Derek looked a little ashamed. Belinda, not so much. What did you expect us to do? Let her continue to steal from us and take advantage of us? Sometimes you have to stop enabling a family member who is taking advantage of you, but that doesn't mean that you have to refuse to have anything to do with them. Your parents refused to bury her or have anything to do with any of it. You knew about Melissa for weeks before you contacted me, which means you didn't want anything to do with Felicia at first either. Now I have her, and you have to move at my pace. Ben reminded himself to keep his voice even and to back off on the accusations. You have my number. You can call in the evenings before 8 or on weekends. I have a rather crazy schedule and sometimes I work in the evening, so we'll have to play it by ear. You want to control everything. We have rights, you know, Belinda said. I'm not trying to keep you from knowing her. I just want to protect her. I'd actually like for her to have a relationship with both families, and if you're good for her, that would be terrific. Derek put his hand over his wife's, which were clasped tightly together. What happens to her after school? Is she home alone? At her age, no way. I have a daycare provider who takes her before and after school until bedtime and on some weekends. Maddie helps out when the daycare provider isn't available. What will you do in the summer? She asked. I'd really like to take her sometimes then. She was far calmer now, though she hadn't completely backed down. Ben was grateful that she seemed to be trying, at least. Summer is a few months away, so we have plenty of time to work up to overnight visits before then. If we do some visits back and forth, we'll see if that works out. I think she'd like that, at least once in a while. They waved goodbye to Felicia before returning to their car. When Ben got back in the truck, Felicia asked him, "What did you talk to them about?" "They want to be able to see you a lot more. I told them they can call and talk to you in the evenings sometimes, and we'll do more visits. How do you feel about that?" Felicia thought about it for a long moment. "Good, I guess. They were pretty nice." "I think so too." He hoped that meant they would have a great relationship in the future, and that Melissa's parents would soften eventually as well, but he'd have to wait to see what happened. He wasn't giving her up to them, but if they wanted to be there for her, to do visits in the summer, that would be great in his book.
24. After school Monday, Maddie went out to check on things in the greenhouse. The students hadn't been in there since Friday, and she wanted to make sure everything was ready to go for the trellis system they were installing the next afternoon. While she attached the top clamps they would use to hold the trellis, she noticed the two men who had visited her class that first day coming down the street. Suddenly wondering if she was stupid or ridiculously brave to be out there alone, she called Ben, who was working an evening shift. "Hey, what's up? Are you anywhere near the school? I'm a couple blocks away. Do you need backup?" "I might. I'm in the greenhouse now. Be right there." As the tall, buff dude with the do-rag reached for the greenhouse door, Ben's black and white pulled into the empty spot on the side of the road. "Hi, gentlemen. How are you doing today?" He called out to them. The windows were open to let out the heat from the warm day so Maddie could hear the conversation. The second guy sneered at Maddie and then turned toward Ben. "Hello, officer. How are you?" "Great, Enrique. How are things going?" Ben walked toward them. "Are you curious about the greenhouse? The school kids are learning a lot from it. I know they're looking forward to being able to eat the food they're growing." "Is that so?" "We were going to ask this pretty teacher if we could use it in the off-season for other crops." "I'm afraid there won't be an off-season. The school will use it year-round. They'll grow food for the food bank during the summer." He smiled brightly. "Isn't it nice that an empty, useless lot can be beautiful again?" Maddie's palms were sweating, listening to the conversation. They were all being so artificially polite, but she thought they could pull out a gun or knife at any moment. Or was she being too paranoid? If Ben was nervous, he would have called for backup on his way over, right? It had a purpose before. People need somewhere to store their things. This was the other guy, apparently Julio. "That is a loss for the neighborhood. I guess they'll have to find someone else's land to store them on. Or, they can haul them to the garbage instead." "I know you were planning to mosey on by after greeting the teacher in there." "Yeah." Julio turned and waved at her, and they continued on their way. Maddie stared at Ben for a moment while he watched their retreat. "Maybe you shouldn't come in here alone," he suggested. "How will we ever convince people it's safe to get a plot in the garden if those two are hanging around?" "We'll figure something out." Ben put a comforting arm around her shoulder and gave her a squeeze. "You should hear Felicia talk about the garden. She loves it out here. It's like she's a totally different kid than the girl who came to stay with me 5 weeks ago. I think you're her favorite person alive." "No way, she talks about you all the time." She touched the sleeve of his police uniform. "You saved her, Ben." "Nah, someone else would have taken her in." He looked away. "And let her pick the paint in her bedroom, paid for her mom's memorial, paid for a calling card so her dad could call, rearranged their whole life to accommodate her? Maybe not so much." He shrugged it off. "So what are you doing here now?" "I'm getting ready for tomorrow's project. The kids have been building pieces of the trellis today, so we'll set it up tomorrow. I didn't think it would be a big deal for me to come out for a little while this afternoon to make sure everything was okay. I should have known better. Look, I get that you're independent and you've always done whatever you wanted to, but sometimes you need to be more careful." He brushed some hair back from her face, which made chills race down her neck and arm. "Right now is probably not the best time to come out here without some company. It makes you an easy target. I've been out here alone before. Try not to until we get things settled, okay? Just be careful." He stared down into her eyes, his gaze intense. "I will." She held the look. Piper's words about how perfect they were for each other and how they ought to give it a try rolling through her mind. "Ben, do you ever wonder? Do you think maybe this was not working?" How could she ask him? How could she ruin the friendship they'd been forming? What exactly did they have? "Do I wonder what?" He stood so close, looking so handsome in his uniform, concern in his eyes. When she needed something, he'd come running, because that's the kind of man he was. Would it ruin everything, or make both their lives infinitely better? She decided to risk it. As words continued to fail her, she knew exactly how to broach the subject. "It's just that I've always wondered about this." Girding all of her courage about her, she popped up on her toes and pressed her mouth to his. She tasted cola and sweetness. She latched one hand on his shoulder to hold him there for a moment, to hold herself up as he responded. His lips were pliant and eager as her own, and he tipped his head to the side so they could take the kiss deeper. His hands went to her waist and drew her closer, hot spots heating through her shirt while fireworks and whiz-bangs went off around her. This is what her kiss with Landon, her entire relationship with him, lacked. Utterly. She pulled him closer, totally caught up in the feel of his embrace, the heat of his hands at her waist, the slide of lips. It was better than she ever thought possible. The only thought that reverberated through her mind was finally. After a long, long moment, she pulled away, wishing she could stretch it out further. But they were across the street from the school, and Landon didn't deserve to learn that they were over from seeing her kissing Ben. They stared at each other for a long moment. She thought he'd been there with her, all the way, but she suddenly worried he'd kissed back as a reflex. Maybe you haven't thought about me like that, but I've had a thing for you for a long time. A very, very long time. Adrenaline pulsed through her veins as she waited for his response. Sure, he'd kissed her back, spectacularly, but that wasn't the same thing as him wanting it, necessarily. I must be a little slower than you because I've only started to think of you like that in the past few weeks. I didn't dare make a move, not when you're seeing someone else. His hand dropped from her waist to pick up her hands. You are seeing that other teacher, aren't you? Right. Landon? Sort of, but we've only gone out twice in the last few weeks. Landon had tried to get together with her again a couple times since the museum, but she'd made excuses. I couldn't take things any further without knowing if we, you and me, if we could work, if there was a chance for us. I don't want things to get weird between us, though. I don't think I could stand it if our friendship was totally messed up by dating. She didn't see how it could not be messed up if things didn't work. No weirdness, it's like my guarantee. He leaned in and pressed his lips to hers again, there in the greenhouse, surrounded by new plants, hopes, and dreams. His radio crackled. 127, security check. Oh yeah. Ben moved back reluctantly and depressed the button. 127, 10-4. There was no immediate response and Maddie was curious. What was that? They were checking to make sure everything is fine, and I don't need someone to bail me out of trouble or something. Is that a problem very often? Not too often. Checking in is a routine safety measure. Don't worry about it. He tugged at one of the locks that had escaped her hair clip. So, you want to go out sometime? She grinned, unable to believe what had happened. Unable to believe she was actually going to have a date with Ben Belliston. I'd love to. I bet we could get my mom to babysit. He shook his head. I'll try mine first. She's been dying to spend some time with her granddaughter and agreed to watch Felicia at my place sometime. I'm sure it's been hard for her since Brandon left, not getting to see Felicia much. Knowing Felicia now, she couldn't imagine being totally cut out of her life. I'll check with her work schedule and get back to you with a couple of dates, okay? He gave her hand a squeeze. I probably ought to get back to work. Are you done out here? She sighed as she released him and stepped back. Yeah, this is fine for now. You're still coming tomorrow afternoon to help us with the classes? I wouldn't miss it. He winked at her and waited until she had locked the greenhouse before getting back into his patrol car. She crossed the road to the school and went inside before he pulled back onto the street and merged with traffic. The whole time she was screaming inside, I kissed Ben Belliston. She needed to revel for a while, and later she would send a text to the girls that she had fulfilled her part and to finish Piper's challenge. Her class prep for the next day zoomed by as she floated on cloud 9. Maddie picked up Felicia from Sheila's apartment at 8 that night and took her back to Ben's place before bed. She was still on a high from their kiss a few hours earlier and was looking forward to his return home. Felicia was tired and a little grouchy from staying at daycare so late, even though she said it was fine. She got into bed with little complaint and after a bedtime story, settled down so Maddie could do some grading. She had been settled only a few minutes, cocooned in the smell of Ben's home, when her cell phone rang. It was Landon. She thought, fleetingly, of ignoring the call and talking to him the next day, but decided to bite the bullet. Hello, how are you doing? I'm good. How are things in class? Great. Most of the time, the kids are working hard and the plants in the garden are thriving. Misbehavior in her class, even during regular class, had gone down since they started working in the greenhouse. Good to hear it. I was wondering if your schedule has opened up a little so we could try date number 3. This was it. She couldn't pretend like everything was fine today, but break up with him tomorrow. Not that they were an item, they totally weren't. Actually, Landon, I really like you, and I think you're a fantastic guy, but He sighed loud enough for her to hear it. Yeah, I thought this might be coming. You did? I could kind of tell you weren't as into me as I was into you. But we had fun, so I hoped you'd change your mind. Maddie felt like a jerk. I had a lot of fun with you, seriously. When I say you're a great guy, I'm not flattering you. Is it the guy who helps you in the garden? The one who's the uncle to that little girl you watch sometimes? I've seen the way you look at him. How do I look at him? She was obvious enough that Landon noticed, but Ben hadn't. Can we not go there? Duh. Right, I'm sorry, this is awkward. I'm sorry it didn't work out with us. You're totally great. Maddie cringed. Could she be any more cliché? Thanks. See you around at school. Landon hung up, leaving Maddie feeling like a total clod. She shot the girls a text. I have big news. Big news on the challenge. Huge. We need to meet for lunch to check in. I could do Thursday. Anyone else? Everyone wrote back that they could swing it during her lunch break, and she confirmed the time. A day of highs and lows. Oh well, at least she'd have a chance to steal one more kiss when Ben came home tonight. 25. A cold wind was blowing when Maddie met her friends for a quick lunch in the park across from the elementary school. Okay, Spill, what happened with Ben? Piper asked. I've been dying to get the whole story for days now. It had been 3 days since she'd sent a quick text to her friends. She smiled and kept it to herself. Wait, Comfrey isn't here yet, and I want to know what's going on with all of the challenges you gave us. Fine. Piper pulled out her peanut butter sandwich, and Adeline fished a yogurt and spoon from her insulated bag. A car pulled up to the curb, and Adeline whistled. Is that a Mercedes? Comfrey mentioned her parents were hoity-toits, but I never saw her car before. Apparently she has some money of her own, Piper agreed. I'm pretty sure she's not making enough from her gardening classes to buy that baby. Maddie turned to look at the shiny car. When Comfrey got out of it, she called, Hey, isn't that car against your vow for solar energy or something? When they make a Tesla that comes in under 50,000, I'll switch over, she said as she came over. In the meantime, I love my C300. She sat beside Maddie and pulled out a wide-mouthed pint jar with a salad in it. She gave it a solid shaking as she asked, So what's the deal with you and Ben? What happened? Maddie was still a little giddy when she thought of the date they'd scheduled for the next week. Well, I had some work to do in the garden after school, and those gangbangers showed up. I called Ben, and luckily, he was nearby, so he showed up and sent the guys packing. It was such a weird conversation. There was a definite power play between them, but they were totally cordial, like super polite. She shook her head. Anyway, after they took off, we started to talk, and I decided I needed to know about my feelings for him, and if he made me feel tingly even after, well, we kissed. So I kissed him. No way. Nua. You did not. Right there in the greenhouse in front of the whole world? And he was on duty? Adeline looked impressed. Well, it must not have been in front of the whole world, or you would have heard about it before now. Maddie felt giddy even thinking about it. Anyway, we talked, and he likes me too, and we have our first date next week. Squeals and laughter punctuated the air. Piper shook her head. You've already had your first kiss. Your mother would be so disappointed in you. And my second kiss. Maddie felt as smug as she sounded. Was there sparkage? Comfrey asked, like an electric substation hit by lightning. She made exploding noises and gestures. Okay, seriously, aren't you glad I nudged you into it? Piper asked, looking very smug. I'm so glad. Thanks. Maddie spooned up some of her carrot salad. Of course, if it all goes south and our friendship is ruined, it's on you. It won't happen. You two are perfect for each other. Piper looked at the other two women. So, how about you guys? When are you going to make a move? Comfrey speared some lettuce and tomato onto her fork. I've been considering a couple people, including Reese's friend Tony. Anyone know a reason I shouldn't? Maddie glanced at Adeline, who gave her head a little shake. I don't really know him any more than you, Comfrey. Piper. They've been best friends since they were in junior high. He seems nice, stable. I don't think he's had a harem of women or anything, but I don't really know him that well. I'm not ready to make that move yet. We'll see. Comfrey pursed her lips. I like him. I think he's funny. but he's a little too conventional for me. My Mossity mom would love him, which is enough reason for me to think twice, even though I like him. I'm also thinking about a guy at the nursery on 8th. He would drive her crazy. She paused and considered. Is that totally juvenile for me to consider it a plus if she'll hate the guy? Um, Sounds like you need to fill us in on what's up with you and your parents. Maddie was more fascinated by Comfrey every time they talked. She couldn't imagine her as a demure Ivy Leaguer in bobby socks and preppy clothes. Oh, and pictures. We need photo proof that you used to be preppy. Seriously, I can't picture it. Comfrey laughed. Okay, as soon as we get things settled in the garden, we'll have girls' night at my place and I'll divulge all of my deepest, darkest secrets. She paused and reconsidered. Well, no, not all of them, just a few of the gray ones. Good enough. So, Maddie, what will you tell Landon? Adeline asked. I already did. Landon called for a date that night, and I let him down. He wasn't thrilled, but he was nice about it. He said he could sense that we weren't in the same place. He's really a super guy. She felt bad about having to end their relationship, but even if things went horribly south on her date with Ben, it wasn't fair to Landon to keep him on the line when she knew now that it wouldn't go anywhere. How about you, Adeline? You're keeping awfully quiet. I've got a couple guys I'm looking at. Don't worry, I won't be the reason that Piper gets out of doing a little dance at the wedding. Me either, Comfrey said. So you better start choreographing it, Piper. Piper was going to protest, but after looking at her friends, accepted. Fine, but if I'm going to start planning choreography, you two have a deadline. You have 2 weeks to do the asking. That means, Adeline, get your stuff in gear. Adeline opened her mouth to protest, but seemed to change her mind. Fine, if Maddie can kiss Ben out of the blue, I can ask someone out. I just have to figure out who. Maddie picked at a piece of lettuce in her sandwich, keeping her voice as nonchalant as possible. Did you ever think of asking Jason? Adeline's forehead wrinkled. Jason? No, he's your brother. That would be weird. Maddie lifted her brows, wondering if Adeline heard what she implied. But it's not weird for me to go out with my brother's best friend? No, that's totally different. You've been in love with him for years, decades. Not decades. 1 decade, maybe. Piper gave her a look of disbelief. Almost 2, second grade, remember? Maddie did the math and was surprised to find out Piper was right. Crazy. Right, anyway. We're just buddies, Adeline said. There's a guy in spin class I've been flirting with. I think I'll ask him. Maddie felt terrible for Jason. Adeline totally blew him off without a second thought. She was feeling pretty lucky that Ben had responded positively when she kissed him. She was afraid Jason would not get his own happy ending. Maddie wondered as soon as she said it if it was too much for him. She wanted him to always have her, on more than a friendly, helpful level. She also realized that it might not work out. Would she be able to keep that promise if they broke up? They finished their hike, exhilarated, and he took her to a quiet cafe for dinner. What do you think about Felicia's aunt and uncle? Ben asked. They seemed a little intense, but Derek settled in after a while, and even Belinda seemed to calm down after a few minutes. I'm not sure yet. I think you'll need to spend more time with them before you can decide. I definitely wouldn't jump into overnights. Yeah, that's totally not happening. Ben shook his head. They wanted to. Instead, we're working on calls and short visits. I really want them to be exactly what she needs, to be in a loving and supportive family, but I'm wary. I don't want her to get hurt. I'd do anything to protect her. Maddie knew he couldn't completely protect Felicia from getting hurt, but she appreciated that he was being cautious and making an effort. How does she get on with your mom? We've met her for lunch or dinner a couple of times. She came over to show me how to make minestrone for dinner the other day, which was really nice. He smiled, the tension in his face softening a little. Felicia likes her, but she's also known her, on and off, through the years, so it makes sense. I was a little nervous about letting her watch Felicia tonight, but I have to let go a little sometime, right? As long as she's away from my dad, Mom's pretty terrific. Good. Not that you can't turn to me or Jason, but it's good you have her backing you up. You need a break sometimes when she's not in school. Plus, it's good for Felicia to have a grandma around. Yeah, how about you? He turned the conversation around on her. I feel like all we've discussed is Felicia. What's going on? Honestly, other than the garden, teaching, and you guys, my life's boring. That's pretty much it, actually. I'm slowly working on the house, but grading papers takes up most of my evenings. Most of the time, she was glad for this, as it helped keep the loneliness away. It had been nice having Felicia at her place a little more often. If you have too much to correct, don't assign so much work, he teased. Believe me, with the garden stuff, I actually have less grading than some of the other teachers, but I still have to monitor how the kids are doing, and that means tests, at least. Oh, I have the funniest story from today. They talked and ate for another hour. Maddie could have sworn there was a buzz of electricity in her fingers every time they touched his, and it felt so good laughing with him. It was great to have time alone, without any distractions, to just talk and really get to know each other on a level they never had before. When he drove her back home, she was sorry it had to come to an end. So what exactly is going on with you and the teacher? Ben finally asked when they were a block from her place. Maddie had hoped this topic wouldn't come up. Nothing anymore. We had a couple of dates and he's really fun, but I realized there isn't enough spark to make it work. There wasn't really a future for us, so I ended things a few days ago. I really want to explore whatever's going on between us, though. Good. I'd really like to keep seeing you. I'm actually surprised that I didn't realize how great we are together until now. She was glad she had been patient. Well, I am a bit of a flake, and we sometimes clash, though to be fair, that was mostly my fault. I might have been more irritated than I realized that you never noticed me. Ben shook his head, keeping eye contact. You're not even a little bit of a flake, and as for our previous clashes, they must have been my fault. I can't believe I didn't notice how great you are sooner. From where I'm standing, you're basically Mary Poppins. A starchy nanny? Thanks, he chuckled. Not a starchy nanny. You know, practically perfect in every way. For Ben, this was effusive praise, and Maddie colored a little in pleased embarrassment. Now you're flattering me. Not even a little. He stopped the truck in front of her house and came around to let her out. So, you want to go out again? He asked as they walked up to the front door. Yeah, I'd really like that. Their fingers threaded together and she let out a sigh of contentment. Being with him like this was a dream come true. I guess I'll see you tomorrow in the greenhouse. Yes, but you'll have to keep your hands to yourself. No holding hands in front of the class, she teased. That won't be easy. It's been hard keeping my lips to myself the past couple times I've seen you. They came to a stop on her doorstep and faced each other. She grinned. Well, you're pretty kissable too. Since I won't be able to kiss you in front of the class tomorrow, I think I definitely need an extra kiss tonight. She pulled out her key to open the front door. Well, if you put it that way. They went inside and he turned her into his arms. I had a great time with you tonight. I don't think I've ever had a girlfriend who I could talk to so openly before. Maddie loved his phrasing and hoped that portended good things. Ditto, though maybe that comes from having a long friendship first. Ben's arms tightened around her waist, drawing her closer. I've been thinking about this ever since the greenhouse. Me too. Her hands slid up his arms to settle on his shoulder, feeling the softness of his shirt and his hard muscles under her fingers. Her breath was ragged, like she'd been running a race and he hadn't even kissed her yet. Last time she had seized the moment and dived in without thinking about it, but now he was slowly reeling her in, prolonging the anticipation. She tipped her chin up to meet his kiss, let her eyes slide closed, and savored the feeling of his lips as they made contact. Her arms wrapped up around his neck, pulling him closer as she let herself fall into the kiss, soft and hard, sweet and exciting. Kissing Ben Belliston was like nothing she'd ever experienced before. The kiss lingered for a long moment before they came up for air. Yeah, it's definitely better when I have a little notice, he teased. Then shut up and kiss me for tomorrow. He was happy to oblige.
27. After dropping Maddie home from their date, Ben headed back to his place, jazzed and humming along with the radio. Felicia would be fast asleep by now, so he could unwind from the date and settle in for the night. He couldn't believe how well the date had gone. When he reached his place, he looked but didn't see his mom's car. He parked in the garage and entered the silent kitchen. He wondered why it was so quiet until he saw the note sitting on the countertop. Your dad needed me, so we went back to my place. Mom Ben couldn't believe she had taken Felicia to her house. Hadn't he made it clear that they weren't supposed to go there? He pulled his keys out of his jacket pocket and spun around, headed back to the car. It normally took 10 minutes to get to his parents' home, but thanks to light, late-night traffic and his willingness to push the speed limit a little, he managed it in 7. When he pulled in front of the house, he practically sprung from the car, headed for the front porch. He could hear his father raging from the sidewalk. Ben didn't stop to knock. He just pulled the door open and walked in. His father was yelling at his wife about being gone all the time. He picked up a bowl and threw it against the wall. Felicia cowered in the doorway to the second bedroom, crying. Ben had reached his limit. He grabbed his dad's shoulder and pushed him back, yelling, "Shut up! You cut it out! You think you can keep treating her like that? It's my house!" He wanted to hit his father so badly, but hearing Felicia whimpering made Ben pull back. It took all of his self-control to keep from engaging further. He would not make this situation worse, especially in front of Felicia, no matter how tempting it was. "Well, don't worry, we won't be back." He turned to his mom, rage and disgust that she had brought Felicia home to this pouring through him. "You're never babysitting again." He strode to Felicia, scooped her up, and carried her from the house. After he set her in the truck cab, he dried the tears from her cheeks, forcing himself to lower his voice and be gentle. "Did you bring anything here with you?" Tears poured down her cheek, and she hiccuped before she answered in a soft voice he could barely hear. "My book from school." He considered going back in for it, but he didn't want to deal with his dad. He was too angry to handle things appropriately. "I'll come back for it tomorrow. We're going home." He wasn't sure he would even come back for it at this point. He might pay the fine to replace it instead. He rounded the front of the truck. "Ben, she was fine," his mother came out calling to him. "Don't keep me from watching her again. I couldn't help it." He was so torn between being angry with her for putting Felicia in danger and frustration that she wouldn't take herself out of the situation. "No, Mom, that was the one rule I gave you. She's not allowed near him if I'm not there. Don't you get it? Melissa abused her. She's traumatized. I refuse to let this happen ever again. I thought I could trust you. You can choose to let him abuse you over and over, and I can't stop you, but this is never happening again." He walked around the cab, and when his mom came to stand in front of the truck, as if that would stop him from leaving, he backed out of the parking space. "Are you mad at me?" Felicia asked after they traveled together in silence for several minutes. Ben felt bad he'd done anything to make her think she was in trouble. He took a couple of seconds to calm the fury inside himself so he could reassure her. "No, sweetie, I'm not even a little bit mad at you. I'm mad at Grandma for taking you there. I'm mad at Grandpa for being such a jerk, and I'm mad at myself for not expecting this to happen. I'm not mad at you." She didn't respond for a minute. "Why is Grandpa like that?" "Grandpa likes to drink, a lot. When he does, he gets mean. I think he hates himself because he knows he could have done more with his life, but when he's drunk, he takes it out on everyone around him. No one can make him stop but him." He'd spent some time in Al-Anon during his college years, trying to cope and understand what happened and process his feelings about it. He was glad he'd attended the meetings. It taught him how to cope, but it didn't make it hurt any less that his family was such a mess. That was like Mom. Felicia's voice was so soft that with the roar of the truck engine, he could hardly hear what she was saying. She took stuff that made her mean. I didn't like it. Ben pulled over to the side of the street, even though it was way past her bedtime. Even though he wanted to go to his spare room and work out his frustration with his long neglected weights. He turned to her and tried to figure out what to say. "When I was little, smaller than you, I remember my dad being nice almost all the time. Then he started to drink and he became mean and angry, just once in a while at first, then a lot more often. Now he acts that way a lot. It's why we don't go over there. I still love him, or part of him. Maybe just the memory of who he used to be. How did you explain this to someone her age? It's okay if you still miss your mom and love her, even though sometimes she was mean. It's also okay if you're mad at her and sometimes you don't feel like you love her at all. Your mom wasn't always like that. He debated for a moment on whether this was the time or not and decided to go for it. See, when you take drugs or drink alcohol, you give up your control. You let those things be in control of you. Sometimes that makes people mean. That's why I don't ever drink, because I don't want to end up like my dad. It's why I'll never use drugs. I never want to be that way, especially around you. She took a moment to consider his words before asking, "Why doesn't Grandpa stop?" It's really hard once you're addicted. He touched her hair, pushing it out of her face so he could see it better. I wish he would stop. I think he would be happier. She nodded, and when she didn't say anything more for a few minutes, he pulled back onto the road and drove home. He hoped she didn't have worse nightmares because of this. He also hoped the caseworker wouldn't take Felicia away over this. Ben wasn't sure what to say to his mom when he returned to his parents' house the next day. He needed to retrieve the book Felicia had borrowed from the school library and have a much calmer and more rational discussion with his mom while his father was at work. There was no talking to his father. He'd tried so many times before, and it never worked. He didn't have any interest in bending over backward to establish an actual relationship now. If his father decided he wanted to change things, Ben hoped he would meet him in the middle, but not before. He knocked on the front door when he arrived, though he usually just walked in and announced himself. It took a moment for his mom to open the door. She had a bruise rising on her cheek and walked like she was in pain. It hurt to see her like this. Why didn't she change things? "Hi, you look like you're hurting. Are you going to have a doctor look at it?" "It's fine. Nothing major. I tripped and fell." "Don't even start with me, Mom. I know he beat you. You don't have to make excuses." 28 Ben knew the address on the corner of Grove and Acorn as soon as the call for police and ambulance came over the radio. He flipped on his lights and took a left turn at the intersection, blowing past the fire station and pulling to a stop in front of the apartment building. This place was an eyesore. He radioed in for the ambulance to stage down the street. This wasn't a great neighborhood, and he had no idea what he would face inside. No point having the EMTs risk their lives coming up to the scene before he could ensure there was no current danger. His gun in hand, Ben headed up the stairs to the fourth-floor apartment the dispatcher gave him, alerting the occupants before he knocked on the door. Enrique, the gangbanger who had been causing problems at the greenhouse, answered the door, anxious and worried. His eyes widened when he saw Ben. "It's my little brother." Ben went in and scanned the apartment. "What happened?" "He stumbled in here with a knife wound. I don't know what happened." Ben wasn't sure he believed that, but he radioed dispatch that the scene was safe and the ambulance crew could enter. He went to work, pressing a dishcloth onto the wound, holding it firmly, which made the boy scream out in agony. "Hey, be gentle." Enrique's voice was harsh and worried. "Only if you want him to bleed out. The ambulance crew should be here in a minute. I'm trying to control the bleeding." The boy was only 10, with a knife wound in his belly. It never ceased to amaze Ben what trouble kids could get into. It wasn't like this was Kansas City's inner city. It was a small town in the suburbs. What was going on here? Was he dealing drugs and someone didn't like him in their territory? Ben needed to know how this happened. No, nothing like that. Yeah? What was it like then? Ben checked for a pulse, glad when he still found one at the kid's wrist. That meant his blood pressure was okay at the moment. "I don't know. Alejandro just came in, bleeding." Ben held in a swear word and was relieved when ambulance sirens stopped in front of the building. "Go let them in and show them up to the apartment." When the guy didn't move, he yelled, "Go now!" Something, either fear or the authority in Ben's voice, made the gangbanger scramble. A moment later, he was back up the stairs with 2 paramedics on his heels. Ben gave them a quick rundown of Alejandro's breathing and heart rate and got out of the way. While they worked on the kid, Ben grabbed the IV they had set up before their arrival and passed it to the big brother to hold so it would drip properly. It gave the young man something to do and freed up his and the paramedic's hands to load the kid onto the backboard and then the gurney. They got down the stairs to the front door in less time than Ben had expected. As the EMTs loaded the kid in the back of their rig, Ben saw Enrique's angry eyes. He grabbed Enrique by the front of his shirt and looked him in the eye. "Don't you go after whoever did this. You go to the hospital. Alejandro needs you when he wakes up, okay?" He stood there, stone-faced. Ben didn't hesitate to get in the kid's space. "Do you understand? He's a little kid. We don't know when your mom will get there, and he needs you. He needs you alive, and he needs you to be with him. In fact, get in my car." If he got him out of the neighborhood and to the hospital, maybe Enrique would think twice before going after whoever shanked his brother. "I didn't do anything. You're not under arrest." Still, Ben didn't let go of his shirt and led the way to his black and white and sat Enrique into the back seat. They drove to the hospital in silence for a long while before Enrique asked, "Is my brother going to be okay?" "I don't know. You called 911 fast after he got there, so maybe he'll be lucky." Ben considered for a minute what he would say and how to get his point across to this guy. "Look, your brother. He's a kid. He doesn't deserve this." "I know that. You think I don't know that? There are kids at the school who want to use the greenhouse, the people in the community who want to use the garden and grow some food, to have somewhere safe to go where they won't be in danger. They're like your brother in a lot of ways. I get that the land cleanup cost you some product, even though you won't admit it was yours, but even you have to want an afternoon once in a while when you don't have to be the tough guy. Life is about being happy, finding something to do that makes you feel valuable and useful. It shouldn't be all violence and turf wars. Don't you think Alejandro should have a happy, carefree childhood instead of nearly getting killed? And for what? You don't get it. You probably grew up in a perfect little family, Mr. Whitebread." "Yeah," Ben laughed ironically. "My perfect white-bread family. My dad's an alcoholic. He beats my mom. He beat us kids too. I was lucky I had friends who always let me come over to get away. I could have gone the direction you went, but I didn't. I chose to help make the world safer for people like you instead. So now you're better than me." "Not better. I made better choices. You could make better choices too, you know. It's not too late." Enrique shook his head. "You have no idea what you're saying. I see you. You lead those kids in the neighborhood. They trust you. They follow you. You could lead the whole lot of them in a different direction if you wanted. You want your kids to grow up living the way you do, or do you want something better for them?" "Whatever, man. You don't know. It's your life. You can make something of it if you want, or you can keep on the path you're following. It's your call. I know it won't be easy to change. It won't. It'll be hard as anything you've ever done, but you're tough. You can handle it. Living every day the way you live, that's hard, and you're surviving. I like my life." "You think that's what your brother's thinking right now? Wow, I have such a great life. It's so great this knife wound barely even hurts." When Enrique didn't respond, Ben decided to let him brood on it. There was only so much you could say before they stopped listening. 2 hours of surgery and a recovery period later, Alejandro woke up. Even though Ben returned a couple of times, he never said more than that he was attacked from behind. The kid was running scared and not about to talk, even though keeping silent could cost him his life eventually. Sometimes Ben hated his job.
29. Maddie covered her French silk chocolate pie with a piece of plastic wrap, grabbed the tub of whipped topping she'd defrosted, and headed for her car. It was movie and a pie night with the girls, only this time they were meeting at Comfrey's. Though she had put Piper in touch with the permaculturist to begin with, she had never been inside Comfrey's house. She was curious about what it would be like. She stopped outside Piper's apartment building, and Piper ran out, carrying a couple packages of microwave popcorn and a thin DVD case under her arm. It was raining, not an uncommon occurrence in eastern Kansas at this time of year. The storm had finally calmed to a drizzle, so she wasn't too wet when she slid into the seat beside Maddie. I was starting to wonder if I could leave Spencer alone tonight, but he finished up his homework 10 minutes ago. How's he doing in school? Maddie asked. Fine, generally. He has quite a bit of homework some nights. I'll have to talk to his teachers and find out. I wonder if he's getting distracted in class and not getting it done. Spencer was a freshman in high school, and though he did well enough most of the time, he was easily distracted. Isn't your mom working days now? Yes, but she's getting together with a few friends tonight. She said she'd check in on him and make sure he goes to bed on time tonight. Good. How are things between them? Maddie knew there had been some friction and a lot of misunderstanding between all of them the previous fall. It's a little better. Mom is trying at least, which has made it easier for me. She spends a lot more time with him since she switched to day shift. I think Spencer appreciates it. It helps that he likes the new apartment and made a friend downstairs. Maddie turned left at the corner, and they passed between the elementary school and the park. Any more luck with sign-ups for the community garden? Only one more. She frowned her disappointment. It's time for people to be planting. I don't know what we're going to do. I had a couple parents start helping again in the garden this week. Maybe the pressure from the gang is easing off a little. I hope so. We'll do another big push to get attention for the garden this week. Hopefully it'll help. I hate to fail, and if we don't get people to sign up for plots, I'll feel like we've all wasted our time. And Reese's money. I guess whatever doesn't get claimed, we can have the kids plan it up and recruit help to raise veggies for the food bank. That wouldn't be a failure at all. And it might take a year or two for things to settle down and for people in the neighborhood to realize this is a great opportunity. Maddie wasn't sure she believed that, but she couldn't let Piper think her effort had been for nothing. The kids in 3rd grade might encourage their parents to get a plot before the school year ends. They're having a great time in the greenhouse. The food bank is the plan for extra plots. You're right. I need to stop being such a sourpuss, Sarah. They parked in front of Comfrey's bungalow-style home, which was set back a little bit on the small lot. Spring flowers brightened the front yard while trees and bushes unfurled their leaves in the yard. Most of the plants were still dormant, so empty garden beds flanked the brick path to the front door. Comfrey greeted them before they could knock. I'm so glad you could make it. Come in. Yellow and pale peach and white daffodils filled a bowl on the wooden table in the dining area, and the house was fresh and homey with its wooden floors, rag rugs, and crafts made out of herbs. A large framed watercolor of a fairy took up a 2x3 section of wall. The only unusual sight was a large clay sofa that lined the wall across from a wide, flat-screen television that filled a good portion of one wall. The sofa was covered with a thick mat, and comfy-looking pillows were piled on one end. Okay, I have to ask about the sofa, Maddie said. I love the clean lines of it, but why not a traditional one? Comfrey grinned. It's actually a stealth rocket mass heater. The stove portion is in the other room. She opened a door to the laundry room and pointed to a large metal drum that was situated against the wall. A layer of clay had been built between the drum and wall and smoothed to look nice. I light a fire there, and the stovepipe runs along the bench in the living room, distributing the heat into the clay mass, and then it runs back into this room and out the wall. She pointed to where it exited the house. The fire burns super hot, so it puts out almost no smoke, and the sofa collects almost all of the heat from the fire, so it's not lost to the outside air. Believe it or not, that baby heats the whole house on one firing every day or two during the coldest part of the winter. Seriously? That's so cool. I've never even heard of one. Does it get too hot to sit on, though? Maddie was fascinated. Over by the wall, it can get pretty warm, but it's usually not a problem. Comfrey told them more about her experience of building the heater while they waited for Adeline. You mentioned that your real name isn't Comfrey, Maddie said when they had returned to the living room. What is it really? I'm not telling. Come on, it can't be that bad, Piper said. It's not bad. It's kind of nice, actually, but that name belongs to my old life, and I don't want to mix the two. Comfrey looked relieved when Adeline arrived and she had to get the door. Maddie shot Piper a curious look. Now she really wanted to know what Comfrey's real name was. It looked like tonight would not be the night, though. "Okay, what movies did everyone bring?" Adeline asked. "I brought Sense and Sensibility." "I brought The Princess Bride," Piper said. "I have North and South, but since I figured that might be a little too long, I also pulled out You've Got Mail," Comfrey volunteered. "I just brought pie this time," Maddie said. "But it looks like you've got us covered. Votes?" Adeline grabbed a cushy pillow. "I say let's skip mine, either The Princess Bride or You've Got Mail." "I second that. Do we have time for both?" Comfrey asked. "I have 7-layer dip and chips. We could totally stretch this to 3 hours. It's early yet." Piper opened her movie. "Let's start old school with Princess Buttercup and then move on to that wily Mr. Fox and his romantic machinations." "Machinations?" Maddie asked. "What? It's a word." "I know, you just surprised me. It's an excellent word." While Piper started the movie, Adeline grabbed the popcorn and started it popping. Maddie cut the pie, and Comfrey pulled out the chips and dip, making sure there was plenty of lemonade and dishes to go around. She set out stoneware plates and bowls in basic, rich colors that looked like they might have been hand-thrown. They were distinctive and unique, very much like their owner. Maddie was glad she had skipped dinner. They weren't the kind of group to sit in front of the movie in perfect silence. Since they had all seen both movies before, The Princess Bride was punctuated with commentary on the characters. Piper gave the lines in concert with some characters, and everyone joined in for the rhyming section on the boat. Maddie felt all of her muscles loosening with their laughter as the night progressed, and she was able to forget about some of her worries. When the first movie ended, she stood, needing a restroom break and a refill on her lemonade. When she came back in, she asked Piper, "So, have you started choreographing your wedding dance, or do you need some help?" "I haven't heard anything about dates," Piper said, giving the other two a shrewd look. "There must be dates before I start working on choreography." "Oh, there have been dates," Comfrey said. "At least there has been a date. I asked Leroy, the guy from the nursery, on 8th. He took me to the sheep shearing event." She paused to ask, "Shouldn't it be too early in the year for that? It's still cold at night." "Anyway, afterward we went to this Moroccan restaurant that was vegan and we ate with our hands. It was fantastic food. Seriously, I could eat there every day except it's on the other side of the city." "That dinner sounds like your kind of thing, so why don't you look like you enjoyed yourself?" Adeline sipped from her glass of lemonade. "I know, right? It was a totally cool restaurant and the food was delish. Even the sheep shearing event was kind of interesting. The guy was telling this story about interning on this farm in New Zealand, which I would totally love to do, but I couldn't stop thinking that he was weird." She looked utterly confused by this realization. "Weird how? I mean, vegan and sheep shearing aside?" Maddie asked. "It went without saying those things were off the beaten path." "I don't know. I had this odd epiphany when we were almost done with the night." She covered her face with one hand, as if not sure she wanted to admit the truth. "What is it? What's wrong?" Piper asked. Comfrey slid 2 fingers apart so she could peek out at them. "I think he wasn't conventional enough for me. I think I want a regular guy." She ducked her head, as if embarrassed, while the other ladies laughed. "I have to say, that cracks me up." Maddie never thought she would hear that from Comfrey. "You want a regular guy in a regular life?" "Well, semi-regular. I like having a comfortable home and electric appliances, but I am dedicated to living more in tune with nature. I want the guy to think about the environment more than once a month, but I want someone who doesn't wax poetic about fava bean stew and hemp fabrics. I swear, this is a new realization for me. I feel like I should be ashamed, but I'm not." Piper wrapped Comfrey in a big hug. "Welcome to being a grown-up, where we all find out we want something a little different than we thought. In that case, you should totally put the moves on Tony. He's different enough from his parents' expectations to interest you without going gaga for fava." Comfrey scooped up some of the dip on a fresh chip. "How about if I wait a while first? It might take me a few weeks to digest that my parents aren't entirely wrong about me. Maybe a year." Maddie chuckled, thoroughly amused, and really glad she wasn't the only one with big surprises in her life right now. How about you, Adeline? Did you ask someone out? Adeline frowned. Yeah, he turned me down. What? Who did you ask? Piper asked. Any guy who told you no and isn't already with someone is an idiot. It was Jason. Adeline seemed offended that he hadn't accepted. What? Maddie could not believe her ears. Adeline crossed her arms over her chest. You said to ask him. I wasn't going to, but he was there, in the office picking up a permit. I was getting down to the wire, and so I blurted out that Piper insisted I ask someone out, and would he go to dinner with me or something? Maddie closed her eyes. Stupid, inept Adeline. Two adjectives she never thought she would have a reason to think about her best friend. You told him it was only because you were basically forced into it, and he was handy? Adeline's expression changed. When you put it that way, it makes me sound like a jerk. But we've been friends for a long time. What kind of friend wouldn't help me out in that situation? Maybe one who is in love with you? Maddie couldn't say that, though. It would definitely backfire. Did you ask someone else? Yeah, at the end of the day, I called that city councilman and asked him to meet me for dinner. We went out a couple nights ago. It was fine. He's totally not into me, though. Piper put her hands on her hips and shook her head at Adeline. Do you mean the city councilman you said is interested in Victoria? Yeah. Neither of those count. First, you offended a friend when you asked him to go out with you like he was the safety choice. Second, you knew up front the city councilman wants to date someone else, which wasn't much better. I'm giving you a couple more weeks. Figure it out, Adeline. Adeline lifted her chin. What do I have to do? Ask someone nicely, someone you wouldn't mind spending time with. Someone who isn't hung up on someone else, Comfrey said. Maddie added. Someone you can have fun with, without thinking of them as a big brother. Adeline showed a rare streak of self-consciousness. I don't know anyone like that who's single. Turns out the guy from spin class has a girlfriend. Then it's time you put yourself out there. Comfrey tipped her head. What do you think of vegans who are slightly less conventional than your average Joe? Don't even start with me. Adeline turned to Maddie. You suggested I ask your brother. Why would you do that if he's going to say no? Did it ever occur to you that he would have said yes if you hadn't made it clear you weren't actually interested in him? Maddie had enough of this conversation. Jason would kill her if she came right out and told Adeline that he liked her. Instead, she refilled her glass, put another large dollop of dip on her plate, grabbed a handful of chips, and returned to the clay bench. It was time for Joe Fox to win over his girl. Maybe she should force Jason to watch this. It could give him a hint or two about how to get Adeline to look at him differently. Or not. He'd never been all that good at reading between the lines. She always loved this movie, but tonight she couldn't keep her attention on it. How could Adeline be so blind to the truth?
30 Ben came home Saturday morning after working a graveyard shift. He supposed he ought to be tired, but he'd napped while Felicia had been at school the previous day, and work had been more exciting than usual, so he was wide awake. He walked into his living room and found Maddie sleeping on the sofa. She was so cute, wrapped in a soft blanket, one of Felicia's stuffed bears, tucked up against her. He wondered if she had gone to bed like that, or if Felicia had brought the bear out to her in the past hour or two. It was nice, finding her at his place when he came home, comfortable and pleasant. He walked quietly down the hall to check on Felicia. Predictably, his early-to-rise girl was sitting up in bed, reading. "Uncle Ben, you're home." Her face brightened when she saw him, and she set the book aside, bouncing from the covers and into his arms. Could anyone ask for more than this? "Hey, kiddo, what do you say we make Maddie some pancakes before she wakes up? Can you help me quietly so she doesn't hear us?" "Yes," she half-whispered enthusiastically. "Can we put chocolate chips in them? That's my favorite." "Sure, we can do that." He was pretty sure they had a partial bag in the freezer from a couple of weeks ago when Maddie had made cookies with Felicia. They tiptoed exaggeratedly through the living room and into the kitchen, whispering as they pulled out the pancake mix and added water and chocolate chips. Ben tested the pan with a bit of butter to see if it was hot enough, and they poured out some pancakes, turning them into Mickey Mouse ears. "Maybe we should do some that look like butterflies," he suggested. It couldn't be too hard, right? Felicia covered her mouth with her hand as she laughed. Miss McCormick would like that. What would I like? Maddie asked, coming to the door. Ben smiled at her, finding her mussed hair and rumpled pajamas endearing. Good morning, sleepyhead. We were discussing our next artistic feat. You'll have to wait to see what it'll be. If you can figure out what it is, there will be a pancake for you as a prize. There's a can of juice in the freezer. Could you mix it for us? The pitcher is in the cupboard. He'd never owned a pitcher before Felicia, but it was amazing how often he needed one to mix up Kool-Aid or juice now. Are you inviting me to join you for breakfast? Maddie looked pleased. Of course. I wouldn't send you off hungry after you stayed all night with my girl. Ben snagged her around the waist and pulled her close, nuzzling into her hair. Did my girls sleep well? He asked, low in her ear. Yes, having her here when he came home in the morning definitely had extra advantages. Like a log, if logs toss and turn, that sofa is not very comfortable. Maddie tipped up her face to his, but I can forgive it if I get a good kiss. I think I can manage that. Ben leaned down and pressed a brief kiss to her lips. He wanted to make more of it, but this was the first time they had kissed in front of Felicia, and he wanted to gauge her response before taking it further. A giggle was Felicia's response. Uncle Ben, do you love Miss McCormick? More giggles bubbled out of her. Yeah, I kinda do. Ben saw Maddie's look of surprise and couldn't help but kiss her again. Felicia giggled a third time. Ben and Maddie sitting in a tree. Ben lifted his head and snagged Felicia with one arm, pulling her into the embrace with them. You're asking for a tickling, aren't you? No, but she was already shrieking with laughter. Yes. He released Maddie entirely and tickled Felicia with his free hand. They laughed together as he kept tickling and teasing his niece. Stop, Felicia cried out between gasps of air. Why should I stop? Ben asked, but he backed off, only teasing her a little with 2 fingers on her ribs. I can't breathe. He pulled her up into his arms, snuggling her against him. Yeah, I guess you should be able to breathe. Good thing I saved your pancakes or we would have had to toss them, Maddie said from the stove. We make a good team, Ben said, and next time you sleep over, stay in my bed. No need for it to stay empty while you're suffering on the sofa. She met his smile with one of her own. I'll keep that in mind. He pulled the pitcher from the cupboard and the juice from the freezer, setting them on the counter. Let me take back those pancakes, he said as she flipped the first ones onto a plate. I want to try my hand at something more complex. Be my guest. She passed over the spatula and picked up the can of orange juice. So what are your plans today, other than a good long nap? We're painting the 3rd bedroom. It's about time I got that done so I can lay the flooring. Your weights are in there now. Will they go back in when it's done? She asked. Yep. Have you considered using it as a guest room? Who would I have to use it? The only person who sleeps over here once in a while is you, and you already have permission to sleep in my bed. He waggled his brows at her. She saw, but didn't react, which he found oddly amusing. Could you use an extra set of hands? I'm a whiz with a paintbrush. I'm even better with a roller. I could totally use an extra set of hands. What do you say, Sweet Pea? Can Miss McCormick join us? Yeah, that would be fun. Lately, anything Miss McCormick wanted to do sounded fun to Felicia. Then it settled. Ben managed to make some recognizable butterflies, but his reindeer heads ended up as big blobs. The cats he made at the end were not too bad. He was pleased at how well things went through breakfast. Maddie fit into their family so naturally, and it felt good to have her there with them for breakfast. He liked having her around all the time, regardless of the time of day. Maddie went home for a little while after they ate to shower and change for the day. She returned in some grubby jeans and an old t-shirt he recognized from high school. Aren't you keeping that shirt for a museum or something? It's practically retro now, isn't it? He teased, not that he was complaining. She definitely filled it out better now than before. Very funny. I don't suppose you have anything left from back then. You were such a skinny stick that you'd probably split the seams now. As a matter of fact, I might have something in a box, but I'm definitely not digging it out. Do you want the paintbrush or the roller? He'd already started with the brush, cutting in the paint along the top of the wall while she was gone. Felicia has been doing the low spots near the floor, though he'd had to come behind her and clean up a couple drips along the way. She would tire of painting soon, so he'd encourage her as long as she was interested in helping. I'll roll. Maddie picked up the clean roller he'd already put on the cage and dipped it in the pan of paint, making sure to coat the whole thing evenly. It takes a special skill to get the paint on smoothly, you know. I painted my whole house. I remember. I don't recall you being adept with that, though, he said. I got better with practice. I'm practically an expert now. She showed off her prowess, proving to be more than capable. Felicia lasted about 15 more minutes before giving up and going back to work on her coloring book instead. Ben was grateful for Maddie's help and companionship. They joked about high school and wedding plans for Piper and Reese. They discussed colors for the kitchen, which still needed an overhaul, and her summer plans, now that there were only 5 weeks left in the school year. What will you do about Felicia? Maddie asked. Will Sheila be able to take her all summer? As far as I know, I'll have to double-check with her schedule and plans. Do you think you might be able to give me a hand here still at night, at least part of the time? I wish I could send her to my parents sometimes, but that's not realistic. His mom claimed his father had asked about seeing Felicia a few times, but he hadn't contacted Ben about it. Not that Ben was surprised after their last encounter. No, it's not. I'm sorry about that. I know it's been hard for you. How about visits with Belinda and Derek? We have another visit tomorrow afternoon. I'm hoping it goes well. We met them for a picnic last week, and things went well. I'm hopeful that things will keep progressing. I know Belinda shared some fun memories of Melissa last time. It seemed to calm Felicia in the way Brandon's calls never do. Have you heard from him lately? Maybe Wednesday night? Ben grimaced, pausing to dip his brush back in the paint, but found the tray was nearly empty. He set down the brush to refill it from the can. Did she mention it, or did you notice behavior issues on Thursday? She seemed out of sorts on Thursday. It was better yesterday, though, so it's not lasting as long. Give it time. It's stressful for her. That makes 2 of us. I kept him on speakerphone this time so we could both talk to him at once. I don't think he loved it, but after the 3-day craziness last time, I want to know what's being discussed during the calls from now on. I'm hoping if I can talk to her about the conversation afterward, maybe it'll help her cope better. He righted the can and reached for his brush again. I don't blame you. Maddie set her hand on his arm. She's doing so well, really. I'm impressed with how well she's adjusting. She's practically a different kid than when she first joined my class. You're a great dad. Ben looked at her face, seeing the compassion and caring in her eyes. Thanks. That means a lot coming from you. I'm sure you have something to do with it too. She loves having you for a teacher and a friend. You've been so good for her, for both of us. Maddie's lips lifted. I'm happy to help. Being part of your lives has made me so happy. Ben leaned in, touching her chin and pulling her closer so he could kiss her. He couldn't believe how lucky he was, having her become so important to him now. I don't think I could do this without you. Ben and Maddie sitting in a tree, Felicia sing-songed from the doorway. Ben set down the paintbrush and chased after her, you tackling her on the sofa and rolling onto his back so he could tickle her on his lap. When he looked up and saw Maddie watching them from the bedroom door, a spot of green paint on her cheek, he wondered if life could get any better. 31 Ben checked his watch. He still had an hour before his shift ended and he would be able to go home. He thought of Maddie waiting for him on the sofa, sleepiness in her eyes. Felicia would be fast asleep in bed, her little hand curled around the corner of her blanket and squished under her chin. It was how she slept most of the time, and he found it utterly adorable. Maybe because she was silent and still for a change. He watched a group of kids cross the street, half a block ahead of him. It was nearly curfew, so they would probably be heading inside soon. Enforcing curfew for anyone under 18 had helped curb some of the damage and vandalism in the area, and Ben was glad the chief made a big deal about enforcing it. 3 kids laughed in the night air, no doubt reveling in the fact that the winter cold was gone and the late April warmth meant they could hang on the porch without freezing to death. He couldn't blame them. He was enjoying the balmier weather and lack of ice storms that brought down power lines and clogged up the roads. A small figure hurried down the street to his right. He looked familiar, and Ben pulled over in an empty parking slot. He got out of his car as Alejandro walked past. It had been nearly a month since the kid had been knifed, and Ben was glad to see him up and about. "Hey, how are you doing?" The kid he had found bleeding in his apartment a few weeks earlier turned wary eyes on Ben. "Hey, I'm good. I'm glad to see you're up and around. You were pretty messed up." Ben couldn't help wondering what the kid was doing out at this time of night. He should be home in bed. "Yeah, I'm tough, though." "I'm sure you are. Enrique seemed pretty worried about you." "Yeah, he's like that." The kid shifted from one foot to the other. Ben wondered if he was carrying drugs or something he shouldn't, and was worried about being caught, or if he didn't like being out on the street after dark. He was still a couple blocks from home. The boy's eyes darted around, keeping an eye on everyone and everything. "You have some manly scars now to show off?" "Yeah, there's something. The kids at school are all jealous." The words were tough, but the way he said them wasn't. The kid was freaked out about something. "I gotta go." Ben reached out and set a hand on his shoulder. "What's going on? Are you in trouble?" Deep bass thrummed from a car as it turned onto the street, driving their direction, the windows down. The kid's face went white, and Ben looked over in time to see the muzzle of a gun emerge through the back window. He grabbed Alejandro and shoved him to the ground, rolling behind his patrol car. His shoulder hit hard against the pavement. People screamed and bullets pinged as they hit metal and bricks. Car windows shattered, and there was a moan from further down the street. Ben was on his radio calling in a description of the vehicle, even as it sped up and took off around the corner. They hadn't had a drive-by shooting in town in years, and he hadn't expected one now. He checked the kid to make sure he was okay and sent him home, and then hurried down the street to check on the other kids who had been hanging out in the street. A girl of 16 or 17 caught a bullet in her arm and was wailing like she thought she would lose her arm. He called an ambulance, had one of the guys put pressure on the wound with a shirt the kid had removed, and then Ben moved on. 10 minutes later, he had checked with the neighbors on the street and verified that everyone else was okay. He returned to the injured girl and joined a couple of other officers who were taking reports from bystanders. "That was crazy," Tyler Jackson said. "Tell me about it." It was like something out of a movie, totally surreal. "You guys have everything here, under control?" Ben asked. He wanted to go to Alejandro's and see if he noticed anything they could use to track down the thugs who had shot up the street. "Yeah, we got it." He grabbed Ben's shoulder and turned him a little. "Looks like you were injured. Has anyone looked at that?" Ben looked at his shoulder, which he'd noticed was sore, but hadn't realized he'd ripped his shirt and gotten road rash when he'd taken the kid down to the pavement. Blood oozed from the injury, but it was starting to clot already. He hadn't noticed it thanks to the adrenaline that had masked the pain he would no doubt be feeling soon. "No, just scraped it a little. I'll head back to the precinct after I check with one other person. I'll be messing with reports for what's left of my shift anyway." Showering that night would not be fun. He showed up at Alejandro's apartment a few minutes later and took the stairs up to the 4th floor. One last report to collect before he headed in for the night. His knock on the door didn't receive a response at first, so he knocked again, announcing himself. Enrique opened the door a minute later, glaring out at Ben. "We haven't been doing anything." Ben ignored Enrique's attitude. "Did Alejandro make it home okay? I need to talk to him for a minute." "Of course he made it home okay. Why wouldn't he? It's after curfew, isn't it?" It was a couple blocks to the apartment building from the place where the attack had happened, but Ben was surprised Enrique didn't seem to know anything about it. "There was a drive-by shooting a little while ago. Alejandro was there." "Says who?" But Enrique's eyes had widened in surprise and worry. "Me, since I was talking to him when it happened. I need to get his statement, see if he saw anything I missed, anything that will help us make an arrest." Enrique called back in the apartment. Alejandro, fíjate, la policía dice que alguien te disparó. Alejandro responded back, no era importante. Vente y hables conmigo. Ben knew enough to gather that Enrique was asking about the shooting and telling his brother to join them. Enrique invited Ben into the apartment. What a relief. He was starting to think he would have to conduct the conversation in the hall. What happened? Enrique asked. Why were you hassling my brother? I wasn't hassling him. I saw him walking and wondered how he was doing. I stopped to talk to him. Ben peered around Enrique to look at Alejandro as he slouched into the room. I'm still a little shaken up. You probably are too. No, I'm not. I'm fine. It wasn't a big deal. What happened to your shirt? Enrique asked Ben. I biffed it when I pulled your brother down to safety. It's no big deal. Ben glanced at the injury dismissively, though it was starting to really sting. He saved me, Alejandro said. These guys came around the corner and started shooting. He pulled me out of the way. Enrique's eyes grew round. Who was it? He looked at Ben and seemed to realize he shouldn't make threats. Who was it? Alejandro shrugged, but Ben wasn't sure if it was because he hadn't seen anything, or if he was pretending because Ben was a cop. Look, Ben said, I need to have you tell me what happened in your own words, what you noticed. Maybe you can help us catch these guys. I'm not going on the record. Naked fear filled Alejandro's eyes. They'll kill me for sure. Ben considered that. It wasn't impossible that word would get out, and the last thing he wanted was for the shooters to come after Alejandro personally if he hadn't been their target to begin with. Okay, I won't have you fill out the form or put your name on it. Just tell me what you saw, and I'll say it was an anonymous bystander. He didn't want the kid to shut down. He glanced at his brother, then back to Ben. Alfonso Fikes, from the Lions. He's mad at us. At me. It was him. Alejandro looked pale with worry, and the words were barely more than a whisper, as if saying them louder would put him in more danger. You're sure? Tell me what you saw and when. Just say it the way you remember. I heard the car before I saw it. You know, the pounding of the bass, the squeal of tires as it turned the corner. Ben nodded, even though the tires hadn't squealed. Not then anyway. Would he be able to get anything useful from the testimony? I saw it, gold and big. He drives that old gold Cadillac now, you know? He souped it up and painted it a while back. He was driving. The gun came out from the back seat. Whoever it was had a long face, black. I've seen him before, but I don't know his name. He looked right at me, and then you grabbed me and we hit the pavement. Tears were pouring down his face as he talked. They're the ones who knifed me. They want me gone. Do you know why? Ben asked. Alejandro gave him a measured look, one that was far too old for such a young face. Nah, it's probably because of my friends. They don't like him. Ben knew better, had suspected for a while that Enrique had Alejandro delivering drugs to his dealers. He didn't push it, though. That was a different battle. You're sure it was Alfonso? You saw his face, not just his car? Yeah, I'd know his ugly mug anywhere. Ben thought the information was probably true. Alfonso did have a golden land yacht of a car. He'd have to see camera footage from traffic lights before he could be sure, though. Thanks. You need to be more careful, kid. I'd really like it if you lived to be my age. And whatever it is they don't like that you're doing, he included both brothers in this look. You should think about getting into a safer line of business. Alejandro nodded. You saved my brother again, Enrique said. He wasn't exactly humble, but he wasn't nearly as defensive as he'd been when Ben arrived. That's my job. What can I do to repay you? Enrique asked. Nothing. Ben stood to leave. No, I repay my debts. It's part of my code. Enrique grabbed his arm and Ben tensed up. If the kid insisted. Okay, let people know it's okay to use the community garden. Your threats have scared a lot of people away who want to use it, people who need the food. If you're really grateful, quit getting in our way. It won't cost you anything. Enrique didn't respond, and Ben didn't wait for him to. Have a good night. Ben took off back down the stairs. Man, his shoulder and upper arm were throbbing.
32 Maddie was finished putting scores in her grade book at the kitchen table when Ben came home, 20 minutes later than usual. She looked up with a smile, which quickly slipped from her lips. What happened? Your shirt's ripped. She stood and moved toward him as he emptied his keys and wallet from his pockets onto the kitchen counter. We had a small incident. I'm fine, no major injuries. Maddie came around him and looked from the back. Glad to know this isn't a major injury, but it doesn't look great. She picked at the edges of his shirt where it covered his road rash, but the blood had dried in place around the wound. You need a hot shower to loosen the cloth from the blood. It's not a big deal. Thanks for being here with Felicia. Yeah, downplay your injury and act like I did something major tonight. She rolled her eyes. Go hop in the shower. I'll hang around so I can make sure the wound gets cleaned properly and we get antibacterial ointment on it. She nudged him toward his room. He lifted his brows. I forget sometimes how bossy you can be. I'll try to remind you more often. She watched him walk into his room and headed for the living room to clean up her things. He had a first aid kit in the kitchen, and when he came back out a few minutes later, still wearing his shirt, she carried it over. Are you having trouble taking it off? Yeah, can you help me? They went to the kitchen where she ran some clean cloths under warm water and dabbed at his wound. Tell me how this happened. I'm sure you'll hear about it tomorrow anyway. We had a slight drive-by shooting tonight. A slight one, huh? Just a little one? No big deal? Men and their priorities. His lips lifted in a smile. There's some damage, namely to my squad car, a few windows, and a girl caught a bullet in her arm, but no one else was hurt, only shaken up. The girl is probably already out of the ER by now and back home. She'll be sore, but fine. I grabbed a kid I was talking to and dove for the pavement. The pavement won. Her stomach twisted when she thought of him in danger like that. She knew his job was dangerous, that there was always the chance of getting shot, but she hadn't thought much about it before now. Maybe she hadn't let herself. Only you would think you could win against the pavement. Well, all things considered, I feel like I won. The detective pulled up the traffic cams just before I came home, and they caught the guy who was driving the car on camera. We think we have a decent shot of the guy who shot the firearm as well. They'll be raiding a couple homes tonight, but the shooter didn't take out his target. She paused in her work, suddenly concerned. Was it you? No, I think it was the kid I was talking to. He's mixed up in something I don't want to think about. Maddie dipped the towel in the hot water again and pressed it gently to the wound. It came back rusty brown with blood, and when she gave his shirt a small tug, it started to peel back. Any chance you can get him out of whatever's got him in danger? I don't know. I've been talking to his brother, but I don't think he'll be much help. Maybe we'll get lucky. Ow, that stuck pretty good. That's what you get for not getting this cleaned up right away. I had things to do, and it wasn't long till I was supposed to be off shift anyway. He winced as she tested another spot on the shirt. What did the chief say about this? He wasn't there. We'll see tomorrow. His uniform was plastered to his shoulder and arm, the warm water running down and seeping into the fabric all around the wound. No way was the uniform salvageable. How did Felicia do tonight? He asked after a moment. Fine. I picked her up at 8:30, brought her home for pajamas and bedtime stories. She was quieter than usual, but settled into sleep quickly, so maybe she was just tired. My mom's been getting after me to give her another chance to watch Felicia. He looked more weary at the thought of dealing with his mother's disappointment than he did about getting shot at. Maddie was torn. His mom was really nice and a good person, but she didn't have the gumption to keep Felicia safe. She peeled back another section of cloth as a possibility came to her. What if I'm the backup? If your mom had to leave the house for any reason, she could call me and I'd come get Felicia. That way she can spend time with her granddaughter, and she won't feel like she had to take her home if your dad put up a fuss about her being gone. Ben didn't say anything for a long moment. I want to say yes, so much. But I don't know if I can trust her. He rubbed his forehead. Saying that breaks my heart. She's my mom. I know she loves Felicia. Well, think about it, and when you decide you're ready, we'll give it a try. After another sopping wipe of the wet towel, the last bit of cloth came off his skin. All right, looks like that's everything. Let me help you get this off. Your arm might not like bending backwards too much. She helped him off with his shirt and the white undershirt he wore beneath it. Well, it had been white that morning anyway. She cleaned up the wound, wiping the dried blood before sending him back to the bathroom. Go wash up. When you finish, I'll put on some disinfectant and wrap it for the night. He headed back to the shower. Maddie cleaned up the spilled water and scrubbed the towel, finally hanging it on the side of the sink to dry. Having time to think about how easily he could have gotten hit that night, she became nervous and anxious. What if she had lost him? She rubbed at her chest as if it would soothe the ache she felt there. She had started to see herself living in the house with him, raising a family, matching gold bands on their fingers. Now, though, she wondered how she would be able to deal with the danger he was in and day out. It made her realize things could come to an end any time, and she wanted to take advantage of every moment. By the time Ben returned to the living room wearing pajama pants and not much else, she knew she didn't want to waste a moment with him. Let's take a look now. You've run some hot water over it. It wasn't nearly as bad as it had looked originally. She set him on the sofa and applied antiseptic and then put a clean dressing over it, taping it in place. Hopefully this won't stick too much. Seeing everything was okay relaxed her, and she felt the return of the tiredness that had been bothering her before his arrival. It was nearly midnight, and she had to teach the next day. If it does, I'll leave it in place until you can help me with it after work tomorrow, he said. Great. She stood and slid her feet into her ballet flats. I'm glad you're okay. She shrugged on her jacket. I hope to hear about an arrest when I see you tomorrow. Me too. He pulled her close, kissing her. Maddie leaned in, savoring the kiss. She would take whatever time with him she could get. The plots at the garden still weren't being claimed. Maddie growled her frustration as she pulled weeds in the beds where they had planted peas and broccoli late Friday evening. There was no way they could manage this many beds on their own, and though they had spoken with several pastors in the area, their congregations seemed either too scared or too disinterested to take on any plots. What's going on over there? Adeline asked. She had her hair pulled back in a messy bun, her usual office suit replaced with jeans and a t-shirt. She was a little sweaty, though it looked good on her. Stupid, beautiful jeans. How unfair was that? Nothing. I'm just frustrated about the garden plots. You'd think we would have found a way to get people to join us. Even offering free plots to 10 people only netted us one interested person. 2 more of my students have been banned by their parents from working in the greenhouse, which means they have to stay at the school, doing the boring paper version of what we're learning. Thankfully, we've been able to schedule the classes during times when I have a TA, but I don't get why we can't have people step up and take a few of these plots. Give it time. Be patient. It'll work out, Comfrey said as she walked past after dumping an armload of weeds in the back of Jason's truck. A few of the women I've been working with from the Circles program seem interested. I'll see what we can do. Maddie looked at Comfrey. I know you charge for designs, but honestly, do you make enough from that to pay your bills? It seems like you spend most of your time volunteering with one program or the next. Comfrey shrugged. I don't have a lot of bills. Because you already own your car and house outright? Maddie asked. Normally she wouldn't pry, but she had the distinct feeling that Comfrey was even better off than she pretended. Maybe. The ability to be debt-free is one advantage of a trust fund, she said softly under her breath. It lets me do what I want with my time without worrying about how much income I've gotten from my business. She looked a little embarrassed. I do more designs than you probably think, though. There's definitely need for that kind of work. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made a big deal out of it. It's not like you're wasting your time and money flying to Monte Carlo for parties or something. I admit, I'm a little jealous that you have the financial freedom to do what you want, even though I'm impressed you're using your time so well. Honestly, even if I had a ton of money, I'd still be teaching. Well, having money hasn't fixed the problem with the garden plots. If money could fix that, Reese and I would have solved the problem before now. Money isn't everything. Comfrey had taken as much ownership of the garden project as Piper, pushing the benefits of growing your own food to people in the neighborhood. Maddie moved to the next row where she and Felicia had planted carrots the previous week. The seeds hadn't sprouted yet, as far as she could tell, but she was able to pull a few weeds that were definitely not carrots. "How are things going with Ben?" Adeline asked. "Better every day?" She smiled as she thought of the dinner she'd had with him and Felicia a couple of nights earlier. "I can hardly believe it's finally happening. I've waited and hoped for so long." "Good, you make a cute couple." They worked on adjacent plots for another few minutes when a long shadow fell over Maddie's plot. She looked up and saw Enrique, the gangbanger from earlier in the spring, staring at her. "Can I help you?" Ben wasn't around, and she didn't expect any of the other guys from their group to show up, but with Piper and Comfrey working at the other end of the lot, there were 4 of them. Surely the man wouldn't try to make trouble for them. He stared at her and Adeline. "What is up with you women? You think you can turn our hood into a farm?" "Not a farm, just a garden. You'd be surprised at how relaxing it is to pull weeds, and how rewarding it can be to see things you planted grow and develop fruit or vegetables." Healing. Her hands were shaking, but she was impressed that her voice didn't waver. "I heard you were giving plots away. We have 8 more for people who can't afford the minimal fees. We want everyone who's interested to feel free to grow some vegetables." She stood, wiping the dirt off her hands. "Are you interested in growing some tomatoes or carrots?" He stared at her through hooded eyes, his gaze searching as if he couldn't believe she'd had the guts to make such an offer to him, of all people. "Yeah, my little brother wants to grow stuff. He likes tomatoes." She let out a breath in surprise. "Let me grab Piper. She has the layout and can assign you a plot or 2. She turned toward Piper and Comfrey, but they were both making their way over already. She remembered how Ben had treated him with respect and courtesy, and how he and his friend had responded, even if neither party had trusted each other. She decided to take a page out of his book. "This gentleman wants to grow some tomatoes." "Great, I have the perfect plot for him. It'll get plenty of sunlight." Piper smiled and led him to the plots marked 22 and 23. She asked about what he wanted to do, and they talked about plants and tomato cages. Maddie turned back to Adeline. "Oh my goodness," she whispered. "If he gets a plot, we could actually break the reluctance people have been showing." "Or cement it," Piper muttered. "Do you think he'd put the word out that it's okay for people to get a spot?" Comfrey asked. "It doesn't hurt to find out." Maddie strolled over and caught a discussion about carrot varieties. "If you go to Westhoff Nursery, they have a wide selection of seeds and can help you pick varieties that will work best for you," Piper said. "Good, that sounds good." He pulled a 20 from his pocket. "I want to pay for my plot. If I send a few people over, can you help them out with the free plots? I'm not sure if they'll take them or not." Maddie hooked her thumbs in her back pocket. "Not to interrupt your chat with Piper, because honestly, that sounds great, but I thought you were threatening people who had anything to do with the garden or greenhouse. This is a change of heart." "Your boyfriend did me a solid. More than one. Sometimes he makes sense. I'll back off as long as my pals can have the free plots." "You know, this is only for the kind of crop you can buy in a grocery store, right?" Adeline asked. "No, extracurricular plants. The cops will be checking out the place from time to time." He grinned. "No pot, I promise. Well, not from my crew." "Good." Maddie offered her hand for a shake. "I'm Maddie McCormick. We're happy to have you here." "Enrique?" He nodded in a friendly manner and turned to stroll away. Maddie waited until he was out of earshot and then looked at Piper. "Oh my heck. Sounds like you need to have a chat with Ben to see what happened." Piper's brows lifted practically into her red hair. "Yeah, I guess so." "Did I hear that right? Is the détente over?" Comfrey asked. Yes, it is." Maddie could hardly believe it. She whipped out her phone and shot Ben a text. "We need to have a chat about Enrique. Stat. Is he bothering you?" "Nope. I don't think he's going to bother any of us. And he says you're the reason why. Does this have anything to do with why you came home injured the other night?" "I'll tell you later. Come to dinner in about an hour. I'll be there." Maddie put the phone back in her pocket. "I'm getting the story tonight." Isn't that like the third time this week you've had dinner with him? Adeline asked. Not to mention the nights you watched Felicia so you saw him anyway. Piper added. The thought of how well things were going made Maddie want to beam with joy, but she managed to control her happiness. How would you know? One of us has to have a social life. My date with my neighbor totally went bust. Adeline looked very sanguine about that fact. But I did have one, and I gave it my best shot, so it counts. Hey, she's not the only one with a social life, Comfrey said. I had coffee with a guy from one of my classes. He's a hottie. Good, so glad you're getting a life, all of you. Piper included them all in her gaze. You need help with that choreography? Maddie asked. Piper may have pushed them all to get back into dating, but she had to pay the price, and Maddie couldn't wait to start rehearsing. I'll let you know. She eyed Maddie. Will you need a wedding dance of your own before the year is out? Everyone's attention turned to Maddie, and she felt herself blush, though she tried to act nonchalant about the question. We haven't discussed it at all yet. We've only been dating for a month. But you've been spending a lot of time together for months even before that, and you've known each other forever. Honestly, is there that much more to learn about each other? Adeline was obviously on the same wavelength as Piper. Don't tell me you're not thinking about it, Piper said. Maddie shrugged. I'm thinking about it, of course. I love him. I want to be with him, and events this past week make me even more certain about that. But I don't know where he is on the subject. It hasn't come up. She couldn't forget the offhand comment he'd made to Felicia about loving Maddie, though. She held to it tightly and cast dreams with it. Comfrey tucked her hands spade in the sheath at her waist. Maybe you need to find out. That thought both scared and excited Maddie. Had they been dating long enough to bring it up, even generically, to make sure he was at least thinking about it? She wasn't sure, but she wanted to know. Adeline looked at her watch. I better clean up. I'm going over the plans Comfrey and I drew up for Jason's yard with him tonight. I need a shower first. Yeah, better put on something stiff and fancy, something that yells hands off. Piper muttered low enough that Maddie figured she was the only one who heard it. I'm going to finish the carrot bed and head out too. I definitely need a shower. Maddie had spent half an hour in the greenhouse before the others had arrived, opening windows and organized the tools the kids had left, a little helter-skelter after their session earlier that day. She could hardly believe the school year was only a few weeks from ending. The peas had already been picked, and Felicia's carrots were nearly ready to pull. Soon they would be reseeding the bed with a summer crop for the food bank before the kids took their summer break. She looked forward to having some time off, but at the same time, she'd miss the kids. At least she wouldn't have to say goodbye to Felicia, though. That thought made the other changes easier than they had been in the past. She loved that little girl and her uncle.
33 Ben had finished frying the sausage and hamburger combo when Maddie showed up later that evening. It had been a good day at work, and he looked forward to a weekend off, especially since she was going to spend a big part of it with him and Felicia. Hey, it's good to see you. He leaned in and kissed her, no longer shy about showing affection when Felicia was around. It hadn't seemed to traumatize her so far. Good to see you too. How was work? He had texted when he was on the way to pick up Felicia after school, rather than coming in to pick her up. Not bad. Issued some tickets, helped some people, and arrested a few people who needed to be off the road. Felicia's therapy appointment was good too. He added jarred spaghetti sauce to the meat in the pan. It wasn't fancy, but he was still pretty pleased with himself for going beyond frozen dinners and takeout the past few months. I'm glad to hear it. Felicia joined them as they set the table, adding the green beans and breadsticks he'd slathered in garlic butter and then browned in the oven. You're getting pretty good at this dinner thing, Maddie said when they sat down together. I'm trying, most of the time. Trying is where everything starts. They said grace, then passed out the food. Felicia, taking up much of the dinner time, talking about a conversation with friends during lunch, and her plans for the carrots and Brussels sprouts she'd grown in her plot in the greenhouse. They discussed garden plans, and Maddie told them about Enrique's visit to the garden. So what happened to bring this on? Ben glanced at Felicia pointedly. He didn't want to discuss the drive-by shooting in front of her. You heard stuff on the news from Tuesday night. I can fill in details later, but I'm glad he had a change of heart. Maddie looked like she wanted to dig every detail out of him, but didn't say anything in front of Felicia. It wouldn't be that long, anyway. Sounds like you had a nice afternoon with the girls at the garden. He changed the subject. Yes, we got a lot done and had a chance to rib Piper about the wedding surprise she's planning for Reese. What wedding surprise? He held up a hand to stop her. Or do I not want to know? Ever? She laughed. Nothing like that. It's just something for the reception. I hope Adeline and Comfrey planned for it when they designed his yard. I remember you girls decorating part of his house last fall. He's a brave soul. And he likes it, doesn't he? We didn't go super frilly. Anyway, Adeline will present the yard plans to him tonight, and then they'll haggle over anything he wants to do differently. I betcha she wins every time. He's a softie when it comes to her. Ben smiled as he looked at Maddie. I guess I can't fault him for that, since I have a couple girls in my life that make me crumble too. He looked at his niece, who was paying attention to the conversation, and tapped her on the nose. Starting with you, she giggled. Me and Miss McCormick. Are you going to marry her? Ben had lifted his glass to take a drink, but thankfully hadn't started to sip when she said the words. As it was, all of the air rushed out of his chest at the mere suggestion. Why would you ask that? Because after kissing comes marriage, right? You like kissing her, and she's really nice. I want her to be my Aunt Maddie. She looked over at Maddie. Don't you want to marry my uncle? Maddie's gaze barely left Ben's face. She looked disappointed at his response, or lack of response. I do, but we haven't been dating that long yet. How about if we settle for me being your friend for now? Felicia's face wrinkled up in confusion. Adults are weird. She scooped up the last of her spaghetti and asked with her mouth still full, May I be excused? Ben sipped from his glass, hoping the water would clear his throat. Sure, put your dishes in the sink. His eyes barely left Maddie's face. She wanted to get married, to him. How had he not considered that they would reach this point eventually? They waited while Felicia put her dishes in the sink and headed to her room to play. Ben didn't know what to say, and he didn't want to discuss it in front of Felicia. He wasn't sure what he saw on Maddie's face. You want to marry me? Ben finally asked. She met his eye, her voice soft but sure. I love you. Maddie's simple response should have been reassuring, but instead it was painful. Of course she would eventually want to get married. This was Maddie. She would make someone a terrific wife. Don't you love me? Her voice was softer, a little needy. He wasn't sure what he had been feeling. He cared about her, yes, a lot. He was definitely attracted to her. But love? The kind of love she was talking about? I don't know what I feel. You're important to me. I want you around and in my life. But is that love? Romantic love and not just friendship love? I'm not sure what love is exactly, not the type you're talking about. Okay. But her voice disagreed. She was not okay. Anxiety filled him as he tried to fix this, to make it better. You know I care more about you than anyone else I've ever dated. But marriage, I don't think I've ever wanted to get married. Look at what happened with my parents. Also, my last couple relationships were awful. I couldn't risk turning into that man. Not with you. Maddie's eyes narrowed at him. You could never be like your father. Don't you think you've proved that already by taking on Felicia? You're a totally different kind of parent than he is. I admit, I never thought I could be a father either. But that's different. Felicia's half-grown and such a good kid. She's all I can handle as it is. If we got married, why was that so hard to say? You'd want more kids. You'd be here needing my support all of the time. I don't think I can stretch that far, that I can be the man you want me to be. Maybe you already are him. Two people become stronger when they work together, and we could too. Didn't it ever occur to you that I would want to marry someday, that the person I want to be with is you? Ben pushed away from the table, shaking his head. No, I never thought about it. Obviously I should have, but we haven't dated that long. It's not like this is the real me. Things have been different, and I need you, your friendship, your help with Felicia, someone to turn to when I need a hand. But Maddie, I don't want to get married. Not ever. I never have. It's why I don't get serious very often. Or it's why you usually choose women you could never get serious about. Tears slid down her cheeks. Well, at least I know now. She moved away from the table and took her dishes to the sink, talking with her back to him. I'll keep helping with Felicia because she needs someone to be there when you can't be. Desperate fear clawed at his insides. Are you breaking up with me? She stood in front of the sink, her hands curled around the edge, looking down. Her voice was deadly calm. I can't be with someone who never wants to marry me. I want the whole shebang, Ben. If you refuse to even consider having it with me, I guess I'll have to find someone else. Thanks for convincing Enrique to back off about the garden. She didn't look at him as she grabbed her purse and keys and headed for the door. Panic filled Ben as he thought of her walking away. Wait, what we have is good, isn't it? Maddie looked at him finally, her blue eyes wet. Yeah, it was good, but it isn't enough. I want all of you, every day and every night, for the rest of our lives. If you can't give that, not ever, then it won't work. He felt hopeless as she turned and hurried out the door. His heart felt like it would stop beating entirely, and he wondered how one person leaving him alone could cause this much pain. This was why he didn't want a serious relationship. How could he lose someone he'd really grown close to? It would be so much worse. He told himself it would be fine. She would still help with Felicia. Yeah, he'd miss kissing her, but this was better, wasn't it? That they were on the same page? Even though he would miss her. So why did it feel like he'd lost something he might not get over for a long time?
34. Maddie went out to her car and pulled away from Ben's house. She hadn't said goodbye to Felicia, but she couldn't face the little girl now, not when she felt like everything was falling apart. She thought of going to Piper, but she was out with Reese, and she didn't want to call to find out where they were, or interrupt them. Then she thought of Adeline. Sure, she was at Jason's, but it wasn't like she would be interrupting a tryst or something. Not that Jason wouldn't enjoy tryst-like activity, but Adeline seemed far too clueless for that to happen. When she pulled in front of her brother's house, she could see them in the kitchen, bent over Adeline's laptop. Jason shook his head, and Adeline stated her case, resting a hand on his arm, totally unaware of how she affected him. Normally, it would have made Maddie smile, but tonight she wasn't sure if she could smile. She somehow made it up the walk and opened the door without knocking. What was her brother thinking, not locking up behind him? He freaked out if she didn't lock her doors when she was in her home alone. Oh, right, he wasn't alone. Also, he was a man, which was obviously enough reason on its own, in his mind. Hey, Jason greeted her when she entered the kitchen. Unlike the front section of the house, it still needed to be renovated and sported the old, tired cupboards and worn linoleum. What are you doing here? You could knock, you know. Hush, Adeline hurried over, far more observant. What happened? Did you and Ben have an argument? She put an arm around Maddie's shoulders and Maddie fell into her embrace, relieved to have someone to lean on. Sorry, Maddie blubbered on her friend's nice white-collared blouse. Sorry, I probably shouldn't have come, but I couldn't go home alone right now. Of course not. Adeline led her to the living room with the newly recovered sofa and sheer drapes. What happened? Do I need to go have words with Ben? Jason asked. His hands formed fists. Did he hurt you? Maddie glanced at her brother and then dismissed him. Stupid male hormones thinking they needed violence to solve problems. Go back to the kitchen, Jason. I don't need you to defend me. No way. Tell me what he did. Jason, Adeline's voice was tight and firm. Give us a minute, and then I'll tell you whether to beat him up or not. Maddie almost laughed at the craziness of the situation. A moment passed without any sound. Maddie had her eyes tightly closed, unable to deal with any of it. Jason's footsteps left the room, and a moment later she heard the chair moving across the wooden kitchen floor as he sat down and slid back up to the table. Okay, so what's going on? Adeline asked in a soft voice. No doubt, so Jason couldn't overhear them. Maddie wasn't sure if she could keep her voice calm enough to speak, but she managed to croak out the words. We were having a nice dinner. It was great, fun and casual, and then Felicia asked if I was going to marry Ben and become her aunt. New tears started to fall, though Maddie could have sworn a moment earlier that she was back under control. Ben freaked out, Adeline guessed. He doesn't want to get married. Ever. Maddie wiped at the tears on her face. I suppose I ought to be glad that I found out now, and not several months down the road. I love him, Adeline. How can he not want me? Before, sure, I could tell myself that he didn't think of me that way, that he hadn't noticed I was a girl. It didn't feel good, but at least I could tell myself someday he would notice. Now he's noticed me, liked me, but he doesn't care enough to ever do more about it. I'm not enough. It's not about you. Heath. Adeline stood and picked up a box of tissue she had no doubt put in the room to begin with. It wasn't the kind of thing Jason would normally have thought to do. Here. You know he's a mess. He's been trying to do something with his life, but he's still a mess. Can you blame him with his family? If he can't appreciate you and want to be with you forever, that's not because there's something wrong with you. It's because there's something wrong with him. Maddie shook her head. I used to think that. I thought maybe he couldn't settle down and get involved in a serious relationship. Maybe he didn't want to risk getting hurt, but then he brought Felicia home, and he's such a good parent to her. It stretched him in so many ways. I thought he had made room for me, finally. That having Felicia had shown him that he could make commitments and create his own family. But maybe the problem now isn't commitment. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm not enough. Saying that nearly broke her heart. It was the phrase she had not allowed herself to think on the drive over. The back door slammed shut, and Maddie realized she hadn't kept her voice low. She had been getting louder with each sentence, even though she wasn't yelling or anything. Crap. He went to beat on Ben, didn't he? Adeline looked annoyed. Stupid men. Let them get it out of their systems. No doubt Ben's wishing he had something to beat on right now anyway, and he kind of deserves it. Seriously, didn't he realize you were the marrying type? How could he start a relationship with his best friend's little sister, knowing he never planned for it to go anywhere? Idiot. Maddie didn't want Jason and Ben to fight, especially not with Felicia around, but it felt good that Jason was willing to have words with his best friend over her. Maybe that was stupid. She was definitely upset enough to do something stupid, but she wanted to be smart about this. She pulled out her cell phone and tried to call Jason back, but his phone started to ring on the kitchen table. That was less than useful. After debating for a moment, she shot Ben a text, ignoring the ones he had sent her since she left. Words via text couldn't make this better. Jason's on his way. He's not happy with you. She put the phone back in her pocket. You didn't tell Ben that Jason was going to beat him up, Adeline asked. Who knows what Jason's planning to do? Let them figure it out. Maddie rested her head on Adeline's shoulder. Guys are stupid. Hear, hear. So why do I keep letting them hurt me? I guess we like them the way they are, even though they're stupid sometimes. Maddie chuckled, though before she arrived, she hadn't thought she could. How was the backyard plan unveiling going before I interrupted? He seemed fine with most of it. We'll have to argue about the lattice in the corner, but he'll accept it in the end. That's my favorite part of your plan. That's why he'll go for it. Leave it to me. I was going to show him some plans to redo the kitchen as well, but that will have to wait for another night. That'll be good. It needs an overhaul. We'll probably need it for food for the wedding, so it would be handy if it was updated. It'll be a cook's paradise when it's finished. Just wait. Because Maddie didn't want to talk about her failed love life anymore, she and Adeline talked about yard plans and Piper's wedding for another 45 minutes before Maddie decided she felt good enough to head home.
You're a jerk, Jason said when Ben opened the door for him. I ought to pound you. The heads up from Maddie had given Ben enough time to send Felicia to her room to change for bed before the doorbell rang. He'd rather they had this conversation in private, especially if Jason was steaming mad. I'm sorry. My sister's not good enough for you, after all of this? Maddie is plenty good enough for anyone, especially me. Ben had no idea where that thought had come from. How could Jason not think he valued Maddie? Then what's your deal? You said you'd never marry her, not ever, no matter what. I said I was never getting married, no matter what. Not that it was about her. Does she think it's about her? That she's not good enough? Because that's not what I said. It hadn't been, had it? Had he unintentionally said something that sounded like that? He'd been so careful about his words. No, he was sure he hadn't. Jason stared at him for a long moment. I heard her talking to Adeline. She's under the impression that she's not good enough, that you don't love her because she falls short. How could you do this to my sister? My sister! I thought when you finally opened your eyes and really saw her that you'd realize that she loves you and treat her with the care and respect she deserves. But you didn't. You were using her. Jason shoved Ben's injured shoulder. Ben swore in both pain and frustration and turned away, not sure what to say or how to explain that hadn't been his intention at all. He glanced toward the hall and saw Felicia standing there, watching. He wanted to swear again when he saw her big eyes and worried expression. He'd told her Maddie had to leave in a hurry, but Felicia felt badly that she hadn't said goodbye. He was sorry Maddie hadn't stopped in there first, but Felicia didn't need to deal with them arguing, and she would have worried more if she'd seen the look on Maddie's face. He doubted he'd ever forget the devastation he'd put there. He smiled at her. "Hey, sweet pea, looks like you're ready for bed. Can you read yourself a bedtime story tonight?" "I want you to read one." "I'll read her one." Jason pushed past Ben. "You think about it for a few minutes." All aboard. Jason scooped Felicia up, making her giggle. "What are we reading tonight? The Little Engine That Could?" "No, Disney Fairies. It's my favorite." He let out a dramatic groan. "All right, fairies it is." He carried her into the room. Ben poked his head around the doorway a few minutes later and saw Felicia lying under her covers with Jason in the chair beside the bed, holding the book open so she could see the pictures while he read. She would follow along and correct him when he made obvious, intentional mistakes. Ben was glad Jason had stepped in. It gave him a few minutes to think about everything that had happened that night before he had to face his best friend again. Maybe a little time with Felicia would soften Jason's heart, so he wasn't ready to pound him anymore. He finished cleaning up the dinner dishes while he waited. It was a good activity for thinking things through. Usually. Tonight, though, it seemed like the more he thought, the more convoluted his reasons became. When Jason showed up again, he stopped in the kitchen doorway. "She's asleep. She wanted to know why we were fighting and why Maddie left early. I told her sometimes friends argue and that it was fine. I'm not sure she bought it." "Thanks. I don't get what happened with you guys. I thought you loved Maddie, or at least that you were well on your way. How could you date her knowing you were never going anywhere with it?" "I didn't mean." He stopped himself, not wanting to make excuses. "I didn't think, I guess. I should have realized. But Maddie isn't a random girl, Jason. She's special." "I know that." Ben leaned back against the sink, feeling weary and wishing he could pass out for a day or two and have this all blow over, except he knew nothing would be better when he woke up. "I wasn't thinking about the future. I was thinking about now, about how she makes me feel and how great she is with Felicia. If I'd thought about later, about the future, I would have realized it was a mistake." "Did it ever occur to you that dating Maddie wasn't the mistake? That thinking because you've never been able to count on a woman that you never could, that might be the mistake instead?" Jason came around Ben to stand beside him with his back to the sink. "Your family sucks. You still love them, but they aren't great. At least you have our family. You know there's more out there for you than the kind of marriage your parents have. If you let yourself think about it and risk getting hurt, you'd realize Maddie's what you need. I've seen you two together. You have to stop being too scared to let yourself take a chance." Jason didn't understand at all. It wasn't nearly that simple. "Tell her I'm sorry." "Forget it. You tell her. Just don't take too long figuring it out, bro, or she won't be there when you do." Jason turned and walked to the door. "Oh, and if you do anything to hurt her again, I really will deck you." Ben looked back over his shoulder at his best friend, walking away. Had he destroyed 2 great friendships tonight instead of just one? 35 Ben approached his home in the squad car to see his front window glowing and his mother's car parked out front. He appreciated that she had helped out with Felicia several times since the breakup with Maddie. He ached a little, though, not seeing Maddie's red Mini Cooper parked out front. He had loved knowing she was inside, snuggled on his sofa, and once on his bed. That had been a heart-stopping sight, even though she'd been lying on the covers, fully dressed. He missed her smile, and the way she seemed to always know how to calm him and what to do with Felicia. He missed hearing her laughter ring through his place, and sometimes still felt the echoes of it reverberating through his kitchen, if he listened hard enough. The past 2 weeks had been so hard without her. Tonight, he could really use her soft words and sweet presence. It hurt even worse knowing Jason was right, he'd hurt her. That disturbed him more deeply than he could say. He parked in the garage and came in through the kitchen door, setting his keys on the edge of the counter. He heard rustling from the other room, and the scent of garlic and tomato paste hung in the air. "Hi, Mom, I'm back," he called out. She came around the corner looking sleepy. "Hi, how was work?" "Brutal. There was a terrible accident I spent 2 hours on." "Is everyone okay?" she asked. Ben shook his head. A baby had died because his car seat hadn't been installed properly and had been launched out the window. His insides curled at the memory. He needed to stop thinking about that. "How was Felicia?" "She's fine. A little quiet, maybe, but she went to bed fine. I picked her up from Sheila's before dinner so we could eat together. I made plenty of extra lasagna, so you'd have leftovers for a couple meals." He could almost taste it already. "I appreciate it. Have you heard from Brandon?" "I got a letter a few weeks back, but not on the phone. I haven't had money to put on his calling card." Ben wanted to tell her he'd put plenty of money on the card, and Brandon had hardly used any to talk to Felicia. Honestly, there should have been plenty to make a short call home to his mother. Next time he spoke to Brandon, Ben would have to put a bug in his ear about calling his mom. It would only upset her that Brandon hadn't called if she knew he could have, so Ben changed the subject. "He seemed fine when I talked to him the other day. I put a little money on his account so he could call Felicia." This time, he had left it on speakerphone. Felicia was still conflicted after the calls, but she was coping better, and he was better at getting her to talk when she was upset. He didn't see an end to the therapy sessions anytime soon, but it did seem to be helping. He hadn't thought therapy would do much good, but he was glad he'd been wrong. "I should let you get home. I'm sure you're tired. Thanks so much for helping me out tonight." "No problem. I'm glad I could help." She tugged on the bottom of her worn green sweatshirt. "I know your father would like to spend some time with her." "Couldn't prove it by me." "Ben, he's your father." Her tone was sharp. Why did this have to come up tonight? "He's never called and never asked about her. The 2 times she's been there since she came to stay with me, he got drunk and in a rage. It doesn't sound to me like he cares that much about her. Or anyone else, for that matter." He was amazed that it could still hurt, even after he'd given up on his father ever changing. "Of course he cares. He's your father. He'll never stop caring." How could she still make him feel guilty after all this time? He tipped his head back, reached deep inside himself, deep, deep inside, and pulled from the nearly empty reserves there to make her happy without compromising his rules. Finding a solution, he looked at her again. "If he wants to meet for dinner or ice cream somewhere downtown, and can be totally sober as he does it, we'd love to visit with you. If I catch so much as a whiff of alcohol, we turn around and walk out the door. I want her to have her grandpa too, but we won't deal with him drunk." Perhaps love was the wrong word, but he could work on it. The chances that his father would change weren't great, but he was willing to leave a possibility open, a teeny tiny one. "You're so hard on him. You know he's sick. It's a disease." That's all context, a way to understand what he has to struggle with, not an excuse for not even trying to quit. He decided he'd had enough of that discussion, since they would never see eye to eye. "I love you. Thanks for coming over and staying with Felicia. I really appreciate it." She didn't look thrilled that he had changed the subject, but didn't pursue the previous topic. "I love spending time with her, even if it isn't much. Thanks for letting me help you." She hugged him and said goodnight. Ben watched her start the car and back it out before closing the blinds on the front window and going to check on Felicia. The accident he'd helped with that evening had been awful, and the baby's parents had been rushed to the hospital with serious injuries. He needed a little quiet and normalcy so he could unwind enough to sleep. He stopped in Felicia's door, and in the glow of her nightlight, saw her lying in bed, limbs askew and covers around her waist. Smiling, he stepped into the room and tucked one of her legs back in the bed, pulling the cover over her. He brushed a kiss over her forehead and moved to back out of the room, but stopped when she spoke. "You're back." He crouched beside the bed and took the hand she thrust at him. "Yes, I am. Were you good for Grandma?" "Yes. I wish Miss McCormick could come, though." She yawned, her eyelids barely fluttering. "I like her best. I'm glad you like her. Is she going to watch me again?" An ocean of sadness rose inside him. "Maybe. We'll see." "Don't you like her anymore? Are you fighting?" "Yes, I still like her. No, we're not fighting. Sometimes it's complicated. Get some sleep, sweet pea." He tucked her hand back under the blanket and stood. "Good night, Ben. Love you." "I love you too." Who would have thought that having a child around could be every bit as wonderful as it was frustrating and stressful? He considered her question about Maddie. He hadn't been to help at the greenhouse since they broke up. Not that he hadn't offered, but it seemed that Enrique's gesture had made it easier for her to get parents to help out. He was surprised, since he had expected the opposite. Maybe she had used that as an excuse to keep him away. He hoped not. Ben went to his room to remove his uniform. He longed to call Maddie, to talk about what had happened, to hear her sweet voice comforting him and buoying him up. He couldn't, though, not only because she would already be in bed, but because she didn't want him around now. It wasn't like he could blame her. Knowing she was right to stay away didn't make it any easier to live without her.
36. Okay, kids. Make sure you've got everything planted and then clean up. It was the last session in the greenhouse before summer break started in 2 days. It had been nearly 3 weeks since Maddie had broken up with Ben, and other than a single day helping in the greenhouse, they hadn't spent more than 2 minutes in each other's presence since then. One of the moms helped the kids clean the hand spades in a bucket of water and put them away for the summer. Another mother walked up the rows, collecting usable seed packets and directing the kids to clean up. They had finished replanting the greenhouse for the summer. Maddie would be responsible for the whole thing until school started again in the fall. The second mom came over to hand the seed packets to Maddie. "I heard you still have a couple plots available in the main garden for this summer." "We do. There are 2 left. It's getting late, but there are still a lot of things you can plant." "Perfect. Can I get the last 2? Jared is so excited to grow things this summer after working in the greenhouse this spring." Maddie grinned. Once Enrique and his friends signed up, other people had begun signing up for the remaining plots post-haste. Maddie hadn't expected to fill all of them that summer, but other than the 6 she and her friends had already filled for the food bank and the greenhouse, the rest would now be rented. "Great, you can pay me after class or bring a check in tomorrow. The fees will go toward paying the water bill this summer. Mr. Stone will cover any overage." "He's a good man. He's marrying your friend, isn't he?" "Yeah, just before school starts again. I can hardly wait." They finished getting the kids in order, lining them up in the aisle. Maddie was surprised when she turned and saw Ben standing on the other side of the greenhouse door in full uniform. His patrol car was parked on the street. He opened the door and greeted the kids. "I had to stop in to see all of you before you go inside. Did you have a good time in the greenhouse this year?" There was a loud chorus of yeses. "Did you grow lots of yummy food and learn about plants?" "Yes. I think you need to make sure to thank your teacher before you go home tonight. Miss McCormick and the other teachers have worked really hard to make this happen. Don't you think?" More yeses. Maddie could tell the kids missed him. Several of them had asked why he wasn't coming anymore. "Some of the guys at the police department and I pitched in to get something to remind all of you about your time here." He lifted a small silver carrot on a string. It was no doubt made of plastic or cheap metal, but the kids all seemed excited to get one. Maddie had heard from another third grade teachers that one of the other officers who had helped in the greenhouse had brought the awards to her class that morning. Maddie wasn't sure if she was glad or unhappy that Ben had been the one who came to present them to her class. She had longed to see him, but it was painful at the same time. We also have a special award for Miss McCormick. He held up a trophy with a carrot instead of sports figure. It was her idea, and she worked extra hard to make this happen. Isn't this cool? The kids agreed. She led the class past Ben, who shook each child's hand and gave them a medal. He handed her the trophy as she passed, and she felt the tight ache in her chest as he shook her hand. That ache happened every time she thought about him lately. Seeing him was even worse. She sucked in a deep breath and let it out slowly. She would get through this, even though it sometimes felt like she wouldn't. She took a closer look at her trophy. It had a plaque on the front with the year and the words, "Best Teacher in the Greenhouse, Sensen." She didn't think she'd done that much more than the other teachers, but she appreciated the sentiment anyway. She glanced back over her shoulder once they had crossed the road. Ben had finished presenting the awards to the students, and he was watching her. He lifted a hand to wave to her. Maddie didn't wave back before she turned around. It was all she could do to keep her emotions under control. How would she survive the summer without him in her life?
3 days later, Ben came home from working an evening shift. He was surprised to find Maddie's car parked out front instead of his mom's. Since he and Maddie broke up, he had given his mom the chance to watch Felicia for a few hours at the end of his swing shift when the schedule worked for both of them. It had been easier for him than coming home to find Maddie there and feeling her coldness toward him. His mom had appreciated the time with Felicia in the evening, even if it hadn't been much. She had been directed to call Maddie if anything came up and she had to leave. He was sorry she had felt it necessary to do so tonight, even though he was really glad his mom had used good judgment and didn't take Felicia home with her. He'd been afraid to give her a second chance after what had happened in March, but this gave him hope that everything would be fine. He came through the garage door to the kitchen and was surprised not to see Maddie dressed and waiting to pass him on the way out, as she had the last time she had watched Felicia in the evening. He walked through the kitchen and stopped in the living room, finding her asleep on the sofa. Her head was pillowed on her arm and she snored lightly. So much emotion rose inside him, seeing her sleeping in his house again. She belonged there. She belonged with him, but he couldn't get around the fear that plagued him where commitment was concerned. He had wondered if what he felt was real love, romantic love, and if it was, would that be enough? Watching her now, he knew he loved her, deep down, all the way, but he still couldn't risk getting married. He watched her for a few seconds before making himself wake her up. Though he was tempted to let her stay the night, to wait until morning to wake her, to have pancakes for breakfast, and hear her laughing with Felicia at the breakfast table, he knew it wouldn't be like that anyway. She would rise irritated that he hadn't sent her home, cool toward him, and leave without a smile. He would be sorry and out of sorts, missing her even when she was in the room. It was amazing how lonely he could feel even when she was with him. Instead, he walked over and gave her shoulder a shake. "Hey, Maddie, I'm home. Wake up." Her eyes were a little out of focus when they looked up at him, her expression warm and inviting, for about 3 seconds. Then she seemed to remember she was still mad at him. He felt colder than he had at any icy road accident when she looked at him like that. He did his best to pretend it didn't bother him. "What happened with my mom?" he asked. "She called me about 7, saying your dad was sick and needed her at home. I told her no problem. I was watching movies with the girls. She sat up, stretching a little as she got her bearings. Felicia was happy to see me, and we had a nice bedtime story. She went to bed quickly. I hope work was good." She looked everywhere but at him. Ben stepped back, out of her way, feeling bereft. Hadn't he felt this way before? Isn't fear of this why he had split up with her? So why was he feeling it now? "Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I know you'd rather be with your friends." "No," Maddie said as she slid her feet into a pair of sandals. "I'd rather be here. belonging here. But I don't belong here. Felicia makes it okay, though. I miss her. She snagged her purse from the end table and headed for the door. Maddie, wait. Ben didn't know what to say, but he couldn't let her go. Why? Maddie turned to face him. Have you changed your mind about marriage? It's not like I want to get married next week, but I can't be with someone who doesn't want even a possibility of a future with me, Ben. Can you really imagine dating forever? He didn't respond, had no idea how to respond. She was right. That couldn't be enough for very long. She nodded, as if his non-response told her everything she needed to know. Next time I'll have Jason come over instead. He's getting really good at handling Felicia. Have a nice life. As the door closed behind Maddie, Ben realized she wasn't planning to return ever again. Was this it for them? No friendship, none of her sweetness in his home again? What about Sunday dinners with her family? He had the feeling that if he planned to be there, she would skip it. She would marry someone else. Was it really over? He thought of his parents, of the messed up marriage they had, and then thought of himself and Maddie. In the past, the vision of his parents had been enough to convince him that he couldn't marry, or he might turn into his dad, but now he couldn't see it. He couldn't turn into that man. Hadn't he proved they weren't the same? How could he keep hurting her, hurting them both like this? He dropped his keys on the floor and ran after her. This couldn't be it, couldn't be the end. He needed her in his life, in his arms, to see her in the morning and at night, to hold her close when he had a bad day, and to offer comfort to her when she struggled. He wanted her children and her laughter. If that meant the possibility of pain, if this was a mistake, then so be it. Maddie was pulling out of the driveway when he caught up to her and knocked on the car window. She hit the brakes and stared at him through the glass. He grabbed the car door and pulled it open. Don't go. Please. I know I've been an idiot, the biggest of idiots. I hate this coldness. I hate missing you and feeling this barrier between us. I'm such a fool. Of course I love you. I should have realized it. I've loved you for so long. I just didn't realize when it changed from friendship to being in love with you. Please. She looked at him through narrowed eyes. What are you saying? I want you here, every day, morning and night, no matter how rough it might be. I love you. I didn't realize how important you were to me until I didn't have you anymore. It's been so hard without you. Her eyes narrowed. I think you're confusing me with Felicia's babysitter. I know it's hard juggling childcare. No, you're not a babysitter. He took her hands in his, desperate for her to understand him. I know I've totally taken you for granted, and that you didn't deserve that. He crouched down so their faces would be on the same level. Jason said you felt like you weren't good enough, and that's why I didn't want you, but I do want you. I'll always want you. I was just scared. Scared of being hurt, I get it. She obviously didn't, though. No, I wasn't as afraid of getting hurt as I was of hurting you. You have a stupid way of showing it. You don't think it hurt me when we broke up? He chuckled, though mostly out of desperation. I am an idiot, aren't I? I worried that I would turn into my dad and hurt the woman I settled down with. I wake up at night thinking I hear your voice, but you aren't there. I imagine you sitting with Felicia on the sofa, reading, and I long to be there beside you, to spend time with you. How could I think that my life could ever go back to the emptiness I felt without you, and that I would still be happy? How could I think I was happy before, really happy, without you? Tears sparkled in Maddie's eyes, and he hoped that was a good sign. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize what this is, but I love you, Madeline McCormick. I want you in my life. I want to marry you and have you here all the time. Because if there's one thing the past few weeks have taught me, it's that my life isn't worth much without you in it. You make me want to be better, to strive to be more. Tears slid down her cheeks and Ben hurried to wipe them away. Please say these are happy tears. She slid both legs out the door to face him. You're sure? You actually want to marry me. You're not saying it to make me stay, but then you'll pull away again? He stopped and stared into her eyes, wanting her to know that he was completely serious. I really love you. I really want to marry you. I want to build a life with you, to have kids with you, and to grow old with you in my arms. He wanted so badly to pull her closer, but she was still sitting in the car. I'll have to pick up an engagement ring, but what do you say? Yes, I say yes. She threw herself into his arms, knocking them both onto the damp ground. Then their lips met in a kiss. Ben poured all of the longing and desperation he'd felt the past few weeks without her into the kiss. When it finally ended, he took a good breath and dived in again. This time, his kiss promised the long life they would have together. He wasn't his father, and she wasn't his mother. Together, they could do anything.
Thanks for listening to First Crush, Book 2 in the In the Garden series. Please like this story to help others find it, and subscribe to be notified when I post other sweet romance or romantic suspense stories. Hope to see you soon.